This guy comes face to face with a massive goblin warrior that suddenly steps out from around a corner, and in that moment he knows he's done for. The thing is built like a tank and attacks instantly. Every single hit lands, tearing into him without mercy. And within seconds, Kang Hyun is reduced to a bloody mess, which the goblin casually drags back to its lair. And then he wakes up at home in his own bed without a single scratch on him. Instead of freaking out, he immediately starts training, working on his body and practicing sword skills using YouTube videos. Then, without hesitation, he heads straight back into the dungeon. This time, he runs into two goblins. He manages to take one down, but his weapon gets stuck and the second goblin doesn't miss the chance. He dies again. And once again, he wakes up at home. So what the hell is going on? Kang Hyun has a unique ability that only he possesses. Every time he dies in the dungeon, he resurrects back in his bed. For anyone else, death in the dungeon is permanent. Game over. But for him, it's just another attempt. And this whole madness only started a few days ago, back when he was just an unemployed loser living with his sister. RMC, Kang Hyun, gets chewed out by his little sister for being a lazy bum. He's currently drunker than a sailor at the pub and tells his sister that he can't just go back to their parents' house because at this age, he shouldn't be depending on their parents. But that just makes her even more angry because that means he thinks it's alright to be depending on his little sister. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and she orders him to get out there and try to find some part-time work, which he nervously agrees to just so that she can let him sneak to his room. She doesn't have to tell him anything more because Kang Hyun himself knows that he is pathetic. The most he has accomplished after moving to Seoul was a short internship at a big company. Tomorrow, he's gonna need to look into some cheap jobs just to get his sister off his back so he can start making money. The light coming from his computer illuminating the dark room reminds him that he left the house without turning off his game. It really would be great if reality were like a game. Maybe things wouldn't be so horrible for him. As his eyes close and sleep takes him away, his last thoughts are of the amazing life he could be living if he truly lived in a video game. Meanwhile, the Earth detects a connection to the Hawken dimension and automatic defense systems activate. As Hyun sleeps soundly, the defense system temporarily rejects the connection with the Hawken dimension, and the event triggers the start of the tutorial on Earth. Hyun snaps awake and jolts to sit up. All he can see are words in front of his eyes, and it's a countdown timer of some sort, showing the time remaining until connection with the Hawken dimension is complete. Our protagonist doesn't even have the time to process what that could mean before it changes to a message welcoming him to the tutorial. The tutorial will have a total of 8 levels, and death in these levels doesn't affect reality. However, you cannot give up midway through a level, and if you fail, there's no retry. Upon completion, he will then receive a reward along with awakening his abilities in the real world. Hyun takes a moment to absorb everything that's going on in front of him right now, and he comes to the only possible conclusion. This has to be a dream that only a hardcore neat game addict can get, and it's most likely a sign that he needs to touch some grass as soon as possible. The scene changes as the system takes Hyun to the first level and wishes for him to have the courage to save the Earth. Then the message changes to give him information about the first level. To pass this level, he'll have to make it to the end of a bridge, and the failure condition is death. That's an odd clear condition since there is no bridge around that he can see. But everything goes from best dream ever to nightmare real quick as he finds himself on a stone bridge above a sea of lava. He looks around and sees other people who were also been dumped into the challenge, and they all look equally confused and terrified for their lives. Hyun starts to think he's in one very strange dream, then a voice calls his name from just beside him. He turns to see his little sister, Yun, clinging to the wall and staring at him in shock. However, Yun's first instinct is to demand to know why she's showing up in his dreams on New Year's Day. That's exactly what she wants to know as well. But beyond that, she wonders if this really is a dream. Just like him, she was suddenly teleported into an empty space and started getting messages asking her to save the Earth. It's way too much for her to take in, but Hyun cuts into her panicking and tells her not to act like this is her dream, but his sister screams at him since it's not important at the moment. If this really is a dream, then there's no way their conversation could sound so natural. Hyun is still in denial about it. After all, one clear difference between dreams and reality is that you can't feel pain in dreams. So if this really is real life, then he should be able to feel pain. But anyway, our protagonist takes the first step, announcing that he's leaving. The system already mentioned before that they need to reach the end of the bridge, so they can't stay there and keep chatting. He's not surprised that she doesn't remember since in his head he still thinks that she's just an NPC in his dream. Hyun asks him what he plans to do if he falls, but he doesn't care about that because he believes he'll just wake up. At least, that's what he thought until someone falls right between them, straight into the lava pool below. They both watch as his body touches the hot lava below them. The body melts immediately as soon as it makes contact, and the screams of pain coming from below them suddenly makes this feel even less like a dream. After witnessing that brief nightmare, Hyun starts to think things through. After hearing such realistic screaming, Haeon is terrified, but he still tries to deceive himself into thinking that he won't feel anything. Since her brother isn't reliable, Hyun decides to crawl since it's a lot less risky than walking. Our MC watches as his sister slowly crawls ahead of him, and he continues to deny the fact he's scared. Despite that, the two of them make their way over the scalding hot magma pool, and it's been several hours at this point since they started their slow crawl over the bridge. Hyun calls out to her brother and asks if he has any guesses as to what might be going on. The only thing Haeon can think about is that this has to be an incredibly vivid nightmare, but this whole situation is way too vivid to just be a dream. There's definitely something bigger going on, and Ian is sure about that. Maybe the system was lying, and if they die here, then they will die in real life too. Hyun breaks out crying as the situation hits him. He was doing such a good job ignoring the facts until now, but she just keeps reminding him. Now he can't go any further because he's scared. Our MC collapses on the floor of the bridge and asks her to just let him rest for a bit. His hands and feet are trembling, so he plans to lay down for a while. And despite all the obvious evidence stating otherwise, he still desperately wants to believe it's a dream. That thought is quickly interrupted as a system window opens up in front of them, informing them that a certain amount of time has passed since the tutorial started, so the difficulty of the challenge has increased. What does that mean for them? It means that Hyun is completely wrong, and just staying in one spot will definitely not make things easier. The area around them starts to shake, and suddenly the platforms behind them start to crumble. All the bridges start collapsing, and the people who were once slowly crawling their way through the challenge now get up and break into a desperate sprint towards the end. Yen breaks into a sprint to escape, and Yen quickly pulls himself together. They both run for their lives as the collapsing bridge behind them slowly catches up. As long as they don't trip, they can make it to the end. After an unthinkable amount of sprinting, the end of the bridge is in sight. He looks towards his sister and notices that the bridge directly above her has started to crumble. There's no time for her to move out of the way, and the large rocks are already falling towards her. Hyun doesn't waste a second. He leaps from his bridge and lands on hers, making one last mad dash to save her from her demise and get them both to safety on the other side. A system notification pops up telling them that they have leveled up and congratulates them on reaching level 1. Because they completed the trial, a temporary awakening has been activated as a reward, which means they will be officially awakened at the end of the tutorial. Hyun collapses to the ground as the adrenaline leaves his body. Meanwhile, Yen is more focused on reading through the details of the system message. Afterwards, a status window appears before her, tells her things like her level, her strength, and her agility. The mention of game stats pique Hyun's attention, so he struggles to push himself up to see his own status window. The only thing he's able to see is his unique ability, which is resurrection. But before he can fully see the rest of the window, he jolts up, awake in bed, panting heavily as he returns to the real world. Online, the rest of the world goes into a frenzy as people start to report that they all also had the same dream. Question boards open on online platforms to discuss lucid dreaming, and people make posts and update their stories with talks of how their entire family had the same dream. News starts to go all over the world, and people are even taking the opportunity to share their experiences from their dreams and try to start crypto scams. The world goes into a panic, and all the while, the time until the Haken dimension connects continues to count down slowly. The two siblings burst out of their rooms searching for each other so they can talk about the realistic dream they both shared where they both nearly died. As they both eat breakfast, Ayun looks through her social media feed and everyone is talking about the end of the world as well as various other things that are related to the dreams. From information on the internet, it looks like the entire world had the same dream on the same night. And just like what the status window said, everyone who died in the dream woke up unharmed. With all these things happening, Ahyan wonders if it's really alright for them to be eating breakfast so peacefully. But there's nothing they can do at the end of the day, so the best thing to do for now is to just eat and think about the complicated things later. The streets are pure chaos as people make a mad dash to get supplies and prepare for an apocalypse. They fight each other and steal to try and stockpile their own supplies, while the more religious population try to use this as a chance to encourage people to repent since judgment has come. Hyan smartly decides that it's better for her to not go to work for the day. Instead, it's better for them to stay inside and discuss things relating to what they heard and saw in the dreams. Since he didn't get a chance to look at the status window after saving his sister, Hyan asks her what it said on hers. She uses a check time command to summon her status window, so she can check it for herself. The window says that they have 4 years, 354 days, and 17 hours before the connection with the Hakan dimension is completed. Even though everything's a mess, Yen believes that things will calm down pretty soon. For now though, it's better for them to just stay at home and not get too involved with the chaos outside. Aside from the confusion in the morning, nothing else of note occurred for the rest of the day. By evening, most of the citizens had returned to their usual routines, and South Korea had quieted down again in a single day. Just like that, the first day ended, and everyone went to sleep peacefully. Just like before, as soon as Hyun manages to sleep off, he's taken to a new dimension, and a status window is shoved in his face, welcoming him to the tutorial. The window offers to give him an explanation on how to use the basic interface, but there's no need for that, and he goes straight to see the status window. Finally, he gets to see his stats, and they are all pretty average just as expected. He's just level 1, and he has 1 innate ability. But other than that, there's nothing that really stands out as impressive in his stats. There's one stat that catches his attention, and it's called the magic power stat. A stat like that implies that he will be able to use magic eventually. He's not sure if that's a good thing or not, but his attention finally goes to his innate ability, resurrection. It's an ability that allows him to resurrect 24 hours after death until the world escapes its current crisis. Then he will be able to return from death as many times as possible. He will respawn at a chosen location. But in the event that he doesn't choose a location before dying, then he will resurrect at the last place he slept. Of course, it's not just a free skill, and anytime he dies, his level will decrease by 1. His ability stats will also temporarily decrease by 50% for 24 hours. All those resurrection penalties don't apply during the tutorial, however, making it an overpowered skill for beginners. Hyan praises his luck since a skill like that almost guarantees that he won't end up being a useless extra during the apocalypse. Now that he has gotten a look at his stats and his skills, it's time for him to enter stage 2. Whether his stats are high or low, he can just fix them by leveling up. As the amazing resurrection man, he can definitely do anything that he puts his mind to. What he has to put his mind to, however, is what comes next. In a castle surrounded by an eerie atmosphere, a bloody goblin screams out a war cry while holding a stained club. The person he's fighting is none other than our MC, who comes out swinging with a powerful attack, sending the goblin flying backwards in shock. Hyan follows up his initial attack with an overhead swing from his weapon. After a long and tiring struggle against the goblin, Hyan emerges victorious but exhausted. He managed to kill it with his mace by ambushing it, but his whole body has gone numb from the sensation of hitting a living thing. Still, he only beat it because it was a goblin, and if he hadn't ambushed it, then it might have been him laying in a bloody pool on the floor. But the challenge isn't over yet, and a much more terrifying monster appears. It's a goblin soldier, and as soon as it notices its comrade laying dead on the floor, an overwhelming wave of anger fills it as it glares at Hyan. It looks like he miscalculated, and there were actually 2 goblins from the start. But that isn't the scary thing here. The scary thing is that the goblins were supposed to be low-level mobs for beginners, but this goblin is way bigger than the previous one, and the sword it's carrying is over a meter long. If he gets hit with that, then it won't end with just a small injury. The goblin growls at Hyan before swinging its blade to kill. Our MC just barely manages to block with his mace, but the impact of the collision is enough to send him flying to the ground. He doesn't even realize when the tears start flowing as the goblin continues to mercilessly attack him with his long sword. Hyan never worked out and only stayed home all day. On top of that, the mace he got in the tutorial isn't that long. There's no way it stands a chance against a meter-long sword. After the completely one-sided battle, Hyan is left near death, but the goblin isn't done yet. It drags his bloody body through the grounds of the castle, leaving blood streaks across the ground as they go. Our protagonist can do nothing but desperately beg for someone to save him from this dream-turned-nightmare. As the goblin used his body to draw a trail across the ground, the steadily approaching fear of death started coldly tightening around his neck. In the few hours before his life finally ended, he was forced to endure the savage torture of 4 goblins. By the time morning comes, Ayan is woken up by the panicked screams of her brother in the other room. She angrily runs to his room and demands to know why he's messing around so early in the morning. Her anger is cut short when she sees the frail frame of her older brother having a nervous breakdown on his bed. She manages to get him to come out of his room for some breakfast, and that's where he tells her what he went through in the tutorial. Apparently, he died from extreme blood loss as the goblins relentlessly tortured him. Despite his trauma, she's relieved that he's at least fine enough to crack jokes as they talk. That means that they don't need to go to the hospital to get checked out. The same can't be said for others who are also going through the tutorial as well. According to the internet, for the past 2 days, psychiatrist visits have jumped up by a lot, and it looks like there are a lot of people who have also gone through something similar to what he went through. Hyan thinks about it for a moment, but decides that his case isn't bad enough for him to need to visit a psychiatrist anyways. Despite all the chaos that's going on in the world, there's also some good news. It looks like if a person dies, then the tutorial ends for them. All the people that died in Stage 1 didn't dream of Stage 2, which means that he won't have to go through that torture again. Hyan is glad to hear that because it means that he will be able to sleep peacefully tonight. At least that's what's supposed to have happened. But as the bright purple status screen flashes in his face, welcoming him to the tutorial and leading him to Stage 2, he realizes that being the main character is a lot harder than he thought it would be. All he did was take a nap, and now he has been trapped here for several hours, afraid to go ahead and wanting to die. But even if he dies, Stage 2 is just going to end up repeating itself over and over again. Since he doesn't have any other choice, he walks up to the door that leads to Stage 2, and he's presented with 2 weapons to choose from. The weapon he picked last time was the mace, and he chose it because he thought it would be powerful and easy to use. However, since he's scared of getting close to the monsters, he instead decides to use a crossbow. He also grabs a spear, which he thinks should be better compared to the shorter range weapon like the sword. With his 2 weapons in hand, he sets off to tackle Stage 2 yet again. Instead of charging in for a surprise attack like he did last time, Hyan takes a much sneakier approach and lays down in the shadows to snipe a shot at the goblins before they can see him. He takes aim with the crossbow, and the arrow strikes perfectly in the goblin's head, but the monster takes the hit without a problem. With that, the element of surprise is gone as the goblin looks back towards him with bloodlust in its eyes. Our MC goes in low, holding the spear towards the ground, and manages to dodge under the larger goblin before going in and stabbing the smaller goblin, finishing it off immediately. But, unfortunately, he can't pull the spear out of the first goblin's body, and he's left completely defenseless as the second goblin launches its giant body at him. His end is a lot swifter than last time, and he wakes up in bed with a scream. The next night, it's round 3 in the tutorial phase 2, and he's a lot less happy to see the welcome messages from the status screen. Today, he decides to go with the sword and shield instead. Instead of using a weapon that he has at least tried before, he decides to use the sword because he spent the entire day studying sword techniques on YouTube. With the confidence of a keyboard warrior, Hyan charges into the second stage for the 3rd time, and this time he doesn't even try to use the element of surprise. And just like every keyboard warrior, our MC gets promptly put in his place as the goblins gang up on him and take him out cleanly. This time, though, instead of waking up traumatized and scared, it looks like dying multiple times has finally broken him as he laughs creepily while promising to kill them all. Round 4 comes the next night, and Hyan tells the status window to shut up as it wishes him the courage to save the earth. To start off, he swings a sword to practice for his eventual entrance into the stage. He plans to bring his stats up through hard labor, and surprisingly, his efforts actually allow him to increase his vitality by 1 point. Unfortunately, though, that simple point increase required him to train for 8 hours straight. He calls for his status window, and this time he has an additional skill point which he got after passing Stage 1. He was so out of it after Stage 1 that he didn't even remember it. He invests the point in strength and charges into the second stage for the 4th time. Now that he has raised his ability points by 2, it's time for him to get his revenge on the goblins. But today isn't the day for that revenge. He was so tired from his 8-hour practice session that he couldn't even take on one of them, and he ended up dying immediately. But our hero prevails again and re-enters for round 5 of Stage 2. But instead of going in for a quick death this time, he instead decides to use each round as an opportunity to boost his stats. In round 5, he raises his vitality by 1 point by endlessly swinging his sword around. In round 6, after 10 hours of training, he manages to raise his strength by 1. And through all this hard work, he's able to take out the 2 goblins at the front. But due to his lack of physical abilities and combat skills, it still wasn't enough to face off against the rest of the goblins. In round 7, he goes back to swinging his sword around again and again and again. After several hours of training, he manages to surpass his limits again and raises his vitality by 1 point. As he collapses to the ground completely out of breath, another system message pops up. Through his endless training, his swordsmanship has increased to the lowest possible rank of F. This new swordsmanship allows him to effectively swing his sword by correcting his posture when swinging as well as helping with distributing his strength. Finally, after all that hard work and effort, it's all finally bearing fruit. Now the time has come to make the goblins pay for everything they have done to him all these days. Now that he has the skills, it's time for him to think of a plan. From his days of being tortured and killed, he managed to find out that there are a total of 5 goblins in stage 2 of the tutorial. 2 are in the castle at the front and 3 are in the forest at the end. The first 2 are easy to take down. All he has to do is ambush the first and take it out with his crossbow, then finish off the other with his sword. The issue is the 3 goblins in the forest. He can handle 2 of them in the same way as before, but the last goblin is the hardest. After taking out the other 4, the 2 of them are stuck in a fierce final battle of sword versus battle axe. But unlike all the other times that he has been in this exact situation before, things are different now. He can actually see the attack's path now, and his body is reacting before he even thinks. This must be the effect of the lowest rank of sword mastery. However, the problem is that he has already exhausted his vitality fighting the other 4 goblins. He may have a bit of an advantage, but it's not enough to win him the battle just yet. The difference in vitality is too great, and after a few more attacks, the goblin manages to knock Haon's sword out of his hand. Then it goes in for the kill, swinging its sword up for the final hit to Haon's head. But instead of being scared, Haon smirks as he cleanly dodges the attack. Thankfully, instead of aiming to kill Haon immediately, the goblin aims to knock him down and then save its strength for the final blow. Because of that, the monster's attack pattern is just way too obvious. Haon is able to quickly turn on his heel and kick dust straight into the goblin's face, momentarily blinding it. It screams in pain and tries to clear the dust out of its face, but Haon is several times faster, taking the opportunity to grab a loose rock and smash it straight into the goblin's shins. It continues to yell and scream, now blindly swinging its axe around hoping to take down Haon. RMC moves out of the way of the careless attacks and comes up behind it right as the goblin barely manages to open its eyes. Then he comes rushing in with the rock and smashes it right into its face, pushing it backwards with the force of the attack. Haon stands victorious over the dead goblin as it falls to the ground. With that, the system pops up and congratulates him for clearing stage 2. As a reward, he receives 5 additional stats as his clear reward, as well as the option to choose any weapon of his liking to keep. On top of that, he also gets the ability the lowest ranked shield master and the lowest ranked crossbow master. This is the kind of power he has been looking for this entire time. And through his efforts, he finally achieved it. For the first time in a long time, he wakes up without screaming his head off and heads to the living room to cook breakfast for himself and his dear sister. He's feeling great and wants to celebrate clearing stage 2 by eating a good meal. As he's tasting his cooking, a loud sound rings out throughout the world. His sister comes flying out of her room as he coughs heavily from almost choking on the food. Then a system notification pops up informing them that the world tutorial has ended and they can now freely use the system outside the tutorial. On top of that, dungeons have now been activated around the world, meaning that people will now have to fight monsters outside of their dreams. As soon as that notification pops up, a giant alien-looking door pops up right outside their window, and both siblings go to check it out as the people on the street gather together and stare at it in awe. The messages continue and informs them that only awakened talents may enter dungeons. It's not just in front of their window that these dungeon doors have popped up. The doors appear in every country of the world, and it comes with one more message. If the dungeons are not cleared within a set time, then the dungeon gate will open, and the monsters within will flood into the world. Meanwhile, the time until the complete connection with the Haken dimension continues to tick down. As soon as the dungeon doors activated, the world fell into greater chaos than the first day. The siblings opted against joining the world in the mayhem, and instead, they worked together to search for information on the dungeon that they can get from the internet. From what they can see, it doesn't look like the tutorial is completely over. It says that people who recently celebrated their birthdays are also participating in the tutorial from the beginning, and they need to be at least 16 years of age to start the tutorial. There's also a whole lot of fuss going on about the dungeons online, and those who pass the tutorial are starting to get the title of talents. They are being urged to hurry up and clear the dungeons before the gates fall. The most important thing that all talents can use is their status windows. Kian triumphantly tries to summon his own status window to check it out, but nothing happens. Instead, a notification popped up that since his tutorial is still ongoing, he can't use his status window yet. The tutorial has a total of 8 stages. And although he repeated stage 2 7 times, everyone else must have already finished the tutorial. He asks his sister if there is any information out there about stage 3. And from what she can gather, it seems like the theme of stage 3 is patience, but that's all she can find. Since only a few people cleared stage 2, there isn't much reliable information, meaning that Hyan will have to work through it himself. Even so, with the efforts that he went through in stage 2, he has gotten a lot stronger, so he won't suffer disgracefully like before. That night, tutorial stage 3 begins for Hyun. And although he isn't suffering, that doesn't mean that he's not being disgraced. Right now, as he tries to maintain his stealth, a monster joyfully pisses on his head, not realizing that our fearless main character is hiding under the bushes that it is relieving itself into. Meanwhile, all Hyan can think of is how much he wants to kill this thing. Let's go back a bit to when Hyan entered into the 3rd stage in the first place. The clear condition for this stage is to defeat the Gorka chief. To help him in his mission, the system provides him with a ghillie suit. It looks like this mission is all about infiltration and assassination. Just as before, he calls for his status window and happily sees that his level has been increased to level 4. His stats have also increased, and he has gained many new abilities to add to his roster. One of the new abilities is the lowest ranked Shield Master, which is an F-tier skill that allows him to use his shield more effectively, and the lowest ranked Crossbow Mastery, which allows him to operate a crossbow more efficiently and also increases his ability to shoot with precision. He then decides to allocate his additional skill points to strength and vitality, and he also puts 2 points into agility. Now that he has taken stock of everything from his skills to his abilities, the next thing for him to do is to examine there's nothing in it except the shabby longsword that he picked up from the 2nd stage. With inventory management done, it's time to get this mission over with. This mission is similar to what a legendary American Marine sniper called Carlos Hathcock went through during the Second World War. He crawled for 1.5 kilometers to assassinate a general without being seen or heard. He's a figure that Hyan respects the most, especially after what he has gone through in this mission. Since his dream started, he has crawled for about 10 hours before finally reaching what should be the Gorka's village. Out in front, there are 2 guards on watch duty, and he's probably going to have to force his way through them. His pants are soaked in his own piss, and not only is the grass itchy, but there are all kinds of bugs in his clothes. That's not the worst of his problems, though, and he looks above him to see one of the monsters staring down at the patch of grass that he's hiding in. At first, Hyan thinks that he has been discovered, but instead of being dragged out of the grass by the strong hand of the monster, a disgustingly warm and smelly liquid pours on his head as he puts his face down in shame. Hyan finally snaps and summons the sword from his inventory and slams it right into the monster's midsection, killing it immediately. The commotion is enough to draw the attention of other monsters in the village, and they all run towards him to see what's going on. In a matter of seconds, he's completely surrounded by the monsters. But unlike the other times, Hyan isn't scared of them. Since he's already screwed, this is the best time for him to use a line that he has always wanted to say. He screams into the air as the monsters dash towards him, daring them to come and attack him with all they've got. Blood from both the monsters and Hyan soars into the air as he laughs manically. With that, Hyan wastes no time going in for stage 3, round 2. And this time, thanks to his mental breakdown in the first round, he has acquired a new ability called Raging Lion's Roar. The ability reduces the morale and stats of nearby enemies and removes all current debuffs that are ranked D rank and below. This time, he rushes in blindly, throwing the ghillie suit away as he pulls out his sword. After crawling in the first for 10 hours, Kion realized something. The Gorka warriors leave during the day to hunt, and they only return when the sun goes down. In short, the camp is weakest during the day, and they only leave a few skeleton crew behind to guard the place. Thanks to that, he is able to make quick work of all the guards around, and he charges straight towards the central hut where the Gorka chief. As he slides in through the hut's entrance, he sees the Gorka chief confidently resting on his throne, while two mages stand guard beside him. Without a word, the Gorka chief points at our MC and orders them to attack, and the mages immediately cast a spell that immobilizes him and roots him to the spot. Right as it looks like all hope is lost, he remembers the skill from earlier and decides to try out his luck. He sucks in a deep breath and then lets out a mighty roar, removing the debuff and causing the chief and the mages to stagger backwards in shock. Then, without giving them a chance to regroup, Hyan rushes in with his sword, aiming straight for the chief. With one quick swing of his blade, Hyan effortlessly clears stage 3 and receives the intermediate rank body regeneration ability as a clear reward. He also managed to clear stage 3 in the shortest time possible and set a new record. With that, he receives the temporary title of Impatient 1 as an additional reward. The Impatient 1 title is given to the naughty boy who quickly passed tutorial stage 3, which is supposed to test patience and tenacity. When his record is updated, his title will change to the next one available. As a boost, Hyan also gets a +1 boost to all his stats. Somehow, Hyan broke through stage 3 in one day. And considering that it took him a week to get through stage 2, this is definitely a huge achievement. Thinking about his rapid growth allows him to reach a single conclusion. He starts to believe that he is actually insanely talented. At this rate, he might even break through stage 4 in just a few minutes. A month has passed since he had that thought, and a new day rises in South Korea over Ayun's apartment. She watches the news while making breakfast for her and her brother. It's been 25 days since the specially formed squad of Awakeners were sent to clear dungeons. As the news calmly plays in the background, a desperate scream that Hyan has gotten used to hearing every morning fills the apartment. She leaves her cooking to go and scold her brother. At this point, the neighbors will file a complaint if he keeps waking up like that. As she goes to find out what happened this time, her brother steps out of his room and triumphantly tells her that he cleared it by just going out and messing everyone up. She's about to congratulate him, but her words die in her throat as she bears witness to the absolute unit that her brother has become. She nervously asks him if something happened during this last dungeon run because his face has become scary. Now that he's out, she asks him what the content of stage 4 was. To put it simply, it was a group project that is meant to test their leadership skills. He had to find a way to remove the dungeon core, then a portal leading outside would automatically be created, allowing him to escape. His party members were like NPCs who fit into the setting, and they all just argued on whether they should keep going or retreat, and they didn't have enough rations to keep going and brute force the dungeon. A couple of them rejected the idea very strongly, and ultimately, they decided to leave the dungeon with Yun leading. At first, it was pretty cool carrying the entire team, and the mission should have gone along perfectly well. So Ahien can't understand what happened that made him take a month to finish the stage. The problem started that same night after they spent the day clearing the dungeon. He sent a group of them to go on night watch, but they disobeyed him. When he caught them trying to run away, they ambushed him and killed him. Every attempt after that ended the same way, and he would always end up with similar people, meaning that similar situations would keep repeating. Kyung had to think on how to get out of the loop, and in his endless wisdom, he came to the conclusion that there is only one way to solve all his issues. He just needed to beat them all into submission and take down anyone who got in his way before he started clearing it. In the final round of stage 4, Kian spawned in to see his party members are all arguing on whether they should press forward or retreat. Before they even get a chance to argue with him, he immediately yells for all of them to shut up, quieting the room down immediately. One of the party members tries to ask him what in the world he thinks he is doing, but they are immediately met with a sword to the throat before they can say anything. Hyan gives them one chance. They will all follow his words from now on, and anyone that refuses or talks back will die. The same party member tries to argue, but Hyan immediately feeds him a well-deserved knuckle sandwich, followed up by several face restructuring punches. By the time he's done, the once rowdy party member's face has been reduced to fine, fleshy paste. It's safe to say that he got his message across, and he asks the other members of the party if anyone else has any objections to him leading the way. They just need to follow him because he already knows the way. As they set off to leave, he takes a quick look at his status window, which shows that he has grown severely since he finished the 3rd stage. He is now level 14, and most of his stats have doubled. On top of that, he has gained a few new skills, and some of his abilities have ranked up. As they go through the dungeon, any monster that tries to attack them meets a swift end from the overpowered Hyan. Eventually, they make their way through the dungeon, and just like he promised, he manages to kill all the monsters while also properly guiding his teammates. They reach the core, and with one clean hit, he breaks the supports of the core and successfully clears stage 4. Just like the other stages, he receives several new items and abilities like the E-rank cleave skill and B-rank ring of strength in mind. Just looking at the results, his gains from stage 4 weren't bad at all. He doesn't need to say anything about his rapidly growing stats, and he could farm the item drops from monsters as well. Among them, he still doesn't know what the mana stones he keeps getting from monsters are used for. They are most likely going to be useful though, so he decides to hold on to them for now. His new skills and items are also incredible, but his biggest gain is that he has gotten pretty strong in real life as well. After a brief warm-up workout of 300 one-handed push-ups, he can tell that just bare body exercises won't cut it anymore. To improve his strength, he'll have to go to a gym, but that's something for him to worry about later. Behind him, his phone rings with a message. He picks it up and sees an emergency alert from the Ministry of Public Safety and Security warning that a dungeon has opened nearby and advising all citizens to refrain from leaving their homes. Outside on the streets, monsters roam free, killing anyone they come across and breaking everything. Hyan rushes to his balcony to check what's going on outside. And just like the report warned, the streets are filled with goblins. His mind immediately goes to Ayun, who decided to go to work in the morning. There's no time to waste as he sprints out of the apartment, already trying to figure out what he can use as a weapon. The only thing that he can find that might be useful is a basic dirty kitchen knife in the sink. It's better than nothing, and he takes it and rushes out of the apartment onto the monster-filled streets of the city. As soon as he gets out into the street, he yells out to call all the monsters to him. Unfortunately, his lion roar skill still can't be used outside, and he's just going to rely on his physical abilities for one to take care of this. Luckily for him though, his yell was loud enough to get most of their attention. The goblins charge at him, and he continues to taunt them, calling them stage 2 small fry that he has already taken out before. For some reason, he can tell how strong they are just from the way they move. He stabs his knife straight through the head of the first goblin that gets close to him. And as the monster dies, he pulls the knife out of the goblin's body and prepares to take on the rest. Elsewhere, a group of office workers desperately barricade themselves inside their building. As they cower in fear and wait for the inevitable, they can hear loud banging sounds coming from outside the door as something or someone wrecks the place and monsters scream out. Ahian is among these office workers, and she looks down at her phone, which shows the last text conversation she had with her brother. He was desperately asking her if she's still at work, and she started bombarding him with questions asking if he's planning to come to her office, but he didn't respond. Now as another set of monsters scream out behind the barricaded doors, the sounds of pounding reach the office where she and her co-workers are hiding. Eventually, the barricade breaks down, and a muscular foot walks into the office. It's Hyan, and he didn't mean to break the door down, but accidents happen when you're stronger than a battle ox. The other workers start murmuring to themselves and wonder if the psychopath is really Hyan's older brother, while the little sister just blushes in embarrassment. Meanwhile, one of the older office workers angrily asks Ayan why he would destroy their barricade. Now the monsters outside will easily be able to get into the office. They don't need to worry too much though, since he has already taken care of any monster that would have tried to get into the office. Later on, after clearing the goblins out from the whole building, Hyan returns to Hyan's office where she bandages him up and cleans his wounds. Ever since he got his makeover and became buff, he's been acting really tough and letting himself get hit without a care for his safety. In the tutorial, he mostly relied on his insane regeneration skill so he can tank attacks without a care in the world. But since he can't use his skills in the real world yet, his usual fighting style means that he's going to come back with a lot of injuries. If he can't use skills in the real world, that also means that he can't use his resurrection ability. So if he dies, then there's no coming back. Still, even though he's definitely pushing himself, Hyan can't deny that the way he's charging through the danger is kinda cool. Everyone else seems to think the same thing, and one of Hyan's seniors was making a fuss trying to get a chance to be introduced to our MC. That night, they all go to sleep in the rundown office building, and as usual, Hyan is taken to the tutorial level. This is stage 5, and for this level, he needs to prove that he has the wisdom to overcome any difficulty. As the level loads, he's suddenly surrounded by a group of people who are chatting idly with each other. Except instead of being surrounded by a bunch of meddling warriors who can't agree with each other, he's instead surrounded by a group of beautiful women. The clear condition needs him to defeat the succubus, which is a nightmare demon that disguises itself as a human. Hyun is familiar with succubi and knows them as dream demons that suck energy out of men. They usually look like gorgeous women, which should have made it easy to sniff them out, but the issue is that all the women here are ridiculously gorgeous. As he's trying to figure out who might be the succubus out of all of them, one of them approaches him and asks for his opinion on who he thinks the succubus might be. As she talks, he can't even keep his eyes on her, and he looks away while scratching the back of his head. But his attention is brought back to her when a notification window pops up in front of his face. It informs him that his ring of strengthened mind is resisting the seduction attempt from the woman in front of him. It looks like he lucked out and found the succubus right away thanks to his B-rank item. As night falls, the group gather their tents around the campfire while Hyun sits in front of it, thinking about what he has been through ever since the tutorial started. In Stage 1, it was a circus of hellfire, and in Stage 2, it was a week-long desperate battle with goblins. Stage 3 gave him a golden shower after hours of crawling through dirt and bugs, and Stage 4 was a month-long deadly group project. All those times had him rolling around like a dog, but now he finally has an opportunity to get an easy win. But just because he has found out their identity doesn't mean that he's done yet. The notification window clearly said that he would become a target if he found out her identity. He's not entirely sure how this is going to go, but he knows that a succubus is at least decently strong, especially if she can transform into a human. Instead of acting rashly, he needs to win over the other NPCs. And since the men might already be under her spell, he'll have to approach the girls first. For now, the best thing he can do is sleep on it and figure out what he will do tomorrow. As he wakes up, instead of the open forest sky that he expected to see, what is above him instead is an unfamiliar ceiling. He wakes up with a shout as he realizes that he's back in Hyun's company. The other office workers approach him as they see he's awake, and they were just about to wake him up anyways. The army has arrived, which means that they are about to be saved. Meanwhile, Hyun is fuming at the fact that he woke up in the real world. The succubus most likely realized that he had figured out who she was, and she killed him in his sleep. Outside, groups of military jeeps speed through the city streets with armed professionals shooting down any monsters on sight. The other office workers celebrate the army's arrival and the fact that the monsters are no match for military-grade guns, but our MC remains silent as he watches them down on the street. He feels a shiver run down his spine as the soldiers battle through the hordes of monsters. Our black-haired MC isn't sure what it is down there, but he can tell that it's something dangerous. Meanwhile, the soldiers are starting to struggle with the unending wave of monsters. No matter how many goblins they shoot, 2 more pop out of nowhere to replace them. Usually, it's the talents that are meant to take care of the monsters, but for some reason, they are the ones that are stuck with the heavy lifting. The soldiers notice one of the monsters walking calmly towards a soldier while being sprayed with bullets. With one clean swing, it chops off a soldier's head as the gun continues to idly fire. All the soldiers turn their attention towards the new large monster threat, start raining down bullets on it, but the more they fire, the more they start to realize that their bullets have no effect beyond just making the monster angrier. It starts to charge towards them, and the lieutenant orders the driver to step on the gas and get them out of there. But it's already too late, and the monster leaps off the ground, heading straight towards the soldiers who can only stare in disbelief as the monster comes smashing down on them. The car can't take the added weight and it swerves, causing a domino effect as one car hits another, resulting in a massive pile-up. Hyun watches the whole thing as the goblin starts to pick off the surviving soldiers while the rest of the office workers slowly start to panic. Then suddenly, the goblin stops moving before glaring up towards the office building, making direct eye contact with Hyun. The few remaining soldiers start to pick themselves up as the signaler frantically tries to call for reinforcements. They don't have any time to catch their breaths as the goblin from before climbs on top of one of the destroyed convoy jeeps and glares down hungrily at them. One of the men desperately asks the signaler where their reinforcements are, and he replies that they are sending a civilian talented. As they wait for backup, the soldiers don't want to go down without a fight, and one of them points his weapon at the goblin right as he leaps in for the final attack, but the weapon is jammed at the worst possible time. As the monster comes in to land the finishing blow, the soldier accepts his fate and doesn't even try to dodge. But then someone comes rushing in with a slab of concrete and tosses it straight at the goblin. The piece of rock slams into the goblin's face, sending it flying into the streets behind them. The soldier stares out in shock as Hyun comes jumping over the side of the jeep to check in on them. He tries to cheer them up while checking on their wounds, but the PTSD of almost dying to a monster makes him mistake Hyun's ugly mug as another monster even scarier than the goblin, and he instinctively points his weapon up at Out MC. Hyun puts his hands in the air in defense, yelling that he's a human and telling the man to put the gun down. The soldier hesitantly puts his gun down and wonders if Hyun is the reinforcement that they were supposed to send. The soldier thanks Hyun for his help, but our MC tells him to calm down since he's not here due to any sense of justice or anything like that. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time. The main reason Haeon came down to help is because of the time their eyes met earlier. The goblin noticed him, which means that it definitely would have come to a Hyun's company after the army gets defeated. It'd be better to deal with it here rather than fight with baggage around him. He starts stepping over the railing of the truck bed, while also instructing the soldiers to hold their fire. If they recklessly shoot bullets out while Hyun is fighting the monster, then there's a chance that they might end up putting holes in him too. He also asks them if they have any tear gas on them. Luckily for him, they do, and Hyun asks them to use the tear gas on the monster, much to the shock of the soldier. If they use the tear gas on them, then Hyun is definitely going to be affected as well. The soldier tries to advise him to at least take a gas mask with him, but Hyun has already started moving towards the goblin. He tells them to use it and not ask any questions since he doesn't have time to explain. The soldier reluctantly follows Hyun's orders as he starts charging towards the monster, while also instructing the rest of his platoon members to put on gas masks and stay alert. The field is ready, and Hyun is set to have his revenge. After everything that happened with the goblins in the second stage, he has a pretty serious grudge with them, so he's not about to let a chance of getting revenge pass him by like this. Meanwhile, the soldier tosses the tear gas right between them just as Hyun instructed, and it explodes in a cloud of smoke. The goblin immediately cries out in pain as the gas starts to have an effect, and even Hyun can't help but cough as the toxic gas starts to spread. With the gas starting to really take an effect on the hobgoblin, it swings its axe around wildly, hoping to stop anything from getting close. Hyun pushes forward with tears streaming out of his eyes from the tear gas and rushes to take on the monster while it's distracted. The hobgoblin has skin that is strong enough to deflect bullets, so pain like this from the tear gas must be pretty new to it. Hyun, on the other hand, whose entire fighting style revolves around tanking hits while hitting harder, is more than used to any sort of pain, so this is nothing for him. He takes one large swing at the goblin, successfully slapping its axe out of its hands, and then follows it up with several deadly swings. But even with all of that, the monster still doesn't go down. He continues to attack, pushing through the pain to damage the hobgoblin, all while the other soldiers watch them fight from the side. They are amazed at the power of a talented as they watch him push back a monster that a rain of bullets couldn't damage. Suddenly, someone comes up from behind and asks to know what exactly is happening. This newcomer is the talented that was supposed to be sent by the army initially. And as far as he's been told, no other reinforcements were supposed to be sent in but him. Meanwhile, Hyun is starting to get tired, and his weapon is starting to fail. When he came into this fight, he expected the monster to be tough. But even after several minutes of relentless attacks, our MC hasn't managed to inflict a single injury on it. At this point, he'll just end up getting exhausted. He needs to try and find its weak point before the monster manages to regain its composure. Suddenly, the blonde newcomer from earlier comes rushing past Hyun and slashes at the monster with his dual blades. Despite the impressive display of power and speed, the blonde talented didn't feel anything cut during that attack. It was like swinging at a rock. He calls out to Hyun and tells him that no matter how strong this hobgoblin is, it's only the boss mob of an F-rank dungeon. Since its defenses are abnormally high, it must have a separate weakness. The term F-rank dungeon is new to Hyun, and it means that this newcomer must know a few useful things. He doesn't know who this guy is, but he takes account of his words as they both rush at the monster to continue their attacks. From what the newcomer has seen, he can tell that the monster doesn't have great stamina, which means that it must be exhausted by now. Hyun can tell that as well. But what's the point of exhausting it if they still can't land any solid hits on it? Even Hyun's sword is almost at its breaking point from how long he's been bashing at this rock-hard skin. Hyun realizes that what he needs is a better weapon, and his eyes are immediately drawn to the axe that he hit out of the monster's hand earlier. Our MC manages to grab the axe and rushes back to take out the monster head-on. As he runs, he realizes that the monster's weak point is probably its eyes, but it knows that and is protecting them. That means that he has to look for somewhere else to attack that's just as vulnerable. At first, he considers striking behind the joints where the skin will be weaker, but that might not be enough. He doesn't have a lot of time to think, so he just goes in for an attack in the first place that comes to mind. Blood pools out on the street as the monster's skin is penetrated for the first time. Unfortunately for it, that isn't the only thing that has been penetrated. Both the monster and the blonde talented stop their fighting instinctively as they realize what Hyan has just done. Even though they are opponents fighting against each other, even Hyan is polite enough to apologize after delivering the classic 1,000 years of pain with a rusted battle axe. At that moment, as the fight momentarily paused, Hyan felt a terrible sensation move up the halberd into his hand. As the monster struggled to process the pain and embarrassment of what just happened, a truly brilliant philosophical question filled our MC's mind. Is the behind a weak point? He wasn't sure, but he knew it wouldn't be such a critical weakness that it would be able to kill the thing in one strike. So he made a decision instantly, and his body moved automatically to carry out the gruesome act. With a quick motion, he pulled the monster into the air like a flag, and then all at once, he turned around and slammed it back first into the ground. Before it can pick itself up, Hyun follows his attack up by rushing at the monster, correctly predicting that the inside of its mouth definitely won't be as tough as the rest of its body. The poor beast is already out cold from being defiled, and it doesn't even try to defend itself as the tip of the halberd comes crashing down into its mouth, killing it instantly. The blonde watching the whole thing can tell from a glance that our MC is strong, but the bigger question is where a person like him came from. Since he has never seen our MC before, he can only assume that Hyan must be an independent fighter. As he pulls out the halberd from the dead monster, a shiny golden item pops out from its mouth. Hyan tries to identify it, but the system immediately pops up and tells him that he cannot find out information about the item since the tutorial is still in progress. He doesn't know what it's for, but he decides to take it for now. The blonde talented approaches Hyan from behind, but our greedy MC thinks that the guy just wants to share his hard-earned drops. He decides to run instead of sharing his drops, and before the blonde man can even ask a question, he gives a flimsy excuse about being busy and runs away, leaving the halberd behind. In an instant, our MC is gone just as mysteriously as he came. And as the blonde man takes off his mask, he's left wondering just who in the world that guy was. A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, the situation in the city seems to have finally wrapped itself up by around sunset. Hyan and his sister walked through the ruined streets, looked like the set of a disaster film, and only after the sun had fully set did they finally return home, or at least what is left of their home anyways. Hyan dryly asks her brother if he remembered to close the door behind him on his way out to play hero. She doesn't need an answer from him anyways, and their wrecked living room is all the answer she needs. She sighs in disbelief and tells him that they should clean up before they eat, and Hyan doesn't object to that. Later that same evening, after cleaning the house, the two of them sit down to a nice dinner while Hyan checks the news on her phone. Something catches her eye, and she quickly turns the screen to show her older brother. It looks like someone recorded the fight from the street and the office. The comments have somewhat positive feedback, and Hyan cracks the creepiest smile possible as the attention hits him. His sister can barely take another bite of her food after seeing his face. She starts to talk about how horrible his face looks, and he can't even talk back to her because even the comments are mocking his villainous-looking face. Hyan has no choice but to accept that his face truly does look as bad as she has been telling him. Later that night, it's time for them to head to bed. And before his sister can go to her room, he calls her back and asks her to turn off the light and close the door for him. She initially argues, but eventually gives in only because he worked really hard. But in exchange, she warns him not to shout tomorrow when he wakes up in the morning. With that, she wishes him good luck and turns off the light for him. His thoughts go back to the strong man that he fought with earlier that day as he slowly falls asleep. The succubus from yesterday was really pretty, and although she killed him, he's a little excited to see her again. But as he opens his eyes, instead of a beautiful group of women, he sees a monster staring curiously up at him. He doesn't waste any time and punches it right in the face, knocking it out immediately. A notification pops up in front of him with a different clear condition than the last time he entered this stage. The tip for this one is that the cave goblins have dim sight but excellent hearing, so he needs to find a way to divert their attention. It's terrible timing that the system is only telling him about their great hearing now after he screamed and punched a goblin in the face. Within seconds, he's already surrounded by several goblins who were probably drawn to the commotion. Although that's a valid question to have at a time like this, the better question that Heian wants answered is why the tutorial changed again to this goblin slaying quest. The next morning, Heian screams as he wakes up and his sister screams back for him to shut up. Elsewhere, in a deserted office building, a man gets punched in the face and flies back onto the floor. The man asks, through bloody lips and a broken jaw, how a normal person can be stronger than a talented, but his questions are left unanswered as the man stomps on his head, quieting him down immediately. The man snarkily tells the talented that nothing has changed. It doesn't matter if he has awakened and gotten a little stronger if at the end of the day, he doesn't know how to fight. Now that he's done beating up this group of nobodies, the man licks his lips as he realizes that there are some interesting talented out there for him to fight. Back with Heian, he enters stage 5 for the third time, and once again the tutorial's conditions change. This time, the clear condition is to defeat the doppelganger, which is a monster that eats humans by hiding in crowds. The failure condition is death, and his tip is that holy knights and mages can use a special ability once a day. This one is more similar to the first round, except instead of a succubus, he's looking for a doppelganger. He sucks in a deep breath and uses his lion's roar skill to call everyone's attention to him. They all come towards him to hear what he has to say as Heian clears his throat and announces that everyone that moves from now on is a culprit. Of course, while doing that, he forgot something important. In a game of Mafia, the one with the biggest mouth is the one that dies first. Now that he thinks about it, he has never won a game of Mafia before. And as such, he never saw this ending coming as he woke up startled the next morning. Kian tries not to think about it and decides that for now, he just needs to eat something. And just like that, the struggle to pass stage 5 would carry on for an embarrassingly long time. He would end up making the same mistake for over a month with absolutely no progress at all. One day, in a fit of insanity and desperation, he decides to change up his look, leaving his room dressed in a suit and dorky-looking glasses. His sister comes back from work and nearly dies of shock from seeing her brother dressed in such a weird getup. She just got off work, and now she has to be forced to witness such a horrible sight. Heian, meanwhile, is trying to become smarter in hopes of clearing stage 5, and he wants to start off with his looks. Right now, it's the 53rd day that he has died in the 5th stage. He has to try and do something different or else he's going to be stuck there forever. The only hint they gave him was that he should use wisdom to pass, but the clear condition is different every time. That night, once again, he returns to stage 5, and as usual, things have changed. The condition is to completely clear an F-rank dungeon's Terrence's incubator. The failure condition is death, and the tip is that the spitting tarmac guarding the incubator is level 20, so he has to find its weak spot to defeat it. After walking through the cave dungeon for a while, he finally sees the spitting tarmac that the game was warning him about. Clearing a dungeon is the perfect condition for him since he doesn't have to use his brain. He rushes towards the monster, preparing to fight it head-on, but it defends itself by spitting out venom from its mouth. The venom quickly coats his hand, turning it a deep purple as it starts to spread to the rest of his body. Before it can get too far, he chops off the infected hand without a moment's hesitation, and even the spider is shocked by how daring he is. Then he continues his mad dash towards the spider, sliding under it before it can shoot out another poison shot. The notification window pops up right in front of him, reminding him that he needs to find the spider's weakness, and he cops the monster in half right through the notification window. Just like that, the monster drops dead before it can even do anything against him, and it's all thanks to the fact that he ultimately decided to jump in head first. He doesn't have to worry about finding its weak spot or its weakness. The system finally congratulates him on clearing stage 5 right as his severed hand regrows. And as a clear reward, he receives a B-rank ability called Titan Strength. His new ability, Titan Strength, allows him to strengthen his muscles using mana, and it in turn increases his strength by 12 for 10 minutes. The next day, in a school somewhere in Korea, some students look through the internet for information about the tutorial and their awakening. One particular student is especially distressed because it's his 18th birthday, which means that he has started facing the tutorial. There are no good tips for any stage after stage 5. They say that you are in the 1% of talented if you manage to get past stage 4, but those that did also definitely hid some good information somewhere for themselves. Eventually, the student finds some good information from an anonymous poster. Apparently, they cleared stage 7, and they are about to go for stage 8. However, after reading through the tips for the next few stages, it's hard to believe that it's actually real. The first tip is for stage 4, which has a theme of leadership. It advises them to make all the party members surrender with their strength. Stage 5 is wisdom, and they advise to use their muscles as the greatest source of wisdom by growing strength. Stage 6 is about being cold-blooded, so one should destroy everyone from enemies to allies. Stage 7 is dedication, where one must focus on destroying their enemies. All the advice sounds horrible, and the kids write it off as just a troll. Even the rest of the comments on the post are mocking the poster for making such a pointless guide, and they all write it off as just a troll post. The original poster, our very own MC, Hyan, yells at the phone as he realizes how ungrateful people are despite his excellent advice. His sister passes by and mocks him for giving useless advice. Our MC smirks and tells her to just wait and see what happens. Once he clears stage 8, then he will be the 3rd tutorial graduate in the nation. When that happens, then he will be on the same rank as Guildmaster Han Xian of Dangon Guild or President Choi Dongwu from Allegiance of Skill. Despite his confidence, there's no way he can compare himself to even being close to the geniuses who cleared the dungeon in one go when it's taken him over 4 months to get to this point. He nervously tells her to shut up and reminds her that he cleared stage 6 and 7 in one go too. With that, the sun sets and night falls, and it's time for the final stage. As he goes to sleep, the system congratulates him on completing stage 7 and asks if he would like to enter stage 8. His reward for stage 6 was a B-rank weapon called Biljin's longsword. It's described as a longsword of Biljin, the mercenary who spread his name for over 30 years on the battlefield. His stage 7 reward is Ronald's armor, which is the armor that the knight-errant Ronald of Aldous Kingdom wore throughout his life. The armor has a self-restoration ability, which means that it can repair damaged areas on its own. With all these buffs and equipment, Hyan is finally ready to clear stage 8 and start using the system and his inventory in real life. He will also be able to check the item that he got from the hobgoblin. That night, Hyan sleeps and enters stage 8 at last. The notification window for the stage appears, and it asks him what his principle is. Hyan takes a moment to think it over, but no answer immediately comes to his mind. Not long after, the world around him begins to shatter, and eventually the ground breaks apart, causing him to fall below the world into a space of nothingness. His screams become weaker and weaker until eventually he falls completely into the void. And then he opens his eyes to find himself in what looks to be a completely normal city. Crowds of people walk around him, and one person walks straight up to him and then passes through him like he doesn't exist. It looks like he's formless right now, meaning that no one can see him and he can't interact with the world. He wonders if this is Earth, but one look around him gives him his answer. It may look like Earth, but the people around him aren't human. They wear human clothes and seem to have a vaguely human society, but they are definitely different. But then he notices one guy, separate from the rest, that seems to be staring directly at him. The two of them make eye contact, but as Hyan stares back, he realizes the person isn't staring at him. They are staring directly behind him. And behind him, there's a raging sea of monsters pouring out from a large portal. The people around who were once moving calmly start to run for their lives, shouting out for help in their strange alien language. What he's seeing now is completely different from the dungeon break that he saw 2 months ago. This one quite literally looks like the end of the world. And that's when the system notification pops up in front of him, still counting down the time till the complete connection with the Hawken dimension in less than 5 years. This is most likely what is going to happen to Earth in 5 years once the Hawken dimension connects. The monsters around him are massive and completely unbeatable. One of the monsters that appears is so large that it covers the entire city with its shadow, and its hands are long enough to stretch across the entire city at once. The people continue to run for their lives as monsters kill them off one by one, but Hyan is stuck in place, staring at the giant hand as it falls down to the city. He doesn't even try to run as it comes down on him and eventually crushes him, but he doesn't die from the hit, and instead, he's teleported to another white room like nothing happened. Then a voice speaks to him, asking him what he thinks about what he just saw. Below him is some sort of formless being that glows with an angelic white light. Hyan approaches the figure, and he doesn't even need to ask who this is. This person is clearly God. The figure denies that title and explains it's a sort of dimensional administrator and the one in charge of maintaining balance between each dimension. The 8th stage is a personal interview with this administrator where Hyan is allowed to ask any questions he may have. This is also a good time for the administrator to ask him things as well. The first thing on Hyan's mind is the vision that he just saw. He asks if that is what is going to happen in 5 years when the Hawken dimension connects. The figure replies that what happens to Earth in 5 years all depends on what everyone does from here on. Our MC doesn't understand why the fate of the Earth is being left up in the air like that, and he asks the dimensional being why it doesn't just stop this whole thing from happening. The reason is because it's an administrator, not a guardian. And because of that, their job is just to maintain balance. Giving humanity access to status messages and tutorials are the best form of assistance he can provide. Hyan is lost for words, so the administrator asks its own questions. It asks for the reason Hyun has lived their entire life and what principles they follow. The administrator has been observing humans recently since the events of the tutorial started, and they really sparked its interest. All forms of intelligence are fascinating to the administrator, but humans are even more fascinating in comparison. Our MC tells the administrator that they must not have observed enough if they are asking for something grand like a principle. No one lives their lives thinking about stuff like that, or at least no one around Hyan does. Humans are just doing their best to survive since they just happen to have been born. At the end of the day, they just endure each day and try to make it to the next. The administrator changes their question and asks Yen if there is something that he wishes to protect. He wants to protect his little sister and his parents. After dying a few times, Hyan has learned his place in the world. Being a hero isn't for him. Even the administrator agrees that heroism is about innate talent. And from what they have seen, Hyan is closer to a dunce. But personally, the dimensional being is a fan of Hyan. If the administrator enjoyed watching Hyan suffer, then they must be some sort of sadist, which could mean that the future of Earth is doomed. Beyond that, however, Hyan realizes something else. He asks the administrator about Stage 5, which had a theme of wisdom and why it changes its subject every time. Suddenly, the bold and eccentric administrator goes silent before a notification screen pops up in front of his face, telling him that his time is up and he has successfully cleared Stage 8. Hyun barely has any time to understand what's going on as the administrator continues to talk, telling him that the tutorial is just a tutorial and there will be many more ordeals from now on. Meanwhile, our protagonist starts to realize that his intuition was right and the administrator really was the one that was messing with his Stage 5 run. He tries to run at the dimensional being, but it's already too late as he's being teleported out of the realm. But before he leaves, the administrator tells him that whether he wishes it or not, Yan has it in him to become the hero that saves Earth. And with that, as he is teleported back to the real world, the administrator congratulates him on beating the tutorial. That makes him the 62nd person in the whole world that has graduated from the tutorial, and it gives him the prestigious title of tutorial graduate. Hyan continues to scream at the administrator right until he opens his eyes again in the real world. Except instead of screaming out loud like he normally does, there's something stuck in his mouth. He spits it out and almost barfs as he sees one of his old socks. Hyan knew that he would start yelling first thing in the morning, so she stuffed his mouth to shut him up this time. The fact that he woke up screaming most likely means that he failed again, and she snarkily asks him how long he thinks it's going to take to beat the final stage. Hyun smirks and then summons his status window in front of her, proving that he has finally completed the tutorial. With that, he gives a hearty laugh and proudly proclaims that he's now a talent too. That's convenient for them since Hyun can now go out and make some money. To commemorate the special day, Hyun makes him a special breakfast. And after telling him about it, she leaves the room to go about her day. Later that day, Hyun sits on the couch looking through his status window while his sister heads out to run some errands. The title he got from the 8th stage isn't that amazing, and all it does is give a +2 effect to all his stats, which can be useful, but it's ultimately not that impressive. On top of that, he also can't use more than one title at a time. And outside of the title that is currently active, the rest of the title will have their effects hindered by 50%. Naturally, he decides to use the tutorial graduate title, which when added with the Impatient 1 title gives him a 2.5 point boost to all his stats. Now the most important thing that he has been waiting for all this time, it's time for him to take a look at the item that dropped from the hobgoblin. A window pops up and informs him that the book is a skill book for the E-rank skill, Magic Explosion, which discharges magic with explosive energy. Kion is extremely happy to get a skill book of all things. He immediately learns the skill and the book disappears in his hands. Now that he has looked into all the rewards, it's time for him to try applying for the talented education school. Elsewhere, a bright and cheerful-looking young woman walks through the city streets. This is Mi Young, a new civil servant that's heading for her first day at work at her first workplace at the talented education school. It's a place where awakeners who have just finished the tutorial go to obtain certifications. After 4 months, Korea was one of the first countries to set systems up to manage the emerging talented. As for Mi Young, she's just proud to be working in such a prestigious position. Even though the talented coming to register are just newcomers, they are also the future heroes of the world. Watching their development is definitely a worthwhile endeavor. At least, that's what she thought just a few hours ago, but now she's face to face with one of these future heroes, and she's terrified. Tears stream down her face, and she struggles to speak to the thuggish-looking figure that is our beloved main character. She nervously asks him to show his ID because the picture on the ID that he gave her doesn't look like the current Hyan at all. He tilts his head and asks her what the issue is with his ID, but every single move he makes looks menacing and hostile, and it causes her to shrink back in fear. Hyun just watches her, confused as she starts to break down in tears and asks him why he is doing this to her. Our MC waves his hand, trying to get her to calm down and stop being so scared around him, but the damage has already been done. People behind him start whispering about him intimidating her, and some even start taking videos of the incident. Hyun still tries to assure her that he isn't doing anything to her, but she is already curled up into a ball and isn't listening to him anymore. Then someone else joins the commotion and asks to know what the issue is. This new person is instructor Kim Lee-hyun, and then Mi Young cries out to him for help when she sees him. Lee-hyun comes over because he could see that the line is being held up for some reason, and he wants to make sure that nothing is happening that is holding up the line. As he gets to the front desk, he and Hyun make eye contact, and immediately, a wave of recognition washes over both of them. They don't immediately recognize each other though, and Lee-hyun goes to check out Hyun's documents. The first thing that stands out is that Hyun looks a lot different from the picture on his ID, and our MC hurries to explain that he looks different because of a skill that changes his appearance. He even suggests that they take a fingerprint or DNA test, but Lee-hyun is more interested in the fact that Hyun claims to have completed the tutorial up to stage 5. Hyan is trying to act weaker than he actually is by hiding his strength, so he wrote down his level and accomplishments to be lower than they actually are. The only problem is that he also claims to be level 12, which is much too high for someone that has only cleared up to stage 5 in the tutorial. The only explanation is that Hyun has been illegally raiding dungeons before coming for official registration. The interview seems to still be going on as Lee-hyun takes him away from the crowd to talk quietly in another corner. From what Lee-hyun remembers in the tutorial, talents usually get their skills at stage 3, an accessory at stage 4, and after stage 5 they get another skill as a reward. He wants Hyun to show everything that he got from those stages right in front of him. Hyun thinks that this might be unnecessarily thorough, but he doesn't argue and does as asked. First, he shows off the body regeneration ability he got from stage 3 by biting off a huge chunk of flesh from his arm. The wound heals up, immediately proving the effectiveness of the skill. Then he shows the mind-strengthening ring he got in stage 4. And finally, it's time for him to show off his 5th skill. He wrote Titan Strength as Manly Strength and wrote it as his unique ability instead of his Resurrection skill, so he will have to show a different skill instead. He picks his Lion's Roar skill to show and explains that it's a skill that lets him scream and terrify his enemies. Lee-hyun gives him the go-ahead to use the skill, and Hyan prepares himself. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a blonde man with piercings looks bored as he stands in line. He notices Hyan taking a deep breath and notices that our MC looks familiar. Then he immediately recognizes him from the Goblin Slayer video that was circling around the internet some time ago. Realizing that Haeon is most likely preparing to use a sound-based skill, the blonde man covers his ears to protect himself. Not long after he does that, Hyun uses his Lion's Roar skill, causing everyone in the room to instinctively flinch and cover their ears to protect themselves. Just like he said, everyone in the room is filled with a sense of dread as they struggle to find the source of the sound. Even Lee-hyun has to cover his ears due to how loud and overwhelming the sound is. After letting out his voice for a while, Hyun coughs for a bit before calming down. The instructor stares at him in shock as Hyun asks him if everything is alright now. Lee-hyun nervously confirms that what he has done is sufficient. With that, he approves the papers and tells Hyun to proceed to the first floor of the building for the next steps. Meanwhile, the blonde man from earlier lets out a creepy smile as he realizes that he has found exactly who he was looking for. Hyun is taken to a class elsewhere where he is surrounded by other talents that are set to start their own classes to get certified. Just like before, he sticks out like a sore thumb, but for all the wrong reasons. People say that he shouted at a woman and made her faint. Hyun, who can hear all their annoying whispers, starts to realize that he's screwed up. Meanwhile, that creepy guy from earlier continues to watch him from the back row. Eventually, the instructors enter the classroom led by instructor Kim Lee-hyun. The blonde instructor introduces himself to the class as the one in charge of the Songnam branch of the Talented Education School. The curriculum for the school is for 10 days, and during that time, they will be doing theory training in the morning and practice in the afternoon. It's only been half a year since the world changed, and even now, new information keeps coming out about dungeons and the monsters within them. Because of that, tactics and strategies of how to deal with dungeons are also still being developed. So in other words, the things that they are going to be learning aren't the absolute correct answer. With that, the classes start in earnest and the students begin their lessons. Time passes by uneventfully and the first period ends, giving them a little bit of time to take a quick 10-minute break. By this point, Hyun is bored out of his mind and he's going to have to endure these grueling classes for the next 10 days. As he's trying to prepare himself for the mental slug of the next class, one of the other students comes over and introduces himself as Gwak-Soo-il. He reaches out a hand for a handshake, and Hyun is at first hesitant to take the musclehead's hand, but he does it anyway. As soon as he gets Hyun in his grip, Gwak-Soo-il lets out a devious smirk as he tightens his grip around Hyun's hand. Ever since he made a fuss during the registration period, Gwak-Soo hasn't liked RMC. Now it's time to put him in his place, except Yun is barely even reacting despite Gwak-Soo-il gripping his hand with all his strength. Under his breath, Yun activates his skill, tightens strength, and his muscles immediately strengthen with magic. Gwak-Soo-il can barely believe that he's losing to someone at a test of strength. He put all of his stats into his strength, and now he's getting beaten by some nobody who has been doing nothing but causing trouble. He continues to squeeze his arm as tightly as he can, trying his very best to intimidate Hyun. But eventually, the strain is too much for his body, and his entire arm bursts. As the blood splatters everywhere, the two men barely even react to it, and the rest of the class is left horrified. The only person who looks happy in this situation is the blonde creep who has been watching Hyun this entire time. Later that day, an ambulance pulls out of the school's courtyard carrying the muscle head from earlier. Meanwhile, Kian is in the instructor's office trying desperately to defend himself from the accusation that he was the one that caused what happened to that man on purpose. He tries to explain that the muscle head approached him first and wanted a handshake, then suddenly, his arm swelled up and exploded on its own. That kind of excuse is really hard for instructor Lee-hyun to believe, but whether or not he believes it, that's the only truth that Hyun has. If it wasn't for his unique ability, Extreme Strength, which increases his strength, then Hyun could have been the one to get badly hurt. He even tells Lee-hyun to go and check the CCTV footage if it's so hard for him to believe. Lee-hyun's attention is shifted to something else, though since he remembers Hyun saying that his unique ability was called Manly Strength, but now he's saying it's Extreme Strength. Hyun nervously plays it off and corrects that it's indeed called Manly Strength, but there's even more inconsistencies with Hyun's story that he finds it harder and harder to play off. The blonde gives the man a long hard stare, but ultimately sighs in annoyance. With nothing else to say, he tells Hyun to return to his classroom for now. Hyun goes back to his seat and sighs in exhaustion. It's just the first day, and he has already been caught in multiple unnecessary controversies. Meanwhile, another student slides into the seat beside him and politely introduces himself. It's the blonde man from earlier, and he calmly asks Hyun if he can sit down there. Hyun tells the blonde kid to do whatever he wants, but he's cautious about the fact that he keeps getting approached by weirdos. The blonde man introduces himself as Eun Yu-sung and shakes Hyun's hand. He asks to call Hyun his brother, and reveals that he just recently turned 18, and came to the school after completing the tutorial. Yu-sung changes the topic and asks RMC how he did what he did earlier. From the younger kid's perspective, Hyun must have used some kind of skill to pop the muscle head's arm. From his enthusiasm about popping someone's arm to the creepy face he's making, Hyun can tell that something is definitely wrong with this guy as well. RMC explains that he didn't do anything to that muscular guy, but their discussion is interrupted as Lee-hyun comes in to start the second period. Since the class was delayed, the instructor starts the next lesson immediately. Currently, dungeons are classified into two types. There are ordinary dungeons and irregular dungeons. Ordinary dungeons are the ones that appear the most, and they are normally created around the world. They break after 4 weeks, so it's easy to keep track of them and monitor them. As all the people in the class should know from experience, a dungeon break is when monsters inside a dungeon start pouring out of it. Then there are irregular dungeons which have an unpredictable break time. They could break either earlier or later than the usual 4 weeks, so they need to be treated with caution. To stop a dungeon break, there are two main ways of doing so. One way is to destroy its central core, also known as the main core, which will clear the dungeon. Another way is to get rid of its normal core periodically, which won't clear the dungeon, but only delay its breaking. However, talents that go into dungeons also need to be cautious about the order that they attack the core. Lee Hyun's lecture is interrupted by a loud groan from the back of the class. Yet another musclehead loudly asks if he needs to know all this useless information just to kill a few monsters. He didn't come to the school just to listen to long and boring lectures. Hyun is annoyed by the number of muscleheads that seem to be in this classroom. Just like the guy from earlier, this guy also looks like he's going to cause problems. Our ever-brilliant MC doesn't realize that he too is a musclehead, but let's leave him be. One of the instructors steps up to try and calm down the rowdy student, but Lee Hyun holds him back calmly with his hand. He tells the student to come down to the front of the class, and the older-looking musclehead laughs at the provocation from the shorter man. He steps up to the front of the class, ready for a fight, and Lee Hyun pulls out his phone to start a timer. He tells the student that for 1 minute he will only evade and block the musclehead's attacks. But if one attack even so much as grazes Lee Hyun even a little, then the musclehead graduates immediately. However, if the man fails to hit him within the time limit, then he will get expelled. Seeing the instructor acting so cocky only makes him even more enraged, and he prepares to launch himself at the blonde man. With one large jump, he closes the gap between them in an instant, swinging his sword in a wide arc that Lee Hyun easily dodges. The man gets even angrier and turns to launch another attack, but all he manages to hit is Lee Hyun's aftershadow. The man takes out his anger and swings towards the instructor. But no matter how powerful and fast his attacks are, he's just swinging aimlessly, and Lee Hyun is easily able to dodge everything without any problems. The musclehead throws in a heavy attack, which Lee Hyun easily dodges. And before he launches the final blow, he gives the man one last lesson, telling him that a powerful swing is not always a good move because his movements will inevitably become exaggerated. With that, Lee Hyun launches his first counterattack since the spar started, kicking the man's weapon into the air and lodging it in the ceiling and causing him to fall to the ground. Then he shows the man his phone, confirming that 1 minute has passed, meaning that he failed. Hyun once saw a video of a professional boxer avoiding an ordinary person's punches just by weaving. But for him to do that against an awakened, it just proves that there's a massive gap like that even among fellow awakened. The agility and reaction speed he showed were so impressive that even Hyun, who has raised his stats quite a bit, would struggle. But that only makes him want to square up against the blonde instructor even more, and he's not the only person that feels that way. The curriculum for the Talented Education School is theory class in the morning and practice in the afternoon. For the day's practice class, the students will be training their weapon skills. Lee Hyun tells them to come one by one and receive their training weapons. First, they will be given the opportunity to train in their own way, and then an assistant will come and correct them. Before they step up to start the training, he explains to them that due to a lack of manpower, they are unable to do one-on-one coaching. Hyun picks up one of the training blades, and he's immediately disappointed. The blade is rather dull, and just training by themselves sounds boring. Yusung comes up behind him and asks if he feels like having a short spar. But as if reading their minds, Lee Hyun tells them that fighting is prohibited until day 6. He watches the other students training. And although he didn't expect much, everyone's average level is lower than he expected. He doesn't need to practice, but at the very least, he can do a little as a workout. He takes the sword and does some basic sword moves, moving around fluidly the way he would have done in the tutorial. Lee Hyun watches as our MC moves his sword with precision, but doesn't say anything. One of the instructors comes over and tells Hyun not to move like that. He gives some advice about the sword angle and his stance and tells him that he seems to be showing off, but the way he's moving is useless in real combat. Hyun has no idea what this guy is yapping about and he wants to fight, but it's better to let it slide. As they are talking, Lee Hyun comes over and gets everyone's attention. Once everyone's focus is directed at him, he tells the class that Hyun and the instructor that was just correcting him will give a quick fighting demonstration. Lee Hyun tells the assistant instructor to fight Hyun in the way he just advised him to, while our MC will continue to fight as usual, and the both of them will aim for each other's swords. The two step up to fight each other, and Hyun is beyond excited as Lee Hyun begins a countdown to start. Their swords clash, and immediately the difference in their strength is clear. With Yun's technique that has been refined over countless deaths and revivals, he's able to completely overpower the instructor, pushing him down to the ground and causing his sword to land limply behind him. With this brief learning opportunity, Li Yun explains to the other students that the weapon skills that they are currently training are to prepare them for real combat, but it's also to train their body's ability to react to attacks immediately. Hyun doesn't understand a single thing about what just happened, but he's just happy that he's getting praised and he got to fight an instructor. The teacher goes to help the fallen instructor back to his feet and also apologize for putting him in that kind of situation. The other man doesn't take it too personally, and he's not offended by it. Lee Hyun still apologizes anyway, but tells him that the reason he did this is because he needed to confirm something. Over the next few days, things pretty much go the same way for Hyun. To keep track of things and not lose his sanity, he starts keeping a training diary. On the first day, he writes about the events with the buff guy that destroyed his arm and has his introduction to the weirdo Yusung. The second day wasn't too different from the previous day, and in the morning, they learned about tactics while also practicing with more weapons. Yusung specifically seemed to enjoy the weapons training a lot, but it would probably be best to avoid that guy for now. The days pass by completely uneventfully, and Hyun is bored out of his mind. He's so desperate for something exciting to happen that by day 6, he tells Yusun to go and cause some trouble. But unexpectedly, the blonde teen refuses. Hyun already warned him to stay out of trouble and quietly graduate. But at this point, Hyun is so bored that he just wants anything to happen as long as it doesn't cause problems for him. The older man can say some truly awful things without blinking an eye, but Yusung assures him that he doesn't have to worry about being bored for much longer. Today is the 6th day of the school curriculum, meaning that they will have sparring practice for the first time in the afternoon. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the time for sparring practice had finally come. Students who had spent almost a week practicing and attending lectures are now tasked with fighting against each other. When Kang Hyun's turn comes up, it's absolutely no surprise to anyone that he wins his match without any problems. After a short fight with his opponent, he returns to his seat beside Yusung, who congratulates him on an easy victory. But he tells the man that his opponent was just weak and that's why he won so easily. He's not being humble either because that's truly how he feels about the competition. Watching them fight is like watching children play, and overall, the skill level of the talents isn't that high at all. He doesn't know about certified talents, but regular people are probably very low level. They said that sparring practice will continue till the 8th day, so he will have to go through 2 more boring matches before the end. The 2 people on stage are nearing the end of their fight, but something seems to go wrong. One of the fighters seems to panic and forget how to block a direct attack with his sword. The crowd watches in anticipation as the man prepares himself to get his head chopped off, but he opens his eyes to see the sword hovering just short of his face. Lee Hyun got there just in time to stop a terrible accident from happening, and he declares the end of the match and announces the winner, all while maintaining his calm expression. Hyun knows that the instructor is skilled, but if he has to fight anyone, he would rather fight Lee Hyun after seeing the way he moves and fights. The next pair is called out, and Yusung stands up to take his turn. He smiles deviously, and it catches Hyun's attention for a moment, but he doesn't say anything. Yusung promising him earlier that something entertaining would definitely happen momentarily flashes in his mind, and he wonders if the psycho will end up causing trouble. Despite the fact that he just asked the weirdo not too long ago to go and cause some trouble, now that trouble is brewing, he can't help but be worried. At least an instructor is there, so nothing too bad can happen, right? On the stage, Yusung steps up to fight a lady who seems to be a mage. Lee Hyun explains that the lady will not be using her training weapons because she's a mage, so she will need to use her personal weapon to make up for the spatial disadvantage. Yusung doesn't have a problem with this, but the instructor notices something odd. He's using a mace instead of the sword that he usually used during the actual training sessions. There's no rule against using more than one weapon, so it's not like using a mace is prohibited, but the instructor still finds it rather strange. Regardless, the 2 talents take their positions, and instructor Lee Hyun starts a countdown for the fight to start. At the count of 3, the mage wastes no time in firing some long-range spells at Yusung. The psycho easily uses his mace to bash through the crystal projectiles without breaking a sweat, and he smiles cockily while enjoying the thrill of the battle. Meanwhile, Hyun is thoroughly impressed because this is the first time he has seen someone actually using magic in the real world. That means people could also learn magic depending on how they clear the tutorial. He hasn't seen this mage throughout the time he has spent in the school, which means that they were most likely being trained separately. The woman starts to get anxious and charges up a powerful spell towards Yusung, who still hasn't moved an inch since this entire fight started. The crystal goes flying at her opponent, who takes a moment to glance at Lee Hyun. Then he winds the mace like a baseball bat and smashes it into the large crystal. But this time, instead of shattering it, he uses the mace to redirect the magic blast and change its direction. It goes flying straight towards the instructor, who has to take a moment to dodge it. But in that brief moment of distraction, Yusung is able to make a mad dash towards the girl and clobber her with his mace before she can make any attempts to stop him. Blood goes flying everywhere, and both the instructors and the audience freeze in shock as Yusung stands with a fist held high after winning his battle. The only thing that Hyun can think of right now is that this guy is definitely a lot crazier than he originally thought. The instructors move quickly once the initial shock wears off, and they rush over to assist the girl who hasn't moved since being attacked. One of the instructors calls 911 and informs them that there is someone with an open head fracture that needs immediate medical assistance. While all this chaos is happening, Yusung watches them try to revive the girl with a sadistic smile on his face. Lee Hyun immediately confronts the blood-soaked psycho and points his sword straight at the student's throat, demanding to know what in the world that little scene was. The blonde plays dumb, and the instructor has no choice but to call a forced break for the class, all except Yusung, who he orders to follow him. Hyun watches them leave and stares specifically at the instructor's dagger. That's definitely the same dagger that the blonde talent used when they fought together to take on the hobgoblin. Despite the incident, the sparring practice continued as normal for the remaining 2 days, and Yusung wasn't expelled and continued to participate in training. But it seemed like his fights are given special interest because multiple instructors stand guard to keep an eye on him. Although he mostly ended up winning through forfeits more than anything else, they even have a healer on standby to make sure that anyone injured can get immediate medical assistance. Thanks to all of their precautions, the 8th day passed uneventfully, but Hyun noticed Lee Hyun looking particularly anxious for the rest of the day. Later that night, he heads over to Lee Hyun's office with an offer to have a match with real swords. The instructor, who is already stressed enough and stomped with work, calmly tells his student that not only is he not supposed to barge into an instructor's office unannounced like this, but this period of time is particularly exhausting for him to deal with. Hyun doesn't understand why he's so tired and asks the man if he isn't tired of playing this childish game. He can tell that the man is really itching for a fight, and just reading and filling out paperwork isn't his thing. On top of that, Hyun reminds Lee Hyun that the two of them have already met each other before, a fact that he is very sure the instructor should remember. That's enough to convince him to follow Hyun back to the training stage. Lee Hyun had some suspicions, but it's confirmed now that he has heard it from Hyun himself that they fought together during the dungeon break incident. It's a bit late considering how much time has passed, but the instructor thanks our MC for helping to prevent additional casualties. But beyond that, Hyun claimed that he stopped at stage 5, yet the sword that he's holding is a reward for clearing stage 6. Hyun lies and says that he found the sword on the ground, but even Lee Hyun comments that that is a pretty lazy excuse. That's fine by him, though, since it's clear that our MC has no intention of answering honestly no matter how much he's asked. Lee Hyun pulls out his dual daggers from his inventory and prepares for a harsh battle. Without wasting a second, he moves so fast that he seems to disappear and immediately appears behind Hyun. Just before his attack lands, Hyun turns and blocks the hit with his sword before the attack can land. The teacher thought that Hyun was all strength, but it turns out that he's quick on his feet too. Despite his large size, Hyun made sure to assign his stats evenly so that he wouldn't just be good at only one thing. He tells the instructor that there is no need to hold back since he has a healing skill, and Lee Hyun happily takes him up on that offer. In a second, he flies off again, coming down for multiple consecutive super speed attacks, which Hyun skillfully manages to block and parry. Lee Hyun, who is going at near full strength at this point, can't believe that Hyun is actually managing to withstand all this. Hyun, on the other hand, is slowly going mad with bloodlust. His healing skill is just as good as he suggested, so Lee Hyun decides to go a little bit rougher. He readjusts his sword and rushes over to Hyun at a different angle. This attack is completely unavoidable and should be just good enough to create an opening. Except this is exactly what Hyun was looking for. He brings up an arm and takes the dagger head on. It seems like it's stuck between his bones, keeping it firmly lodged in place. With nowhere to run, Hyun pulls Lee Hyun closer and smashes his large head into the instructor's face, knocking him backwards and immediately beating him. Later on, after treating the heavy hit to his head with a cold ice pack, Lee Hyun and our MC sit down to enjoy a drink together and talk about the fight. They both acknowledge each other's strength, but Hyun decides to be honest and call this match a draw. They were not supposed to use skills during the spar, but Hyun ended up using his. Since that's the case, Lee Hyun decides that they should call it a win for him, and Hyun tries to argue that passive skills can't be helped. Once they are done drinking, Lee Hyun gets up and thanks Hyun for allowing him to distress with this sparring session. Now he can head in and get a good night's sleep with less worries to think about. They are definitely going to need the rest too, since the next day is set to be a practice dungeon raid. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure approaches the doors of the dungeon that they are meant to take the next day. He looks around to make sure that no one is watching him before quietly using an invisibility skill. The doors of the dungeon slowly open as an invisible figure steps in and closes it behind him. And the night goes on with no one aware of what has been set up in the dungeon. The next day, the students gather in front of the dungeon that will be used as the training area by the Talented Education School. The dungeon is an F-rank dungeon known as Kika's Forest, and the monsters that spawn there are known as Kika. They are stronger than the average F-rank monsters. But even so, the place was specifically chosen as the training dungeon for their class for two reasons. The first is because it's a field-type dungeon, which means that there is no danger of traps or anything other than monsters. Secondly, it's because Kaikus don't live in flocks, which means that they can lure the monsters out and fight them one at a time. The rest of the details for the mission will be explained in detail once they enter the dungeon, so the instructors open the doors for them to enter. This will be the first dungeon that Hyun has entered in reality. In the tutorial, he would always start inside a dungeon, so he has never gone through a door like this before. Walking through the doors fills him with a sensation of passing some sort of dimensional boundary. And then once he opens his eyes, the scenery has completely changed. Inside the dungeon, the instructors will first lure in the Kika to provide an example, and then they will split into groups of 5 to hunt down Kika on their own. Lee Hyun gives the other instructors a signal to begin the hunt while he continues giving explanations of how to monitor and track down Kika. Outwardly, Kika resemble ostriches, and they are known for their nimble legs and solid beaks. They are even capable of crushing metal plates with just their stomping power. As they walk through the forest with Lee Hyun still giving them explanations on how to take care of these monsters, they all suddenly receive a system notification informing them that the main core of the dungeon has been destroyed and the portal leading to the outside has opened. As a result of this, the dungeon will soon collapse, and they are to leave the dungeon immediately. The sky around them starts to break apart like glass, and it looks like the dungeon really is about to collapse. Lee Hyun calmly tells the students not to panic and to calmly leave through the portal one step at a time. They have to leave before the dungeon completely collapses, but they have plenty of time so they can afford to move in an orderly fashion. The students safely leave the dungeon and immediately begin to question what in the world happened and why the dungeon is suddenly starting to collapse. Lee Hyun does a quick head count and is able to tell that everyone got out safely. That doesn't answer the question of who cleared the dungeon. There's more pressing concerns though, as the dungeon starts to break and run wild right in front of them. As soon as Lee Hyun sees this, his orders for the instructors to go and get support while telling the trainees to step as far away from the dungeon as they can. Lee Hyun calls for Hyun to come and help out at the front line. The reason the dungeon broke is because of how dungeon laws work. If the main core of the dungeon is broken without defeating the boss monster, then the dungeon collapses and the remaining monsters come flooding out of the portal. This is called a dungeon break, and it's something that was definitely taught in class. There's no time for them to joke around since the Kaikus will soon start flooding out of the dungeon break. Lee Hyun plans to go and start directing the students, but he doesn't even have time to think up a proper plan before the first of the monsters starts spilling out. With no time to explain anything else, Lee Hyun rushes off to go and take care of the students, leaving the fight with the Kaikus to Hyun. The large horde of birds charge towards Hyun without a care, but he definitely doesn't have a problem with that. Behind him, someone excitedly comes rushing in, begging to join in on the fun. It's Yu-sung, and he comes in with his mace, swinging it at one of the birds that Hyun was just about to fight. As the bird crashes down to the ground, Yu-sung starts to laugh maniacally as he feels the sensation that he was looking for. Crushing the monsters with his mace is the best feeling he has ever felt. Hyun can't even hide his utter disgust at the raw cringe emanating from Yu-sung, and he really hates how crazy the guy is. But still, it's better to have a psycho on your side that can be kind of reliable. He rushes in to join the monster-killing fun, and together, the two of them hold back the onslaught of monsters coming through the dungeon. Then he tells Yu-sung to cover his ears and activates his lion's roar, using the skill to decrease the opponent's stats and morale. Even in the back line, Lee Hyun can tell that all the monsters have suddenly gotten a bit weaker. That proves that Hyun's skill is an area of effect to buff skill. Thanks to the two of them holding off the front line and the skilled instructors fighting in the back, they might actually be able to clean up this mess a lot easier than they expected. The only problem is the largest monster that is still yet to make its appearance. Back at the front line, Hyun uses his mana explosion skill for the first time. He punches a bird in the face with the skill, and although it manages to one-shot the monster, it leaves his hand completely wrecked. This kind of skill is only usable because it's him, but there's no one else who can handle this kind of skill. Yu-sung eagerly asks Hyun what kind of skill that was, and our MC coolly refuses to reveal where he learned it from. As they are chatting, another monster finally makes its appearance, and this one is bigger and much more terrifying than the rest. It's the mutant Kika, and it's clearly the boss monster of this dungeon. Lee Hyun can't believe that the boss monster arrived so quickly, especially since his support hasn't arrived yet. Even though Hyun has faced boss monsters before, the pressure caused by one of this size is an entirely different problem. Despite his panic though, a completely different emotion is going through the two brothers of chaos as they argue with each other on who gets the chance to take on this monster. After the dungeon break event subsides, Lee Hyun goes to give a report to his superior. The next day is the completion ceremony, and his boss asks about the accident that happened during the day's training. Lee Hyun reports to her that someone broke into the practice dungeon and intentionally caused a dungeon break. From the information they've gathered, it's most likely to be an extension of the dungeon terrorism that has been going on for over a month. The woman sighs in understanding and asks if there are any students that stood out during the fight. Lee Hyun immediately reports on two that were exceptionally useful in holding back the monsters. They are even the ones that defeated the Kika mutant boss. One has exceptional physical strength, and his power, speed, and reflexes are at the level of a monster. Above all, his greatest strength is his healing, which allows him to be aggressive without being scared of getting hurt. On top of that, he also has equally impressive stamina as well as an unpredictable combat style that makes him a terror to fight. The other student is an entirely different type of beast. He's pretty much a genius with a prominent talent for combat. His quick decision-making and knowledge of his gear makes him an outstanding fighter, but his excessively violent character is a major flaw of an otherwise talented young man. The woman sets the topic aside and points out that it's rare to see Lee praise people so much. He asks the man if he has sent out recruitment letters, but scouting students that are under training is illegal. He hasn't even attempted to do so. Lee Hyun is a stickler for rules, and it's only natural for a subordinate to resemble their boss. And in this case, it's the guildmaster of Dangon Guild, Han Seon. She commends him for going around and being an instructor to the youth, but she wants him to return back to the guild. After this accident, she has a bad feeling that things are only going to get worse going forward. The next day, the completion ceremony takes place as the principal of the school congratulates the newly graduated talent on their hard work for the past 10 days. The ceremony ends, and Hyun joins his peers in clapping for the big man on stage. He heads outside with Yu-sung, and there's a limousine waiting for them. Despite his personality, it looks like Yu-sung is loaded, and the rich kid offers to give Hyun a ride home. As the two of them slide into the car, someone calls Hyun's name from behind them. It's Lee Hyun, and he comes over to inform them that regarding the dungeon break incident that happened the previous day, both of them will be receiving a clear reward since the two of them were the most useful in subduing the monsters. He just wants to let them know that someone will reach out to them soon to give them the rewards. With that, he turns to leave, and Hyun angrily shouts at him to give them some kind of praise at least instead of being so cold. Lee Hyun sighs and decides to at least give them some advice. He tells Hyun that he's strong, and he's only likely to get stronger from here. So it's very likely that the two of them will see each other in a dungeon again at some point. Lee Hyun just hopes that our MC will never forget the responsibility that comes with being strong since he's now a talent too. As soon as he gets home, he proudly goes over to brag to Ah-hyun about his growing potential and how amazing he has become due to being a talent. She barely pays him any mind and idly tells him that he's so great while using her phone. Haeon tells her that this is the last day that she's allowed to be like that. Starting from tomorrow, he will also be going around dungeons, and that means that he will be making money. The only problem is that Haeon doesn't know how he's supposed to find dungeons in the first place. His sister tells him that there's a site called Rydar where he can find out most of the stuff relating to dungeons and how to find them. RMC had no idea about that and wonders if his sister is some kind of expert or something, but she tells him that he can easily find out this information on any social media platform. Despite her deadpan attitude, Ahyun is actually worried about him. Hyan immediately downloads the app and it comes with a dungeon map, monster info, and even an interface to recruit party members. It shows another Kika forest, which is an F-rank dungeon nearby, and he wonders if he can just clear it himself. If he does that, then he can make a bunch of money to show off to his parents. And that's what he does for the next 1 month, dedicating all his time and energy to working as an independent talent and clearing all the dungeons he can find. They say the lowest ranked dungeons have a clear reward of $20,000, and new energy sources like the Mana Stone are also attracting attention. Those Mana Stones, as well as items dropped by monsters, are a bit of extra money that wouldn't be too easy to obtain. In a small apartment somewhere in Korea, a man asks his wife if they have heard from their son, Hyun, lately. The last time they spoke to him, he said that he got a degree in something during the last month. His wife calmly tells him that Hyun sent him $10,000 in pocket money recently, and it also looks like he bought a used car as well. The man accepts that his son most likely makes more than him now. Even though their son is sending them money, Hyun's mother can't help but be worried about him. They say a lot of people get hurt and die in dungeons, and she doesn't want anything to happen to him. Hyun's dad tells his wife to just let the boy do what he wants. After all, it's better than a full-grown man being jobless. Apparently, they group up into parties to raid dungeons together, so he's sure that Hyun won't do anything reckless, and he should have everything under control. After all, the Hyun they know has always been a bright little boy. Unfortunately, the Hyun they know has dedicated all his intelligence points into muscle, and bright wouldn't be the right word to describe him these days. But those points he dedicated to muscle are really working overtime as he cuts his way through yet another dungeon with ease. A horde of monsters are no match for Hyun, as he uses his skills and sword mastery to completely crush everything that stands in his way. Meanwhile, in his new Burnley car parked outside the dungeon gate, his phone desperately rings with a call from his mother. His father tells her that Hyun must just be asleep and warns her not to wake the boy up when he could be busy. His mother reluctantly agrees and goes back to washing the dishes. Although the things she wanted to talk to him about weren't too important, the main things she wanted to mention are the gates that appeared around their town. His dad shuts the idea down since there's nothing that Hyun can do about that. He's sure that the government will do something about it, and they don't need to be senselessly calling their son for these sorts of things. Little do they realize that their worries about the gate are actually incredibly valid as the doors to the dungeon open slowly and an army of orcs and orc warriors come pooling out into the city streets. Following closely behind them is the dungeon boss, clad with iron armor and a screech that sends shivers to whoever hears it. By the next morning, the central core of the dungeon Hyun was just raiding is finally removed and he exits through the exit portal. He manages to clear the dungeon in one day and wonders where he should go next. Maybe an E-rank dungeon, although even he thinks that it would be a stretch for him to take on that kind of dungeon solo. He starts to think that maybe it's better to be careful, especially since he hasn't confirmed whether his resurrection ability works in real life yet. For now, he'll just go home and get some rest and then make plans to eat beef with his sister the next day. As he opens his car and picks up his phone, he sees 36 missed calls from his sister, Ayun. She calls him back immediately and asks what happened to make her call him so much, and he's immediately greeted by a raspy voice. She calms herself down and tells him that they are in a lot of trouble. Their mom and dad are in danger. Hyun listens carefully to what she's saying, but he's not paying attention, and a wave of anxiety and anger fills him as he thinks about his parents' safety. The news reports on the dungeon break incident happening in Hangrae country where their parents are. In response to what is going on there, the government has announced that they are doing everything they can to quickly resolve the situation. The Ministry of National Defense is working with civilian talent organizations to try and blockade the Hangrae country area to prevent further casualties. There are also growing concerns regarding the residents that have been isolated within the cordoned-off area. As the news broadcast plays in the background, Hyun laces up his shoes and prepares to leave. His sister worriedly watches him as he prepares to leave. Not only is her brother going to a very dangerous place, but he's also going in alone. He tells her not to worry though and assures her that Kang Hyun, the tutorial graduate, will be alright, so all she has to do is stay there and wait for him. She still tells him not to get carried away or try to show off as he gets up to leave and hurries to save their parents. As soon as he leaves the apartment, the excited and confident Hyan is replaced by a man with an uncharacteristically calm seriousness as he gets in his car and prepares to go. He reaches the Hangray country border, and he's immediately stopped by 2 soldiers who are guarding the perimeter. He's told that he can't go any further and that he should turn back, but in return, he flashes his talent ID card in hopes that they will let him through once they see that. But even though he's a talent, he's still just an individual without a party, and they don't want to let him charge into this dangerous situation by himself. However, as they are trying to turn him back, their superior informs them from their truck that they should let him through. All talents are allowed in, so he can enter without restrictions. However, they won't be responsible for whatever happens to him afterwards, so they tell him to be careful as he goes in. Hyan salutes the guy and tells them that he understands the risks before driving in. The guy that let him in definitely isn't a soldier, so he's more likely to be a supervisor of some sort. Regardless of what he is though, it works for him as he zooms through the streets on his way to his parents' place. From what he can find online, there are 5 confirmed dungeon breaks in the area, and even some E-rank dungeons have been mixed in with the mess. He just needs his parents to hold on till he gets there. But the question is if he will make it in time. So long as he doesn't encounter any monsters along the way, he can probably make it there in 2 hours. Right as he thinks that, a giant boar comes charging in from the forest, slamming itself into Hyan's car and knocking it over. Hyan comes charging out of his newly destroyed Burntly, determined to avenge it by taking down the giant beast. His bravado is immediately challenged as he realizes that this monster is surprisingly bigger than he thought it would be. Just before their fight can start, a stampede of goblins come running down the road straight at them. Hyan must have burned down a goblin kingdom in his past life because just when he barely manages to forget his screwed-up past with these annoying monsters, they always end up showing up right in front of his face at the worst possible time. Defeating them isn't a problem for him, though. The real problem is if he has enough time to take them all on. Instead of starting a fight that he doesn't have the time to finish, Hyan decides to head on his way and leave the 2 groups of monsters to fight between themselves. The pig yells in outrage that Hyan would just leave in the middle of their fight, but a rain of arrows from the goblins proves that it has way more pressing matters to worry about. The goblin's attack is the perfect distraction he needs to escape before the boar monster can give chase. His Burnley was destroyed, meaning that he can't waste any more time. He has to make the rest of the way on foot. By nightfall, he's still running through the forest, trying to get to his parents' place in time. As expected for him though, trying to get there on foot in a single day is tough. He also needs to conserve his phone battery, so he can't even use the flashlight. Had he known that things were going to turn out like this, he would have taken the main road with streetlights. Behind him, something charges in to try and ambush him from behind. Hyan notices it in time and cleaves his sword through whatever was coming at him. A dislooping wolf appears out of nowhere with a deep gash from Hyan's sword. It looks like there are now monsters that can turn invisible, which means that having a comfortable journey all the way to town is out the window. Suddenly, the monsters appear out of nowhere, and he is left completely surrounded. They aren't a match for him though, and he makes quick work of them, killing them all off immediately. Hyan takes a deep breath as he prepares for a long fight, inviting the wolves to give him all they've got. By the next morning, the forest floor is bathed with blood and Filipino wolf corpses. Hyan rests on a tree above the carnage and sluggishly wakes up from a terrible rest. Since he spent the entire night fighting, he couldn't get much sleep. Now that he's awake, he starts his journey again to reach his parents as fast as possible. Back in his parents' place, Hyun's mother asks her husband if it's really alright for Hyun to come to this place when it's so dangerous. They've been trying to call him, but he hasn't been picking up, and his mother suggests that it could be a problem with the cell towers. His dad once said that things will be alright, but now he's starting to have doubts. Orcs have appeared in the city, and he thought that they could be easily handled given their level since the news said that they came from F-rank dungeons. However, the real problem is if Hyan can defeat the monster that just appeared and wiped out all the monsters, little do they know that the monster that they are most terrified of is actually their own son. Hyan laughs like a maniac as he kills the monsters with ease. After all, he's someone that roams F-rank dungeons alone, so defeating 15 orcs at a time is a breeze for him. But before he can catch his breath, there's already more of them approaching from behind him, except these aren't ordinary orcs. These are orc warriors, which are usually boss monsters, but there are a lot of them. It looks like this was actually an E-rank dungeon and not an F-rank, which makes this several times harder to take care of. He screams out to his parents that he is here to rescue them, so they need to not make any noise and stay where they are. From the voice, they can tell that the monster on the ground fighting the orcs is actually Hyeon. He's completely unrecognizable, and they wonder what in the world happened over the past few months. Hyeon rushes in to take on the orc warriors, and his sword clashes with the closest one as the rest of them fall in. He's able to use his mana explosion to quickly take care of one of them, which shocks the rest for a moment as they stare at their fallen comrade. Another one comes in to try and surprise attack Hyeon, and he uses his hand to block it, immediately suffering from a fracture, but he ignores it, using his mana explosion again to make quick work of the second monster. Then he uses the body of the second to take out the third. Once the last one is on the ground, he puts his fist in the monster's mouth and uses mana explosion to kill it quickly. Blood splatters everywhere as Hyeon struggles to catch his breath after the hard fight. But in the time it took him to kill these few monsters, he has already been surrounded by more orcs and orc warriors. They stomp their feet while keeping him trapped in a circle of bodies. All the while, a larger and much more terrifying orc makes its way through the circle, and this one is an orc great warrior, which is several times stronger than any orc Hyeon has faced so far. It's also several times more ugly than anything Hyeon has faced up till this point. Our MC was planning to save his mana for regenerating, but in a situation like this, he has to finish things quickly without wasting any time. He activates his Titan strength and then uses his lion's roar on the monsters, prepared to go in and finish things up once and for all, only to get absolutely bodied by the stronger monster. The other orcs don't allow him to escape, and they push him back to the fight anytime he gets knocked down. He's out of mana, so he can't regenerate, and he is already exhausted from fighting too long. At this point, he has been beaten up so badly that the orcs are just toying with him. It's still unknown whether he can resurrect in the real world now, but it looks like it's time for him to finally find out. Even though he's definitely going to die and there's no way out of this situation, Hyeon is determined not to abandon his family. He gets up again and again every time he's kicked to the ground, but his attention is diverted as he hears a scream coming from one of the buildings. He looks up to see his father and mother desperately trying to hold back some monsters that are climbing towards their window. Hyeon tries to run over to save them, but the orcs hold him back. He still struggles to push through, but a giant hand calmly plucks him up like a Happy Meal toy, then smashes his head into the ground before he can escape. As his eyes close and his consciousness starts to fade, Hyeon still desperately reaches his hands out to them, hoping that they won't be hurt during all of this. Eventually, the orc great warrior gets taken down, but a few skilled slashes from a talent. It's Guildmaster Han Seon of Dangon Guild, and she meets up with the rest of her guild members who are mostly done killing the monsters and saving the civilians. For now, they just prioritized evacuating the injured, and they managed to save the rest. The damage was significant, but they were able to finish this mission effectively thanks to someone gathering all the orcs to a single place. She asks about the guy that held them off until her team arrived, but they confirm that he's already dead. It's a shame, but Han Seon orders her team to dispose of the corpse with courtesy. At least that's what they should have done, but the corpse has somehow disappeared. Elsewhere, Hyun wakes up with a start, alive and uninjured. It looks like his resurrection ability works in real life after all. He looks around and finds himself in the same tree that he slept in when he took on those invisible wolves. Just like the ability specified, if he doesn't designate a location to respawn, then he will resurrect at the last place that he slept. That's not what he has to focus on now, however. His memories rush back to his parents that were about to be attacked by monsters in their own home. It's already been 24 hours since then, which means that whatever would have happened must have happened by now. Our MC grabs his sword while gritting his teeth and jumps off the tree, hoping to get back to the city as quickly as possible. As soon as his feet touch the ground, he can already feel the penalties of his resurrection taking effect. His body is way heavier than he's used to, and he's not as fast either. Despite that, he forces himself to sprint through the forest, all the while hoping that everything is somehow alright. After trudging along with his uncooperative body for a full 5 hours, Hyeon finally makes it to his parents' abandoned empty home, but all that greets him is a scene of chaos and fighting. With his head hung low, Hyeon wanders aimlessly through the night until he's eventually spotted by an army group. He borrows a phone from one of the officers and manages to reach Ayun. From his phone call with her, she tells him that their dad has lost an arm and their mom is in a coma. Hyun can barely hold his emotions as the phone cracks in his hand from the anger of hearing the news. And just like that, this event finishes and 2 months pass along. In Hyun's little sister's home, The news talks of how guild leader Han Se-yen is addressing the new C-rank dungeon that has appeared, but the two siblings in the house couldn't care less about the random news broadcast. Hyun is going off to another dungeon, and his sister anxiously watches him leave. He has already died 3 times this week, and yet it seems like he's not even done yet. Hyun claims that he's fine, but Hyun knows that he's just blaming himself for what happened to their parents. She tries to assure him that what happened wasn't his fault, but our MC slams the door to the apartment as she's talking and walks down the stairs to head to his next dungeon. Hyun peeks her head out the house and watches him go, still looking extremely worried. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, a group of talented fight a monster type called Interia. After killing off the monsters, one of the talented is able to level up, and his other members praise him for being the party's ace. The man takes a moment to bask in the praise, knowing fully well that he's an elite who made it to stage 5 of the tutorial. Within the next month, he's planning to reach level 35, which is the minimum requirement to join the Dangon Guild. Even with his inflated ego on the inside, he takes a moment to congratulate his party members as well, and assures them that they will soon catch up with him. As they are talking, one of the party members notices someone rushing in from deeper in the dungeon. It's Hyun looking incredibly serious as he pushes through the dungeon at an incredible speed. He flies past them completely solo, making the others realize that he must be raiding the dungeon alone. They call out to him, but either he's too far to hear them or he doesn't care as he races towards the core room. The group wonders if they should follow him, and their ace thinks for a moment on what to do. He would feel uneasy just letting Hyun go like that, but the core room is still way too dangerous. They continue to follow him with the plan that if things go south, then they will just retreat. But by the time they catch up to him in the core room, he's already about to fight an entire small army of interior beasts. Hyun wastes no time as he activates his skill, Wayne's secret technique, which is an ability that increases all his stats by 40%, but as a result breaks down his body over time. With the enhanced strength, he leaps headfirst into the army of monster bugs hanging off the ceiling. And with one slash of his sword, he's able to cut through a majority of them at once. Then he activates his mana explosion, killing the rest easily. The party from earlier watches in shock as multitudes of monster bodies fall to the ground, and eventually, they are all cleared, leaving Hyun alone with the core. The Wayne's secret technique skill that he acquired the previous day goes very well with his body regeneration skill since the degradation of his body can easily be repaired, and he would have been in trouble had it not been for his now advanced rank body regeneration, which is now a rank. The other party nervously approaches him to ask him if he's alright after going through such a tough battle. But when Hyun nonchalantly tells them that he's fine, they all seem to be too stunned for words to say anything else. Since they have nothing else to say, Hyun takes the normal core and makes his way out of the dungeon, but they stop him and ask if he's not taking the mana stones from the bodies of the monster. Hyun doesn't have any reason to take them, so he tells the party that they can have it. And with that, he leaves them alone. They don't waste any time and immediately start trying to gather as many mana stones as they can. Meanwhile, Hyun mutters to himself that he has no need for mana stones or money at the moment. All he needs to do is try to get stronger. As the party leaves, they wonder just who that mysterious muscle head from earlier was. The party ace tells them not to worry since, thanks to him, they managed to make a fortune in monostones. There are all types of weirdos in the world, and it's best not to think too much about them and instead move on. What's important for them now is that thanks to that person, they have earned several days' worth of pay in one swoop. One of the party members has an idea that it might be the person who has recently been sweeping through dungeons and clearing them alone. There's no way that rumor can be real though because the person is usually known to clear F-rank dungeons, and the dungeon they are currently in is an E-rank dungeon. Even Guildmaster Han Si-yen or Choi Dong wouldn't be able to clear an E-rank dungeon alone. As they are still talking about it, a notification window pops up informing them that the central core of the dungeon has been removed, and they are all to head to the exit portal as fast as possible. Deeper in the dungeon, Hyun stands over the body of the dead dungeon boss as he stares at the exit portal. That marks another dungeon clear for him, and he even managed to get a new skill book that grants Antria's integument, which hardens his skin when activated. With all his other skills together, his mana is already running low, so adding this skill on top might make things difficult in the future. Having many skills doesn't necessarily make someone more proficient. For example, the Berserker ability that he gains from Bilgeon's longsword. It increases his strength, but impairs his judgment, and severe after effects occur after using it. The best abilities become useless if you can't use them at the right time. He remembers the fight with the orcs to protect his parents and thinks to himself that even though the situation was urgent, if he had kept his cool during that fight, then things might have gone very differently. There's no point in regretting it because there's only one thing that he needs to do right now. He needs to focus all his energy on becoming stronger at all costs. For now, he'll learn the new skill and add it to his growing arsenal of impressive skills. Outside the dungeon, a reporter interviews the party from earlier as they exit. He's hoping to get information on the stories about a man that has been going around clearing dungeons by himself. People say that he was spotted earlier today in this very dungeon, and he thinks that the man may be among them. The party nervously tells the reporter that the solo dungeon clearer is not them, and instead, he's still in the dungeon. Just as he says that, someone comes walking out of the dungeon triumphantly. Hyan scratches his neck as he walks out of the dungeon, already thinking of his next goal, when suddenly, he's immediately flooded by the blinding light of several cameras. Multiple news reporters scream over each other, trying to get Hyan to look their way and give an exclusive report. At the same time, multiple recruiters stretch out their cards towards him in hopes of getting him to join their guild. It's chaos and pandemonium, and our MC brushes past them easily, telling them directly that he is not interested in them or the rumors about him. As he makes his way through the crowd, he bumps into one of the reporters, and the man angrily asks Hyun what he thinks he's doing. Immediately, Hyun turns around with a look of rage on his face and dares the man to do something if they really bumped into each other. The reporter is left completely unable to talk as Hyun stares him down, and he's only able to mutter a brief apology as our MC grunts and walks away from the mass. When he leaves, the group starts to whisper among themselves. The expression on Hyan's face made him look like he was about to kill someone, and some of the reporters start to speculate that he might even be a gangster or someone with a criminal record. Hyan makes it to the parking lot and uses his key to find his car, Bentley number 2. He's still grumbling about how the annoying reporters wasted his time when someone calls his name from behind. It's a man dressed sharply in a nice suit, and Hyan immediately demands to know who this person is. The man calmly tells him not to be so wary since he is here to help our MC out after all. With that, he hands Hyan a card showing that he's a talented association member named Sun Yoon-ho. The talented association has been keeping their eyes on him for some time, and Sun Yoon-ho came over to personally promise Hyan that if he chooses them, then they will use all the resources they have to aid him. Then he tells our MC that he doesn't have to give an answer right away, and instead they would be thankful if he gives them a call at any point. With that, the man bows his head and leaves Hyan to continue his business. Hyan watches the man leave while staring down at the card. The Talented Association is definitely a group that Hyan has heard of before. The Talented Association was the first guild founded to promote the rights of talents. Unlike other guilds who focused on making profits, the Talented Association put their talents above everything else. Hyun wasn't aware that they recruited people like this, but it's not a bad change of pace from people shoving cards in his face. They also said that he doesn't have to contact them immediately, so he has time to make a decision. As he's eating his noodles in peace, a little girl walking by asks her mother if our poor misunderstood MC is a monster, only to get shushed by her anxious mother. After Hyun finishes his meal, he takes a moment to think over what his next plan should be. Right now, his biggest problem is mana. His mana is being spent almost entirely on Wayne's secret technique and body regeneration. That's why he's always so low. Adding in the Antria's integument that he just obtained, he won't even be able to freely use his current attack skills. What he needs now is an item that can help him overcome this mana shortage. With that thought, he opens his phone and goes into the Rider app to look for items to buy. After a bit of initial scrolling, he doesn't see anything that would be particularly useful. Everything so far that he can see is just accessories that can be worn for their effects, but those are just cheap trinkets that will raise his stats by 1 or 2. He needs to buy something that's actually good. Then he notices a notification from someone offering info about a dungeon that drops a ring that increases magic power. Hyan takes that one up, and the next day he follows the advice of the person that posted the message on the board. They direct him to an E-rank dungeon called the Goblin Village in Hanam. Inside that dungeon, shamans appear that have a somewhat high chance when killed to drop a ring that gives a 1 or 2 point increase to magic power. They can also rarely drop a ring that gives a 4-point increase in magic power. The dungeon's boss is the Goblin Great Shaman, and there's a high chance that it might drop an even better ring when killed. The dungeon was originally a quiet hunting ground with good income that only a select few knew about. But recently, unauthorized people have occupied it, and they are arguing that it's their territory while not letting anyone in. The government also hasn't done anything about it since there is no dungeon break. So the only thing the person posting can hope for is that a major guild clears it after seeing their post. Hyan heads up to the Goblin Village dungeon, and initially it seems like there is no one there. According to the post, there's supposed to be people guarding the entrance. That doesn't matter to our MC, though, and he pushes his way into the dungeon to start another solo raid. As soon as he enters the dungeon, he sees 3 people standing guard at the entrance. The man in front admires the gear that Hyan is wearing and assumes that they will get a nice treat from defeating him. The other 2 also agree that taking Hyan's gear will be a nice treat for them. One of them approaches Hyan first, telling him that the dungeon is the territory of the Bait Guild, but Hyan couldn't care less. The man continues by telling him that anyone who enters Bait Guild territory without permission will have to pay a toll. They tell him that if he gives them everything he has, then they will let him go. Hyan's response is to calmly toss the man that approached him like a javelin, knocking him out immediately with a single punch. The remaining 2 barely have a moment to react, and they immediately pull out their weapons to start a fight. The other man rushes towards Hyan with his sword held high, and Hyan doesn't even try to dodge. He catches the sword with his bare hands and shatters it, then kicks the man backwards, sending him flying. Then as he walks towards the man, he tells the group that he likes people like them because no matter how many times he hits them, he doesn't have to feel bad. As he's stomping on the man that just tried to attack him, a blast of magic hits him in the back, causing him to pause and glare back at the caster. It's the woman who is the only one remaining, and she trembles as her hand still smokes from casting Mana Explosion. This shows him that Mana Explosion has been a long-range skill this whole time, and he has been blowing up his own hand for no reason. Hyan thanks the woman for teaching him something new and tells her in exchange he will teach her something as well. Most people would let the girl go, but our main character is a figure that promotes gender equality. He grabs her hand with his and shows her how he has been using Mana Explosion for himself. Then his hand glows a pale blue and blows up, sending the woman tumbling to the ground in pain. This group is just filled with a bunch of nobodies who try to prey on the weak. As he's dealing with this initial group, another set of nobodies comes storming out of the forest, most likely drawn in by the sounds of fighting and screaming. They don't look too happy about the fact that Hyan has spent the last 5 minutes crippling their fellow party members, and the leader among them reaches into his inventory to pull out his weapon. He tells Hyun to give up on returning home alive as his sword glows with bright energy, and the other party members around him also prepare for a fight. Meanwhile, this is fantastic news for Hyun. After all, he needed someone to guide him through the forest anyways. For one of the Bait Guild members, the tutorial completely changed his life. With the appearance of dungeons came an environment where power alone decides your rank. Violence and money are all things that can be leveraged if your rank is high enough. And for this lone background character who was just another cog in society's machine just a year prior, thanks to the appearance of this new system, he can now live a plentiful life. On top of that, he became the executive in a big guild like the Bait Guild. With all these things by his side, he's sure that inside of dungeons, he has nothing to be afraid of. But as the roaring fist of our main character makes its way to his face, a man who was once untouchable realizes that there are still a lot of things to be afraid of. In a matter of seconds after declaring that our MC would not be making it out of the dungeon alive, he and all his fellow party members are on the ground in pools of blood, and he has no idea what in the world just happened. Somehow, they all lost to a single unarmed man. Hyan, who had just finished wiping the floor with all these criminals, pulls out the knife they managed to stab into his stomach and points it at them. He gives them all 5 seconds to gather in front of him before he starts dishing out punishments. It's time for him to select his faithful guide that will take him through this journey. In a flash, all the criminals are gathered in front of him, in an obediently little pack as Hyun holds the person that he selected as a guide close to his chest. He tells them all to clap for the person he has chosen to be his guide through a fair evaluation. This person is Bait Guild's grunt Kim Sung-woo, and he tells them to clap for the man who has been chosen among all of them. The bloodied and beaten men don't clap immediately out of fear, but a glare from Hyun has all of them clapping their hands gleefully. Now that Hyun has gotten his guide, one of the criminals asks our MC what he is going to do with the rest of them. Hyan thinks for a moment and then asks them if they will stop doing evil acts and promise to start living honest lives if he lets them go. Then men all put their hands together and promise that they will never do anything bad again if he lets them go. Hyan doesn't believe them for a second, and he punches and kicks all of them for even daring to think that he's stupid enough to believe that. He continues to pummel the men, knowing fully well that they are just lying so they can escape and go and do it again. All the men are left in even bloodier pulps than last time as Hyan takes a crying Sungwoo with him to continue his journey through the forest. From what Hyan has seen over the several hours that he has been in this dungeon, this place is one of the rare dungeon archetypes that can exceed the size of a city. It's way too big, and at one point, he suspects Sungwoo of leading him around in circles on purpose. The Bait Guild grunt nervously says that he's not leading them around in circles, and instead, he is just trying to find the path with the fewest monsters. That's a useless thing for him to do, though, since he is walking with Hyan, and our MC tells him to just focus on taking them to the core even if it leads them to where monsters are. He points his blade at Sungwoo and tells him to take them to where monsters are since he's bored. And immediately, the grunt moves to go and find some monsters, but Hyan stops him. It's already getting dark, so they need to rest and wait for the next day to make their move. The two men settle down and build a campfire for the night. Hyan rests against a tree as Sungwoo cooks some ramen over a fire for them to eat. As the two of them enjoy their meal of instant ramen and a meson, they both sit in awkward silence. Hyan is the first to break it, and he asks Sungwoo how old he is and what he was doing before he became a talent. The man is 25 years old, and he was in college before the world changed with the tutorial. Hyan advises that he should have just stayed in school instead of joining a guild like the Bait Guild and doing horrible things like he did today. Sungwoo tells him that he needed the money since his student debt has been piling up and he couldn't apply for a scholarship because he kept taking part-time jobs. To make matters worse, his father's business failed, which only made their situation a lot harder. The shock was too much for his mother, and things only grew more desperate. As he's in the middle of telling his life story, Hyan stops him and asks why he's suddenly preaching a sob story. This is way more information than he cares to know about some random kid. With that, our MC tells him to stop talking nonsense and just focus on eating the ramen so they can rest up for the next day. Sungwoo can't even hold back his tears as he continues to eat the food. Later that night, the two men rest on the forest floor as the embers from the campfire smoke away. Sungwoo waits until the dead of night to slowly open his eyes and check if Hyan is asleep. He can't hear the larger man's snores, but considering that he's completely wrapped up, the Bait Guild grunt guesses that Hyan must be asleep. This is his chance to either escape or kill Hyan. But after remembering what happened earlier and how easily Hyan beat up the rest of his party members, it's safe to say that trying to kill him is a very bad idea. No matter how he thinks about it, there's no way he can kill a monster like this. Hyan instead makes the much smarter choice of trying to run away and save his life instead. He slowly starts to sneak out of the area, but Hyan's voice calls out to him immediately, stopping him in his tracks. Hyun calmly asks the man where he's going, and Sungwoo smartly says that he just wants to go and pee. Hyun tells him to just do it here and then reminds him that if he tries to run, then he's dead. The next day, the two of them make it through the forest and eventually reach the goblin village where the main core is located. Hyan can feel a lot of mana gathered around there, which proves that what Sungwoo is saying is the truth. Our MC's forced partner asks him how he can feel something as sensitive as mana, but Hyan only responds by calling him a weakling. Sungwoo stiffly laughs at the insult, but inside, he's just bearing all of this because he plans to make sure that Hyun won't be able to ignore him much longer, because he will be dead soon. In the goblin village, the monsters are concentrated near the main core. However, they regularly send scouts all around the field, the Bait Guild farmed by attacking the scouts. But thanks to Hyan, none of those sites have been killed yet. Because of that, the village has all of its troops gathered together in one place. Despite the overwhelming numbers in the village, Hyan shows off an evil grin since killing goblins is his specialty. Hyun makes his move to get started on the massacre as he rushes towards the massive horde of goblins charging at him. Before he can attack first, a bag smacks him in the back of his head, and he turns around to see Sungwoo holding up his middle finger before running away, praying that they never see each other again. Hyun doesn't even flinch as he watches the man run, and he vows to make sure that he messes up Sungwoo once they are finished up here. After running for a good long while, Sungwoo takes a moment to rest against a tree. No matter how strong Hyan is, Sungwoo is sure that he won't be able to do anything against such a massive horde of monsters. But then suddenly, he gets a notification that the dungeon's main core has been destroyed and a portal to the outside has been opened. Despite all the odds, Hyan managed to clear that massive village of goblins and take the main core all by himself. As Sung Woo stares at the two notification windows, he can only think that this is some kind of dream. The E-rank Goblin Village doesn't have a normal core, and all its forces are concentrated around the main core. Hyan managed to defeat all the goblins in this massive dungeon and take the main core for himself. Sung Woo continues to stare at the notifications in shock, wondering just what kind of monster our main character really is. What kind of strength do you need to win against an overwhelming number of enemies? Is it the firepower to wipe everything out, or is it great strength and endurance? Although those things are part of Hyeon's strength, it doesn't really match the way he fights. What's most important isn't any of those, but instead, it's overwhelming defense and decisiveness in the face of waves of enemies. If he was able to endure their attacks and take the most optimal path to the commander, then it's not impossible that Hyan could have won on his own. That's a dangerous tactic that could lead to failure if there is even the slightest hesitation. But for a madman like Hyan, it's not impossible. Sung Woo thought he was just stupidly good at fighting, but it looks like he has ended up offending a true boss monster. He must be some sort of exceptional strategist, and now Sung Woo is absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, Hyan, after defeating the Great Goblin Shaman, receives the boss monster's magic stone as well as a D+ rank ring, which grants an additional 4 magic power as well as 10% mana regeneration speed. With that, Yun has achieved his goal, and now it's time to take on his next mission of messing up his dear Sung Woo. As he steps out of the dungeon, he's immediately confronted by a massive group of people who are almost likely from the Bait Guild. It looks like since they couldn't beat him by themselves, they decided to bring in all their men and gang up on him with the whole squad. This large gathering of people isn't what he's looking for though, and his eyes dart through the crowd until he eventually spots his lovely Sung Woo hiding out in the crowd. Hyan stretches his shoulder as he walks towards his target, intent on starting out with 30 hits and then saving the rest for later. Before he can move in to attack though, someone cuts him off, claiming that this whole thing must be a misunderstanding. He turns to see a man dressed in a fine suit approaching him calmly. He tells Hyun that they are not here to fight him, and instead, they just want to talk. The man introduces himself as Young Yui Yoon from the Bait Guild and asks to know Hyun's name. Our MC immediately denies the request and leaves Yui Yun's hand hanging. He isn't interested in pleasantries and tells the man to stop beating around the bust and get to the point before he gets really pissed off. Yui Yoon reluctantly folds his hands and decides to be more direct with his offer. He tells Hyeon that he officially has an invitation to join the Bait Guild. If he joins, he will receive fame, and anything else he needs throughout his career as a talented. They will even give him the position of an executive. Yui Hyun wants to recruit this powerful talented who's not yet publicly known. If they can get him as a figurehead, then the Bait Guild will grow to become one of the most significant guilds in the world. Hyun listens to their request and then flat out denies it. Yui Hyun didn't expect him to accept the offer immediately anyways and offers him a golden business card and hopes that our MC will take his time to think about the offer. Hyan looks it over for a moment and then cleanly rips it in half right in front of them. The big guy's personality may be trashy, but even he isn't bad enough to move around with scumbags like the Bait Clan. Yui Hyun stares at the blatant refusal in shock, and his mouth twists into an angry grin. But as soon as Hyun sees that, he rushes in close with a manic grin of his own and asks if he wants to fight. Yui Hyun nervously declines the option to fight it out, saying that he simply wanted them to speed properly for now, and offers another chance for them to discuss again given the opportunity. Hyan pushes past him and spits at the offer of even having another chance to talk it out. And with that, he starts to make his way through the crowd of Bait Guild members. With no one left to take out his anger on, Yui Hyun approaches the person that brought them into this mess in the first place, Sung Woo. As Hyan walks home, he thinks back to the fact that he was almost messed up there for a second. There had to have been at least 300 of them gathered there, and he was low on mana. If they actually ended up fighting him, then he would definitely have died. And in all the chaos, he forgot to beat up Sung Woo, all because of the Bait Guild master, Young Yu Yoon. Our MC tries not to get too annoyed by the missed opportunity, knowing that he will get his chance someday, and he will make sure that Sung Woo suffers the next time they meet. Meanwhile, the poor Sung Woo that Hyan hates is currently getting accused by his fellow guild members of volunteering to guide Hyan. He kneels in front of an angry and insulted Yui Hyun as the guildmaster asks if what the rest of the people are saying. When the man can barely answer, Yui Hyun calls for a sword as Sung Woo begs for his life, offering to do anything if they just let him live. The guildmaster barely listens to him as he stabs the sword through Sung Woo's chest. He can't imagine that a traitorous lowlife would even think about living. Then he kicks bleeding Sung-woo into the portal as it closes up and the gates disappear. With the nuisance taken care of, Yui-hyun calls for the vice guildmaster to come over. He wants them to find out everything they can about Hyen, and the vice guildmaster confirms that someone has already been sent to follow RMC. Hyen dared to refuse the offer of the bait guild in such a rude manner, but he knows that the big man can afford to be so arrogant because he's strong. But that same strength isn't the same for the people around him as well. If Yui-hyun wants to tame the monstrous man, he will just have to get a hold of his weaknesses. There's no way Hyun can keep his attitude for long when his family is in danger. The next day, Hyun and Ah-hyun head over to a premium Korean barbecue restaurant for dinner. Ah-hyun can't help but joke that Hyun is an ex-jobless college grad lazy bum is buying her beef so often. It's obvious that he has become successful, but the truth is that there's no greater place for him to spend his money than on some good food. As he's turning the meat to cook it properly, his sister offers to take it over as they talk about their parents and the recent hospital visits. When Ah-hyun went to visit last, the doctor said that their mother is fine, and they even said that she might wake up soon. Hyun smiles at the good news, and his sister immediately calls it out. It has been a long while since she last saw him smile. Since what happened with their parents and his first death, he has been incredibly serious and frowny, and nothing like his normal self. Hyun doesn't agree with that and says that he smiles all the time, but his creepy criminal smile obviously doesn't count. Suddenly, Hyun's stomach starts to twist. He realizes that he needs to head to the bathroom for a critical emergency. He runs off even though his sister tells him that the meat just finished cooking. But the reason he's in such a rush is because taking a dump in a dungeon is uncomfortable. After a satisfying war with the toilet, Hyun washes his hands in the men's bathroom and steps back out to return to the table. That had to be at least 2 days worth of waste, but it's finally out of his system. Unfortunately for him though, the waste just keeps coming, and he notices someone talking to his sister at the table he just left. Once the man notices Hyun coming back, he quickly bows and walks away. Hyun smirks annoyingly and asks his sister if someone came over to flirt with her, but she's just as confused as he is and asks if he doesn't know the person. The man gave her a paper to give to him before he left, but Hyun definitely doesn't know who that person is. If they really know each other, then he wouldn't have left after seeing RMC. He would have at least said hello or something. But then the reason for everything immediately clicks as Hyun opens the paper and reads the message inside. It's a simple greeting from the Bait Guild's guildmaster, young Hyun. The siblings head home despite the ominous letter. And as soon as they return to the apartment, Ah-hyun complains that she should have gone to the convenience store on the way back. She asks Hyun if he wants another bear, and when he refuses, she sighs and decides to go and buy a drink for herself. Hyun tells her to go back inside so he can get it for her, and she's initially surprised by his sudden hospitality, but doesn't argue to a free beer. As he walks out of the convenience store with a newly purchased can of beer, Hyun silently wonders what the people of the Bait Guild are scheming. They have really tasteless methods of achieving things if they dare to approach his family. Hyun filters through his options, wondering if he should stop going to dungeons for a while and stay home, but there's no guarantee that will be enough. Hyun also goes to work, among other things, but there's no guarantee that they will even do anything yet. As he's walking through the streets with his thoughts, his phone rings. It's a call from his dad, and he picks it up immediately once he sees it. The older man first asks Hyun if he's home before dropping the news that their mom has finally woken up. Hyun starts bombarding him with questions asking how she is and if she'll be alright. But for now, all they can do is wait and see. The doctor said she'll be alright, which is a huge relief for RMC. But the relief immediately fades away when his father informs him that someone claiming to be a friend visited them earlier. Hyun has no friend that would be close enough to visit his parents, and he can't think of anyone. Then his father reveals that this friend is someone called Young Yui Hyun, and he asks Hyun's father to pass along a greeting. His father asks Hyun if they are from the same neighborhood since the older man can't remember ever seeing the intruder before. All the while, Hyun stays silent as he slowly starts burning with rage from the inside. The next day, An-mi Young, the woman from the talented education school that cried at the mere sight of our MC's handsome face, heads over to work and spots one of her co-workers also making her way to work. She's a little later than usual, and she admits that it's because she slept in a little. Both of them stop when they hear someone greet them from the side. It's a talented named Shin Sung-ah, and she brought them some coffee to start the day. They tell her that she really didn't have to go out of her way to do that, but accept the coffee anyway. She tells them that they don't have to thank her since she's doing this for them because she wants to. With that, she bows and leaves them alone to continue their conversation. They start to wonder why she always wears armor. She's a little eccentric, but they know that she's a good person. In fact, compared to the other weirdos that flood in with every group of prospective talented, Miss Sung-ah is practically an angel. Myung especially has a lot to say when it comes to eccentric people. Everyone knows about her first time on the job where she met what has to be the worst batch of students that have come through their school. One destroyed their opponent's hand in a spar, and another intimidated her at the reception on his first day. She still has nightmares about it till now, and thinking about that person reminds her of a great orc warrior or something. As if her nightmares have come to life, Sunga feels an ominous presence behind her and turns to see the very man of her nightmares glaring her down with a look of murder on his face. With each second that they stare at each other, it feels like the anger in his eyes only grows, and eventually, she and her coworker can't stop themselves from screaming in terror. They weakly threaten to call the police as Hyun weakly reaches his hand out to them. As they struggle to bring out their phones, Hyun speaks and asks them about Mr. Kim Lee-hyun. Despite Hyun's terrifying face, the fear in his eyes as he tries to tell them that he needs to protect his family causes them to pause their screaming and calm down. Then Sung-ah is able to weakly tell our MC that instructor Kim Lee-hyun was just a temporary instructor at their school, and he isn't with them anymore. Elsewhere, in a meeting room, Kim Lee-hyun gives a presentation on the research that his group has done. From the research, he tells them that the rank of the emergent dungeons that have been popping up will only continue to increase. And because of that, they need to recruit talented individuals to combat this. His presentation is cut short by some frantic knocks at the meeting room door. He opens it and tells the man that they are in the middle of a meeting, but this isn't something that can be put off if they want the building to keep standing. There's a man with monster-like strength that is making a mess in their lobby, and he says that he knows their vice guild master. That catches Kim Lee-hyun's attention. The Vice Guild Master heads over to the reception room to meet with a very panicked Hyun. When the former teacher said that the two of them would meet each other soon enough, he didn't think it would be like this. He gets straight to the point and asks Hyun if there's anything that he needs help with, and our MC replies that he wants to hire Lee-hyun. The Vice Guild Master has no problems with that deal and asks to know about the details of him being hired. The reason is because the Bait Guild threatened him and his family, and they are taunting him. Hyun just needs a bodyguard to protect his family while he goes to finish them off. Lee-hyun nervously wonders just what Hyun has been up to over the past few days for things to get this messy for him. The man puts down his coffee and sighs. The Bait Guild is rather infamous, and even his guild is aware of them and their troublemaking ways. However, they haven't been able to do anything about them since they lack justification to launch an attack. Hyun doesn't care about the details of inter-guild affairs. All he knows is that he wants to destroy them himself, which should be a win-win situation for Lee-hyun. The Vice Guildmaster isn't even surprised by Hyun's brutality. He is surprised that our MC chose him. The reason is rather simple, and it's because Lee-hyun is the strongest person that Hyun knows. Well, there is one other person, Gu's son, but there is no way Hyun would leave his family in the care of that psychopath. Hyun promises that he will only need the man's help for 1 week, and in exchange, offers to pay up some serious money to get this done. However, for someone as notable in the talented world as Lee-hyun, money is definitely not in the list of his priorities. The Dangon Guild already covers a lot of his monetary worries. If Hyun wants to hire a man as prestigious as Lee-hyun, then he will need to offer something other than money. Hyun thinks for a moment and wonders if Hyun is after his body for some reason. The absurd idea of that is almost enough to end the negotiations right there. Lee-hyun smartly realizes that he will go insane if this conversation continues and decides to drop his offer first. He offers that if this job finishes without any problems, then he would like Hyun to meet with the Dangon Guild Master. Hyun will still have to provide some monetary payment, but if he agrees to this condition, then the entire Dangon Guild will help him with his issues. The answer to that offer is a no-brainer for Hyun. And in an instant, the Dangon Guild provides all the support that Hyun needs. They place 5 bodyguards in his mother's hospital ward and 5 more in the company where his sister works. That's rather generous of them, but in situations like this, it's better to be safe than sorry. The real problem child here is Hyun and his plan to dart into a guild as large as the Bait Guild to cause chaos. Hyen isn't worried at all and even points out that the Bait Guild doesn't seem as large as Lee Hyun's guild, but the Vice Guild Master reminds him that a guild isn't determined by the size of their office. The Bait Guild has an abnormal number of dungeons, so there's no doubt that they have some kind of powerful supporter. Haeyeon called them and made an appointment on the day that he received the ominous note, so they've definitely prepared all their available forces. It would have been better if Haeyeon ambushed them, but after getting the note, he called them in a desperate panic, saying that he would do anything they want him to. He had no choice back then, especially since his family came first. But thanks to that, he managed to buy himself some time to meet with Lee Hyun. Now that they are done talking, Hyen hands Lee Hyun his wallet and instructs the confused man to park the car at his place. For Hyen to make that kind of request, Lee Hyun can only imagine that he has a plan to sacrifice himself, but our MC assures him that it's not like that. He can't explain the situation in detail, but he assures Lee Hyun that he will be back the following day alive and well. With that, he heads over to the Bait Guild meet with a very smug-looking young Yui Hyun, who welcomes him along with a group of very well-equipped talented. Hyun gets straight to the point, seeing that so many people have come just to welcome him, and immediately offers a fight. But Yui Hyun calmly explains that the members of the Bait family simply came to welcome him. The word family coming from this man's mouth makes Hyen laugh hysterically. Hearing that is enough to push Hyen over the edge in a fit of rage, and he activates his mana explosion, using it to completely destroy the building around them. The talented around him are completely caught off guard as the floor explodes, but Yui Hyun laughs at his attempts. The floor is made from reinforced steel, which Hyen is already aware of as he pulls out his sword. He knows that his mana explosion isn't enough to destroy the floor, but with the activation of his skills, Wayne's secret technique, Titan's strength and swift strike, he's able to cut through the floor with ease, sending all of them plummeting through the ground. Hyen pushes himself through the debris and appreciates the effects of one of his new skills, Antria's integument, which hardens his body. Behind him, Yui Hyun casually drops down into the room to meet with the man that just destroyed his office. He advises Hyun to be rational, still not giving up on the hope that they can be allies and not enemies. Hyun, on the other hand, says that the guildmaster has already crossed the line and removed his right to ask for any sort of partnership. Yui Hyun apologizes for visiting his family before, but then he lays out his offer for Hyen. If our MC joins the Bait Guild, then they can work together to bring down even the Dangun Guild. The arrogant guild master, Han Se-yun, would be brought down to her knees, and the large guild would be toppled from the ground up. Yui Hyun asks our MC if he understands the gravity of what they are discussing, but Hyun is not invested in this conversation at all and just wants to fight. Yui Hyun laughs and tells of the audacity of this man. There are currently over 200 guild members in this building alone, and the members in the country is several times that number. Even with this huge size, the Bait Guild is only missing a figurehead. They need an absolutely strong person who can be the vanguard of the Bait Guild members. With Hyen in that position, then the Bait Guild could expand beyond Korea and go to take over the rest of the world. Hyen's answer to that is to grow the largest spitball from the back of his throat and hawk two-eye it straight at Yui Hyun's unsuspecting face. This entire ramble felt like he was listening to an elementary schooler's presentation. He advises the man to become an extuber instead of coming around and spouting nonsense to him. Yui Hyun takes a moment to wipe the spit off his face and stare at it in his hand. Then the mask of politeness that he has been trying to keep this entire time finally falls. He knew from the very beginning that there is no way a lowly peasant like Hyen could possibly understand his grand aspirations. Hyen's face twists in amusement before he bursts out laughing. The man really thinks he's so large that he called Hyun a peasant of all things. That's certainly a weird choice of words for someone living in the 21st century. Hyun starts to poke fun at the man who has already long since reached the end of his patience, and eventually, Yui Hyun can't take it anymore. The other guild members gather as the guildmaster gives them the order to kill our MC. Several of the mages all start by casting various mind and status effects to bring down Hyen, but all of them get cancelled out as Hyen activates his Lion's Roar skill. That, as well as the Ring of Strength and Mind, come together to remove all the status effects as well as shock his opponents, decreasing their stats and morale. Yui Hyun is not affected due to his unfiltered rage, and he tells his guild members to forget about restraining him and just focus on killing him. With that, the mages change their tactics and send magic attacks down at Hyen, who is more than happy to test out his Antria's integument skill against magic attacks. The mage attacks him, causing a massive explosion as several of the guild members all rush him at once. In a matter of seconds, he's surrounded by dozens of talented while still getting blasted by multitudes of attacks from dozens of mages. But none of these things are enough to even faze him, and he comes shooting out of the explosions with his sword, easily cutting down several guild members. Wee-hun continues to seethe in rage as Hyeon takes in a deep breath and screams out a war cry for everyone to come at him all at once while the building erupts in explosions. By the end of the day, the building is completely destroyed with smoke coming out from the window as Hyeon stands in the lower floors, out of breath and bloody. Around him are the corpses of several guild members and the wreckage of the destroyed building. But even with that, there are still quite a few guild members left as well as the guild master himself. Yui-hyun laughs out nervously as he asks Kang-hyun if he's feeling alright. After the rampage that he just went on, he is also a murderer and now he's the same as them. Hyun calls bull on that and warns the man that if he's trying to somehow make him feel guilty for what he's doing, then he should just give up now. After all, he knows that if you're gonna try and kill someone, then you have to be ready to be killed. The guild master grumbles in annoyance and warns Hyeon that he is acting way too nonchalant for a man who is about to die. Even if he pretends to be alright, it's obvious that he's tired. As Yuehun says that, tentacles spring out from the ground and restrain Hyeon, who is too tired to resist it. Before he can gloat about how much energy he has left, he stares down at his own reflection in the sword sticking out of his chest. With that, Hyeon finally accepts that he's done for, but at least he lasted long enough to deal some damage. Wee-hyun commends his vice guild master on the good job of incapacitating Hyeon, and tells the man to back up so he can deal with the finishing blow. Even though things worked out for them in the end, Wee-hyun can't help but praise Hyeon in the back of his mind. He went up against hundreds of other talented, and even with his many injuries, he's somehow still alive. The level of strength is so absurd to the point where Yui-hyun wants to replace every single person in the guild with just him. Despite that though, he calmly mocks Hyun, asking him if he has any last words. Hyun smiles and tells the man that he will find a strand of hair in every stew he eats. It's obvious that our MC is going to act tough till the very end, so there's no use talking anymore. Wee-hyun places a hand on our MC's face and activates a mana attack that completely burns Hyeon from the inside out, leaving him as a screaming ball of flames. With one of the biggest messes in the guild's history taken care of, Yui-hyun takes a puff of a freshly lit cigarette to celebrate a job well done. He asks one of the guild members to give a rundown of the situation. Over 30 are dead and around 50 are seriously injured. All of that damage happened because of one person. As he leaves to relax and get this whole incident out of his mind, he tells them to grab any equipment Hyeon drops. Hopefully, whatever they can get off his corpse will help make up for the losses they face. However, behind them, the corpse is gone, and in its place is only the sword that they used to stab him in his last moments. The next day, Hyeon revives in his sister's apartment, having lost a level and with all his stats reduced by 50% for 24 hours. He steps out of his room to see his sister, who's not even surprised that her brother just popped out of his bedroom. It's obvious that he died again, even though he promised that he wouldn't do things like that anymore. Hyeon doesn't answer and just asks if there's anything for him to eat, since he's hungry. The two of them start to banter as Ian scolds him for wearing his armor and shoes in the house. Just like that, Hyun successfully made it out from a mission alive and well like he promised. 2 days later, at a dungeon under the Bait Guild's possession called the Kikura's Gorge, two men stand guard and chat idly among themselves. They are both bored out of their minds, and they wonder why no one has come by lately. Over the past few days, there have been a ton of rumors about their guild, so it makes sense that people wouldn't come over to guilds that they own. One of the men thinks that the people that are avoiding them are just a bunch of cowards since they only take some equipment, but the other man reminds them that they also take their lives. As they are both talking, they finally notice someone coming to the dungeon. Whoever it is dressed like a stereotypical burglar, and for a moment, the two men are so shocked that they just stare at this weirdo and his strange outfit. Hyeon learned something after breaking in so recklessly into the Bait Guild. He can keep trying, but it'd be no different than hitting a rock with an egg. With an infinite amount of eggs, that wouldn't be the worst idea. And Hyeon does have an infinite amount of eggs in this case, but he can't keep putting up with the resurrection penalties from dying multiple times. If he wants to take down the Bait Guild, then he will need to defeat them one at a time. His current plan is to go inside the Bait Guild's dungeons and take out anyone he sees, destroying them all one at a time. As he holds down the last person to stand in his way in the dungeon, the man wheezes out that he's sorry, but Hyeon asks him just what exactly he's sorry for. Even the man has no idea as he's held up in the air with his life on the line. Hyun throws him away like a dirty rag and then tosses down a piece of paper and a pen to him. He wants the man to write in detail where all the Bait Guild dungeons are. If he does that, then Hyun will spare his life. The man gratefully takes the pen and starts frantically writing everything he can remember. As he's writing, Hyun asks the man how the guild hasn't gotten caught despite the fact that they kill so many people. Even if they work to keep it quiet, they have to get caught eventually if they keep it up. Hyun initially wonders if they bribed the police, and the man tells him that it could be that or it could be the fact that the Bait Guild intentionally picks dungeons with no CCTV cameras in the area. After writing down a list of all the dungeons he knows about, the man nervously gives the letter to Hyun. After reading it and making sure that it's correct, Hyun stretches his hand to the man's face and activates his mana explosion, blowing his boy apart instantly. Since the Bait Guild chooses places with no cameras, that means that he won't get caught either. With that, he gives a silent warning to the bad guys, promising that an even bigger and badder guy is on his way. The Bait Guild hasn't been having the best week since Hyun came into their lives. News headlines theorize about a captured monster being released, which is the only way they can explain the carnage that surrounds the Bait Guild office. Hyun slams his hand on the table in anger as he reads through the news. Hyun may be dead, but his effects are still being felt several days after. The guildmaster had to use an excuse that he had saved only for emergencies to cover up the fact that it took an entire building full of people to take care of one psychopath. The door to his office swings open, and someone comes running in, shouting that they have a problem. His panicking is interrupted as a bottle cap smacks into his forehead. Hyun, the one who threw the cap, asks the man how he dares to open the door and just barge in like that with no respect. Hyun is already pissed off from everything he has had to fix over the past few days, and now something like this comes out of nowhere to make his mood worse. The man hurriedly apologizes before announcing that the reason he came to the office in the first place is because a person of interest has appeared again. The nut job who has been trashing their dungeons has appeared again, and 7 of the Bait Guild-owned dungeons have already been trashed with more than 100 of the guild members already dead. Hyun grits his teeth as he tries to figure out who this mysterious person is. Things are already chaotic enough as is, and now there doesn't seem to be any hope. It feels like the more guild members he sends to take care of the situation, the more of them end up dead. There's no time to think, and Hyun is forced to make quick strategic decisions. He orders for there to be no more rotating shifts. From now on, everyone will head into a dungeon at once, and each other will take turns sleeping while keeping watch. With that, he orders the secretary that came to report the incident to get out and close the door behind him. The guildmaster sits down to think about the situation rationally. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked their building, and his corpse disappeared by the end of the fight. Then 2 days later, some psychopath goes around attacking Bait Guild's dungeons. He has been considering something in his mind for a while now, but with the recent events, things have just gotten painfully obvious. He realizes that Kang Kyon must have an accomplice. That's a perfectly valid assumption, even though he's completely wrong about that. He assumes that the corpse must have been taken away with some sort of skill. But even after figuring that out, there's not enough information to form any countermeasures. Right now, Hyun has no choice but to resort to something that he didn't want to have to do. He picks up the phone and dials a number that picks up after just 2 rings. On the other end, someone picks up with an overly cheerful voice that angers an already pissed off Hyun. The guildmaster gets straight to the point and says that he needs help. The voice on the other end laughs and asks what the big bad Bait Guild would need his help for, but the answer is obvious. News of the guild getting wrecked has spread at this point, and the person on the other end is able to tell what the reason is. Since there's no need to question what his motivations might be, the next question is what the person on the other end has to gain from helping the Bait Guild since they are way richer. Hyun offers them a fight in return for their services. If the person on the other end helps them, then they will likely get into a fight with someone that definitely isn't just an average guy, and that should give them the entertaining fight that they are looking for. A hooded blonde man smiles at the request and wonders if he should just give the man the benefit of doubt and go for this potentially satisfying fight. Later that night, as usual, 2 men stand guard at the entrance of another one of Bait Guild's dungeons. The hooded blonde man is one of the guards, and he asks the other person what his name is. The second guard's name is Kim Il-woo, but the blood man doesn't care and decides to rename him as Yoo-hyun's grunt. He asks Yoo-hyun's grunt when this powerful guy is going to show up and if they are sure that he will even be here. If the hooded blonde guy is forced to wait for nothing here, then things will get ugly once he gets bored. That doesn't need to happen though, as our MC makes his triumphant entrance to the area. The hooded blonde smiles in glee as he feels something that he hasn't felt in a while. His unique ability, Sixth Sense, starts to react violently even though for the longest time it has only been some sort of vague intuition. This time, though, it's screaming inside his head with all its might that if he doesn't want to die, then he should run away from the monster approaching. The monster himself stops for a moment as he realizes that one of the guards he was just about to kill is in Yusung. From the voice, our favorite blonde psycho can tell that the person speaking is his big bro, Kang Hyun. And Yusung drops his aggressive pose as he realizes that the person who has been going around messing things up for the bait guild is Hyun. He's not even surprised that his big bro is looking for fun things to do as well. Meanwhile, Hyun hasn't dropped his guard yet, as he remembers Lee Hyun's words about the bait guild having some kind of backing. Now that he thinks about it, Yusung is definitely rich, so it's possible that he could be the bait guild's backing. Regardless of whether he is or not, it doesn't change the fact that he's working with the bait guild. Hyun turns up the hostility, holding a sword to the man's throat, but Yusung calmly says that he can't be lumped in with some trashy delinquents. Hyun laughed and asked what he's doing here if he's not in the bait guild. Yusung explains that their guild master, Yui Hyun, begged him to come over and save them from some terrorists that's going around, messing them up. Hyun can definitely see this weirdo going along with a request like that just to get the opportunity to have a good fight, and he tells the man that they don't have any business together, so he shouldn't interfere. Kyon even offers that the two of them can go out to eat later when this whole thing has been taken care of, even though he doesn't have Yusung's contact info. In a second, without warning, the blonde delinquent comes up from behind for a surprise attack. The attack lands, but Hyun easily blocks it without even looking behind him. He angrily asks the blonde what he thinks he's doing with a cheap attack like that, but Yusung just laughs in glee. The kid will be disappointed if Hyun just leaves, so it's better for them to have a quick fight before he goes off to his next goal. Hyun isn't against that at all, and the two of them clash weapons with smiles on their faces. Hyun promises that he won't go easy on the blonde just because they know each other, and the fight is going to be to the death. That's exactly what Yusung wants, and he dares Hyun to bring it on. Our MC activates his Titan strength as well as Wayne's secret technique, immediately taking his strength to the next level. Then he launches his sword for a quick stab attack, which Yusung is quick enough to dodge. The attack was still fast enough to leave a cut on his cheek, and the psycho has the nerve to laugh at that. It's clear that Yu has become an even bigger monster than the last time they met. It looks like Yui Hyun wasn't lying when he said that Yusung would get a good fight from coming here. The two continue to clash weapons manically. And although Yusung is clearly enjoying himself, this fight is just a hindrance to Hyun's plan. However, even though he would have liked to end this quickly, it's been a long time since he got the chance to fight properly. From his expression, Yusung can tell that Hyun is having fun fighting, and things are just starting to get good. But the other guard from before comes running in from the side, causing the two of them to pause. Yu Hyun's grunt thinks to himself that if he manages to contribute to the fight here, then there's a chance that he can one day become an executive. Yusung doesn't waste a second turning his weapon on the guard that was unlucky enough to try and interrupt their fight. His headless body goes crashing to the ground as Yusung takes a deep but annoyed breath. He glares down at the man, angry that he had the gall to interrupt their fight while they were in the middle of having fun. From that, Hain can confirm that they probably weren't on the same side, but he still didn't expect Yusung to kill the guy just like that. Now that the fight was interrupted, the entire vibe has died. Even though Yusung really wanted to have a proper fight with his big bro, he would still like to continue the fight, but he also doesn't want Hyun to hate him, even though he has already gathered enough hate already. Now that things have calmed down, Yusung asks our MC if he knows what kind of person Yui Hyun is. He's the Mo conglomerate chairman's illegitimate son, which is why he can run wild with his grunts all the time. This all sounds like some kind of cheesy drama to Hyun, and he doesn't care who Yui Hyun is the child of. Just because his family is loaded doesn't mean that he's immune from Hyun's rage. He wouldn't have started this if he was going to get scared by something as simple as that, and he tells Yui Hyun not to interrupt him if that's all he's going to say. However, Yui Hyun didn't have any intention of interrupting, and instead, he wants to switch sides, telling Hyun that whatever he's got planned, he wants a part of it. He also wants to see what happens when the delinquent Yui Hyun gets pissed off. Meanwhile, Yui Hyun screams out in anger as he receives even worse news. 3 more dungeons have been stolen already, and Yui Hyun has cut contact with him. Things are only getting worse, and it feels like every single one of his guild members is completely useless and can't carry their own weight. His secretary, who is rocking a fresh bandage from the last time he got punted in the head, watches nervously as his boss trashes the office. Then the guildmaster orders for all the guild members to assemble by 8 in the morning the next day. The secretary doesn't know how many they can gather, but Yui Heian doesn't care. He doesn't care if they are sick or if their family just died, but he just wants all of them to be gathered as soon as possible. But the secretary tells him that a lot of the members have quit the guild recently, and most of them have completely cut contact. Yui Hun continues to shout, ordering that they should take the mothers and fathers hostage and threaten them to make sure that they listen. However, that isn't possible either since the guild's atmosphere isn't good. A lot of members have quit and they are in a very uneasy period. They also don't know how the rest of the guild members who are still with them will react if they attack their own guild members. Yui Heian is about to lose his mind, but a phone call cuts his mental breakdown short. It's an unknown number, and this is definitely the worst time for them to call. He picks up, and the person on the other line is a familiar voice. They immediately tell Yui Heian that they are in a difficult situation, while the guild master tries to remember just who this voice belongs to. If this person is who he thinks they are, then there's a chance that the situation might be resolved more easily than he expected. Meanwhile, the news of what's going on with the Bait Guild continues to spread. Internet forums come together to discuss what's going on, but the news of what exactly is going on with them hasn't been publicly spread yet. Heian is certainly having an effect, especially after he and Yusung went around destroying dungeons for a week. The two of them walk out from a freshly cleared dungeon as they talk about what to do next. It's about time for them to wrap things up, even though Yusung was having a lot of fun with all the chaos. Now it's time for them to think up a plan for the finale. Since it's Yusung, their chances are a lot better, and he decides to tell the psycho what his final plan is. He calls the kid over and whispers the plan in his ear, and whatever he says is so horrible that even Yusung has to take a moment and ask if Heian is right in the head. Yui Hoon gets a letter in the mail telling him that the next evening at 6 o'clock in the Desleepan Forest Dungeon on Seosan Mountain in Anyang City, he will need to come there to save his guild. The angry guild master crumples the letter and angry fumes at how arrogant this phantom thief is. He finally wants to face them directly. And today, at the place of his choosing, it's finally time for them to finish things. He arrives at the dungeon that the phantom thief called him to, along with dozens of guild members ready to end this once and for all. The guild members are a lot more reluctant than the last time they had a huge war with a strong single-talented, but they didn't have a choice. If they didn't come, then there's a chance that Yui Hyun would have made things a lot more difficult for them. Right now, it might be better for them to lay low and take it easy while just focusing on survival. Yui Hyun grumbles as he listens to the loud grumblings of his guild members. If only he had been able to convince that person that called him, then this would have been a lot easier. He remembers the conversation he had with the man earlier after he pointed out that he seems to be in a bit of a difficult situation. From the voice, he's able to tell who it is, and the man contacted him to provide a helping hand in this difficult situation. Yui Hyun had to ask for help from someone like Yusung because he had no way of contacting this guy. But now, the very person that he was looking for is the one who contacted him on his own. If it's this guy, then surely they have a chance of clearing up this mess. Yui Hoon immediately jumps at the opportunity since this person contacted him at just the right time. He promises the man that if he manages to help, then Yui Hoon's father will reward him handsomely, and his father will also provide some backing. That seems to set the man off, and the thought of him saying that his father will provide any sort of backing makes him realize that Yui Hyun still doesn't know his place. With that, he changes his mind and says that he won't intervene in the matter, and then he cuts the call after telling Yui Hyun to go and cling to his oh-so-mighty father. That man is just acting like a child, and it's like he's worse than a new song. It looks like there are nothing but arrogant people around him, but he'll let them continue trying to remain stubborn. Elsewhere, the same guy that called Yui Hyun earlier receives news that the Bait Guild has gathered all of their guild members, and it seems like Yui Hyun has been pushed to the end of his rope. The person giving the man the news reminds him that they were still allies at one point, so it's a bit unfair to not send any reinforcements. The person he's speaking to is Chi Minjun, and he sips a nice cup of coffee while listening to the news. As far as Minjun is concerned, there's nothing to be gained from supporting trash like the Bait Guild, but that doesn't answer the question of what happens if they die. There's no way President Jang Song-soo will sit still if something like that happens. As soon as the man says that, tentacles made of energy stretch out and wrap themselves around the man's throat, choking him out as he struggles to breathe. The tentacles are coming from Min-jun, who is angry at the fact that the man would imply that he has to crawl on eggshells just because of the old president. Through his choked throat, the man struggles to apologize, and Min-jun drops him once the point has been made. He coughs as the choke hold on him is released, and Min-jun tells him that he can continue with what he was working on before. He also tells him that he should find another financial backer. Back at the D-rank dungeon, Dislupin Forest, Yui-jun and his guild members wait impatiently for the phantom thief to arrive. It's already 6:03, and it looks like the guy is so disrespectful that he's late to a meeting that he organized. Despite this, Yui-hyun tells his guild members that they should keep their guard up since they don't know how many enemies there will be and if they could be laying an ambush. They don't have to wait for long, though, as the vice guildmaster notices something rushing at them from straight ahead. They look closer and see Hyan rushing at them with a bag on his shoulder, while several angry wolves chase him down. Yui-hyun screams out in shock as he sees the ghost of a man that he killed himself. At first, he thinks that this might be a twin brother of our MC, but it's clear at this point that Hyan really is alive. Hyun happily greets Yui-hyun since it's been a while since they last saw each other. And since they meet again, he has a gift to present. Hyun reaches into his bag and pulls out an adorable-looking Dislupin pup. The guild members are immediately frozen by just how cute the little guy is, but they don't have time to admire it as Haeon winds up and throws the pup towards the bait guild members. Even the hardened talented for the guild can't ignore such a cute pup in danger, and they drop their weapons to save it. One of them is able to catch the pup, and they all coo at it as it starts to tear up in the man's hands. Then they turn their outrage to Hyan, the person that threw the pup in the first place, and they are even more motivated to kill him now after he put such an adorable creature in danger. However, Yui-hyun tells them to shut up as he realizes the true reason that Hyan threw the pup. He didn't just take one, and instead, he kidnapped a whole bag of pups, which in turn brought all the Dislupins towards them. Hyun throws the bag of pups into the air, and the guild members rush to catch them before they fall. But in their rush to save the pups, they are unprepared for the pack of Dislupins charging towards them. Yui-hyun is able to block a few of them that come charging in, and Hyan slickly dodges behind, wishing the guildmaster good luck as he rushes off to take out the rest of the guild members. Yui-hyun chances a glance behind him while holding off a few of the monsters trying to kill him. The Dislupins are already difficult enough to deal with because they can turn invisible, but Kang Hyan threw their entire formation into disarray as soon as he appeared. His plan to take down the bait guild is way too effective, and Yui-hyun is forced to order the rest of his guild members to retreat. The men at the back don't waste a second as they all dash back towards the dungeon gate, pushing past each other to make their escape. The men swear that they are going to quit the guild as soon as they can, but their daring escape is blocked as Yu-sung peeks his head out from the portal. Then as the stunned guild members look at him in fear, he pulls his weapon through the portal and crushes the closest person he can get his hands on. Yu-sung wastes no time once the first person goes down as he goes after the next before they can run away. The guild members start to panic as they begin dropping like flies, and Yu-hoon can do nothing but watch in shock. Yu-sung betraying them was definitely not what he was expecting to happen here, and he's completely caught off guard on what to do. Nothing is working out as he planned, but he still feels like there has to be a way to get out of this. He looks to the left where the invisible monster wolves are tearing apart half of his guild members. And to the right, Hyan is doing the same to the rest that are not being torn apart by Yu-sung. Despite his determination, this is clearly a checkmate for him. There's no way for him to get out of it, and there's no clear exit for him. Since things have come to this, then he has no choice but to use his last resort. He charges his energy into his fist and prepares to launch a final attack. Hyan cuts his sword through an unfortunate talented, and the blood splatters around him. There seems to be no end to them in sight, and the guild members start to look like cockroaches. He's starting to get annoyed by just how many of them keep coming to attack him. As he's fighting, he hears a loud shout from behind him, and turns around to see Yui-hyun rushing at him while his entire body is covered in fire. He's using his last resort skill called self-immolation, which turns him into a powerful flaming fireball. The fireball expands and even starts to engulf the other guild members that haven't been taken down. This skill endangers Yui-hyun's life, and its firepower is excessive. But with this, he believes that not even Hyan would be able to survive. However, even as the flames rip apart his skin, Hyan reaches through the fire and grips Yui-hyun by the face. As if to taunt him, he tells the man that the fire is just a little warm and just this much is nothing. With that, he kicks Yui-hyun away, sending him crashing into one of the dead wolves and putting the fire out immediately. Then he tells Yui Hyun to sit there and watch while the two psychos destroy what's left of his guild. Hyun plans to make sure that he's the last person to die since he can't let Yui Hyun off so easily after everything he went through. Then Hyun rushes off to take care of the rest of the guild members while Yui Hyun can do nothing but sit down and contemplate life. Everything he has built and everything he knows is all over, all because he messed with the wrong guy. As the end of his life closes in, he can't help but burst out into desperate maniacal laughter. His laughter continues to ring out, echoing through the entire forest for the rest of the day into the late evening when all his guild members and the wolves are dead. Yu-sung goes over to him while he's still laughing, and Hyun says to leave him be since he's most likely having a nice dream. All the while, Yui Hyun continues to think about how everything is finished. But then at the last moment, he realizes that he shouldn't think that way. He doesn't want to die like this in such a pathetic way. He was an illegitimate child and a bastard son who was treated like a stranger by everyone, especially his siblings. They ignored him and didn't care about him, but they also pulled him into their fight for a role that he never even wanted to play. His father was the only one who sympathized with him and supported him plentifully, but to them, even that was another excuse to tear him apart. And then one day, the world changed when the tutorial started. Talents appeared right alongside dungeons, and the world began to run on a society where might makes right. His yapping is cut short by a clean slice to his neck, and Hyun stares down at the dead body of the man that had been a terror to him for far too long as his head rolls away. Meanwhile, he asks himself why villains feel the need to have such long, unnecessary monologues. Yu-sung laughs and says that they could have at least listened to his last words, but Yun doesn't want to. Now that everything has been taken care of, Yun thanks Yu-sung for helping him out, and Yu-sung doesn't mind at all since this whole thing was fun, so it doesn't really matter. Now Yu-sung asks him how it feels to get his long-awaited revenge. Hyun isn't sure, but he's heard that vengeance leaves you feeling hollow. But Hyun doesn't agree with that at all. He killed people that deserved it, and it may not feel the most amazing, but it does feel refreshing. The next thing to figure out is what to do with the items that the monsters and hunters drop. Hyun offers to sell them and split the money in half, but Yu-sung doesn't need the money. If that's the case, Hyun won't say no to more money and more loot. Money isn't something that Hyun has been obsessing over recently. He receives a decent amount from dungeon clear rewards, so he doesn't have to think too much about it. However, this recent incident made him realize that he can't protect everything with just strength and a decent amount of money. He needs to gather as much money as he can so he can make his own guild. As the gate fades away, taking with the last remnants of the bait guild, Hyun wonders what to do next. He asks Yu-sung what he would say if Hyun suggested making a guild. Before our MC can even finish his sentence, Yu-sung immediately agrees to join without missing a heartbeat. If his big bro is making a guild, then it'll definitely be a fun experience for the blonde. Hyun laughs at the idea and tells Yu-sung that he hasn't even agreed to let him join, and the two men continue to joke as they make their way down the mountain back into town. No one knew that at this time, the idea of a small guild that these two men would form as a joke would become the most well-known guild in Korea for all the wrong reasons. Sometime later, Han Seo Group's president, Jong Sang-soo, goes to confront the only person he can blame for the death of his son, Jong Yoo-hyun. The man entrusted Choi Min-jun with the responsibility of taking care and raising Yoo-hyun, and now the man is dead. This is a breach of contract, but Min-jun doesn't seem to care. He asks the man to stop joking about silly contracts and pretends to not know what the president is talking about. Playing dumb is just making the group leader even more upset, especially since it's been over a week since he lost contact with his son and the guild members. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that they are most likely dead. Min-jun doesn't care though and even praises himself for taking someone as talentless as Yui Hyun and turning him into the master of a major guild. As far as Min-jun is concerned, he has already done his fair share. The president becomes red in the face at the audacity of this man, and he has had enough of this. He orders his men to attack and kill Min-jun, and all the guards in the room rush at the man who still sits comfortably on the office couch without a care in the world. Without even moving much from his comfortable position, Min-jun activates his tentacle-like powers, completely ensnaring all the guards before they can get close to him. They all start to choke as Min-jun calmly gets up to talk to President Jong. They had an agreement after all, and Min-jun fulfilled his side of the contract, so there's no need for the president to resort to underhanded tactics. Jong Sung-soo cowers in fear as the angry man towers above him. Min-jun warns him that if he ever tries to do something like this again, then he won't let them go lightly. The killing intent in the man's eyes leaves the president speechless, but he's just barely able to agree to Minjun's threat, causing the man to smile and release the guards from their chokehold. With nothing else to talk about and the situation mostly settled, Minjun turns to leave, telling the president to deposit the money as expected. Even though he acts nonchalant and uncaring, Minjun is still honestly curious about who managed to bring down Zhong Yuehun. With the fall of the guild master, the bait guild vanished, and the sudden disappearance of a major guild sparked numerous rumors and horror stories. Raider and the media both went into an uproar for a while, but over time, the bait guild name slowly became forgotten amidst the numerous emerging guilds and talented. Hyun and Yu-sung meet up again for a nice meal and a chat. They thankfully didn't face any consequences from destroying the bait guild, especially since Yu-sung killed everyone who annoyed him. They also leveled up from that battle and managed to dispose of all the stolen goods through strategic connections. And to top it all off, Hyan is now getting treated to expensive food on someone else's cash. All in all, everything went extremely well for the two men, but Hyan still has one major problem. He got a new title called the Ruthless Household Destroyer, which gives him 2 strength and also allows him to invoke instinctive fear in others. The effects of titles that aren't equipped are still half effective. So even if he doesn't equip the Household Destroyer title, it will still have an effect. Hyan is already stressed enough because of his appearance, but now he's just going to cause even more misunderstandings. However, there's no misunderstanding about Hyan being a vicious person. And at the end of the day, it won't make much of a difference anyway. As they are talking, Hyan's phone rings, and it's a call from Lee Hyun, and he's calling to remind Hyun about the promise that he made in exchange for his family's protection. Hyan doesn't remember doing that, and Lee Hyun isn't even surprised, but he reminds RMC that he's supposed to meet their guildmaster, and they would like him to do it as soon as possible. Hyan heads over to the Dangun Guild as soon as he's next available, and unexpectedly, he brings Yu-sung along with him. The guildmaster doesn't mind that, and it turns out that Yu-sung is acquaintances with the guildmaster herself. They met at a party when Yu-sung looked completely different than he looks now. For them to have met at a rich party, it means that the guildmaster was probably born with a golden spoon. And on top of that, she's also a tutorial graduate. That kind of luck is so unfair. They reach the guildmaster's office, and after a brief knock, she lets them in. Sitting at the front of the office with a welcoming smile on her face is Han Sai-yun, the master of the Dangun Guild. She and Hyun shake hands, and she seems relieved to talk to him since she has heard so much about him from Lee Hyun. Since their meeting is about to start, Lee Hyun takes his leave as they exchange pleasantries. She invites the two men to take a seat, and Hyun immediately starts the conversation by thanking her for the help she provided to him and his family, and he offers to do anything to repay his debt. Sai-yen brushes it off as no big deal, but Hyun pushes further, saying that he doesn't like being indebted to people, and goes straight to the point and asks her why she wanted to see him. Sai-yen sighs since she was hoping to treat him to some tea first, but it looks like there's no time for that. She asks Hyun to join the Dangun Guild so they can work together, and our MC immediately refuses the offer. The silence in the room afterwards is deafening, but Sai-yen quietly acknowledges his refusal. His answer was so sharp, but because of how resolute his answer was, it's easier for Sai-yen to give up on him. But Hyen still wants to repay her in some way even if joining the guild is off the table. He offers that they can contact him if anything comes up that he can help with. Sean can't say no to having a powerful awakener indebted to them, so she agrees to keep him in mind if they need him. Hyen doesn't think that there's anything he can do for the #1 guild in the country, but he still leaves the offer open for them anytime. Sean shifts the discussion to something else and asks Hyen how long he thinks the current peace in the world will go on for. Hyen wouldn't call a world where criminals have roamed unchecked since dungeons appeared a world of peace. But since she's also a tutorial graduate, it's very likely that she also had a meeting with the administrator, and she also saw the scene of chaos from the tutorial's 8th stage. Compared to what he saw, calling the current world a place of peace definitely fits. He decides to play dumb though and tells her that he doesn't know. But whatever happens, it's probably not a problem that can be solved by worrying about it. For now, the only way they can prepare is to get stronger. Besides that, the Hawken dimension that started this whole thing still has 5 years left on its cooldown. Sai-yen's eyes darken as she tells him that within 3 years, some countries will start struggling to survive. And in the grand scheme of things, they haven't been given a lot of time to figure things out. He asks her why she's so certain that this would happen, but she tells him that she can't reveal much in detail. Instead, she just tells him that there's a godlike entity that knows everything about the situation, and the Dangoon Guild has an awakener on their side that can communicate with this being. The being she's talking about is most likely the administrator, but he never knew that there could be a being who can converse with it. She continues the conversation, asking him if he has experienced how the difficulty range of the dungeons has been increasing recently and the growth of awakeners has been stagnating in comparison. Hyan isn't aware of any of that, but Yusung has heard a thing or two about it. They say as an awakener gets stronger, they start to endure more danger. That's why hunting with guns has no effect. But things like bows and crossbows still grant level ups unlike guns. There's a lot of theories about it, but no one can really figure it out. The only ones capable of solving the recent incidents are people equipped with both strength and boldness. People like our MC Hyan are the people who can become heroes who protect the earth from incoming danger. This isn't the first time Hyan has been called a hero who will protect the earth. He tells Cian that he really isn't that good of a guy. Calling him a hero is a bit of an exaggeration when he's the one that eradicated an entire guild. At the mention of the Bait Guild, Cian's voice turns unexpectedly cold, as she tells him that she doesn't care about trash like that. The Bait Guild was filled with people that don't contribute one bit to the survival of humanity. They are especially not worthy of protection. One person like Yun is more important to humanity than hundreds of people like those from a guild like that. The one who protects the world doesn't have to be a good person. They just have to be strong. With that, the conversation ends. And after seeing them off, Lee Hyun returns to the guild master's office and confirms with her that he even saw them enter the car and drive off. Then he asks her how the meeting went and how it was seeing him in person. Sahayan leans forward in her seat as she comes up with a response. He definitely exceeded her expectations, and from their conversation, she managed to confirm something crucial. When she mentioned the administrator, there was a flash of recognition in his eyes. That confirms that he is definitely a tutorial graduate. Elsewhere, a dungeon gate stands ominously as people drive by and walk around it without a care in the world. This dungeon is different from the usual dungeons though and much stronger. It's a D-rank dungeon. An E-rank and a D-rank dungeon only have a one-letter difference, but there is a big difference between the two. There is an increase in the strength and number of monsters, but the most obvious difference is the variety in the monsters that appear, especially in the D-rank dungeon that Hyan is currently fighting his way through called the Diences Research Institute. Here, the variety of monsters is even greater, and it makes things a lot more annoying for Hyan to deal with. Normally, the regular mobs and the boss mobs are all the same type, which makes it more convenient. But this place has so much variety, which means each monster has a different attack pattern and fighting style. And now he finally reaches a new monster that he's never seen before, an ogre chimera dirge, which is a monster with a goblin's head on an ogre's body. The proportions are all whack, which makes Haeon think that doing this to the monster might actually be a nerf. But since it's here and the monster looks strong, he decides to make it an offer to join their new guild. Hyan made a bet with Yusung on who can find a candidate for the guild first. The monster gives a direct answer by raising its giant hammer over its head and bringing it down towards Hyan with impressive force, shattering the ground underneath. Hyan is more than fast enough to dodge it though and jumps over the monster's head. The chimera could have just said no if it didn't want to join, but attacking the future guildmaster means that he's been automatically disqualified. The monster roars as a disgusting liquid starts to fill its mouth and then it spits it out at Hyan. Before the strange liquid can touch him, Hyan activates his mana explosion, blasting the monster in the face and escaping behind it. He turns around and notices that his armor is slightly dissolved, meaning that whatever that monster spat at him is highly acidic. This fight is definitely going to be tough since the monster has tough leathery skin, and Hyan also loses by weight class. But our distinguished scholar of a main character is an advanced intellectual. Because of that, he will always find an answer to every problem that comes before him, and the answer here is the monster's hammer. Hyan just has to have it. Elsewhere in the dungeon, some delinquent talented walk through the dungeon just like any other day. One of them points out that he has been hearing monster screams for a while now, but the group leader, Hyung, dismisses it, saying that someone is probably just hunting. More than that, what they should be thinking about is the prize they have right in front of them. A young woman stands completely surrounded by the group of men, who definitely don't have her best intentions in mind. This is why people like them love dungeons so much, because they find unexpected treasures in the strangest of places. The hunter from earlier still keeps talking about the strange sounds that he's hearing around them, but Jung still tells him not to worry about someone else hunting. The only problem that the group leader failed to account for is if this person is hunting them. Behind them, an angry-looking Hyun drags his newly stolen hammer across the dungeon floor while muttering something to himself. They all turn their attention to him as his words finally start to come out more. Hyun, our intellectual, also has a good nose. And with that nose, he can smell the scent of weak pieces of criminal trash that he can beat the hell out of. The men can already tell that something is severely wrong when they see the psychopath dragging a giant hammer towards them. He continues walking towards the stunned men, and without another word, he raises the hammer over his head, intent to smash it down on the entire group, but it instead slams itself into the ceiling above their heads. Dust and rubble fall in all of them as Hyun tries to pull the hammer out from the ceiling. They can't tell what's wrong with this nut job and why he would try to swing something so large in this kind of narrow space, but they simply cannot fathom the massive intellect of our main character. The hammer starts to budge, and eventually, Hyun pulls it out, slamming it down on the ground in front of him. More dust and debris flies around the area, and Hyun takes a deep breath as he realizes that the hammer might be a bit too heavy for him right now. It'd be impractical to use as his main weapon, so he puts it away for now. The group continues to stare at him, completely dumbfounded, until their leader speaks again. He was wondering what happened that would make a crazy guy like that suddenly start showing off his strength, but it looks like Hyun doesn't even understand the situation. For him to put the hammer away and disarm himself in front of so many people, he has to be completely stupid. The man rushes towards Hyun, ready to finish him in one blow, but a swift slap to the face sends him flying before he can even think about seeing Hyun move. In an instant, the man is on the ground with a swollen cheek and broken dreams. Then Hyun picks up the criminal and holds him up by the hair with a knife pressed to his neck. He tells the man's teammates to drop everything they have if they want their friend to stay alive. Instead of trying to save their friend, the men waste no time as they charge at Hyun and attack together. Even Hyun is surprised that they would decide to attack together despite the hostage. RMC disappointedly tells the man that it looks like he wasted his life and he has horrible friends. He asks the man what his name is, and it's Kim Gyu-shik. Now that he has a name, the thug is going to have the honor of becoming Hyun's partner as they work to get revenge for him being betrayed. After Hyun finds a good grabbing handle using the guy's nuts, he turns a full-grown man into a battering ram, knocking out the first person that comes close with a headbutt to the face. That brief test attack brought back positive results for Hyun as he realizes that the impact from the weapon wasn't bad at all. Now that he has his new weapon, Gyu-shik the battering ram, Hyun feels unstoppable. The men who once charged fearlessly now shiver in fear as they warn Hyun not to come any closer, but their pleas are not heeded as Hyun uses his battering ram to beat up the rest, knocking them all out. The young woman from earlier watches in shock as Hyun stands over all the knocked out men and stretches, as if he just completed a hard day of work. From what Hyun can tell, the group was most likely a D-ranked clear party, which is why fighting them took longer than it would usually take for him. A soft voice calls out to him from being, and it's the woman from earlier who wants to thank him for his help. If Hyun didn't appear when he did, she would most likely have met a terrible fate. Hyun waves her thanks off, telling her that beating them up was fun for him at the end of the day, so there's no need for her to bow to him. Then the woman introduces herself as Shin Sung-ah and asks for his name in return. Hyun can't help but blush at how polite she's being with him, but he introduces himself to her anyway. But then Sung-ah continues, asking our MC what she must do to become as strong as him. Hyun stares at her in confusion while she looks back at him with determination. This right here was the historic moment when South Korea's worst troublemakers were united, but it would still be a little while before they realized that. Hyun scratches his cheek as he tries to come up with a good answer to her question on how she should become stronger. The only thing Hyun can think of to tell her is that she should work hard and put in effort. But in terms of effort, Sung-ah has also put in a lot of work. Of course, not all effort is equal after all. For her to reach the level of power that she wants to achieve, she has to quite literally be willing to die for it. Sung-ah seems to take those words to heart, but Hyun feels weird telling her that kind of thing when he has the power to revive, so death doesn't mean anything to him anymore. He has nothing else to tell her, so she tells her to be careful on her way out of the dungeon and to do whatever she wants to the guys that he beat up earlier. As he walks away, Hyun pauses for a moment and comes back to ask her if she can even leave the dungeon by herself. Sung-ah tells him that she can't, and even though it would be normal for her to ask for help in cases like these, she doesn't. Hyun would like to help her find her way out, but he came to clear the dungeon, and he doesn't have any intention of leaving until he does so. In that case, Sung-ah offers to accompany him for the rest of the time he spends in the dungeon. Our MC is shocked by her proposal and thinks that it might be because of what he said earlier about being willing to die. He starts to tell her to forget what he said, but she cuts him off and tells him that it's not because of that. She knows her place well, and she will be content to follow him as silent as the dead while also working to mine mana stones for him. She also promises to not be a nuisance to him, and even says that all the mana stones she mines will be for him alone. At the very least, she may be weaker than him, but she's still a talented, so she can protect herself easily. Hyun thinks about it for a little bit more before finally relenting and telling her to follow him. The two of them make their way through the dungeon towards the main core, all the while leaving a trail of monster bodies behind them. As Hyun drops the last monster, Sung-ah commends him on a job well done, and then brings out a knife to start collecting the mana stones. She skillfully cuts through the monster corpses as Hyun watches her. Just like she said, she's skilled enough to protect herself, and she doesn't get in his way. It also looks like she has some sort of stealth skill because when combat started, she fell back and occasionally supported him with her bow while never obstructing him. She even takes care of the monostones, which he normally leaves behind because he can't be bothered. All in all, clearing this dungeon became a lot easier with her help, and he doesn't regret bringing her along. Now the next step is figuring out what to do from here. With the amount of energy he's feeling in the air, the boss room should be up ahead, and it will definitely get more dangerous from here on. Sung-ah's decision to follow him till the end still hasn't changed, and she has no reason to not continue along with him. However, as they are talking, they both get system notifications that the dungeon's main core has been destroyed and the portal to the outside has been opened. Hyun wonders if someone beat him to it, but he quickly realizes that he can still feel this boss's energy. That means that this is a dungeon break and not just an ordinary dungeon clear. And this is a D-rank dungeon, which means that this is Korea's first ever D-rank dungeon break. The incident reaches the news immediately and is reported as a phenomenon in a Seoul suburb. Approximately 10 dungeons opened at once, and this is regarded as another monster wave. The incident occurred on February 8th, and it's the third occurrence nationally of a monster wave in the country, following the blockade of Hangrae County. Unlike the previous two incidents, though, this wave was artificially created by terrorist acts according to professional analysis. In the hallways of a guild, a man rushes down towards an office at the end of a hall. He barges into the room, screaming for the association president, but the man is already fully geared up and ready to go. He knows that the man barged into the office because of the dungeon break, and he has already finished his preparations to head out. This man is talented association president Choi Dong-woo. However, as prepared and calm as he is, even he isn't prepared for the news that the man brought with him. According to the reports that just came in, there is a D-rank dungeon among the dungeons that broke. Dong-woo wastes no time and asks for the location, and the man reports that it is in Gyeonggi-do, Suwon, and the dungeon is Science Research Institute. That's a terrible place for a high-rank dungeon to break since it's a heavily populated area. A dungeon break on its own is a very tricky situation, but now the situation looks even more dire. Dong-woo asks if there are any major guilds nearby, but the only one is the Hangyal Guild. However, most of their main members are all on a business trip. Understanding the situation, Dong-woo orders for the 50 most elite members of his guild to be gathered so they can go to Suwon, while the rest will go to other dungeons. Elsewhere, in the Dangon Guild, Se-yen is also fully geared up and heading out to attend to the dungeon break incident. From the reports she's getting, she knows that Dang-woo will be late if he wastes too much time, and she wonders if there are any guilds that can defend until everyone arrives. Ignoring the Hangyun Guild that has all its members abroad, the only guilds available are smaller guilds. However, there is one talented that is already on the scene and working to eliminate monsters quickly. Lee Hyun smirks as he tells the guild master that he has a massive long sword, a muscular body, and a brutal face that is difficult to differentiate from a monster's. Se-young smiles as she realizes just who Lee Hyun is talking about, and she confidently says that there won't be any problems in that area with our MC on the scene. Over in Suwon, Hyun pants heavily as he stands over the monsters that he just barely managed to take out. Other talented who came over to help out watch on, completely surprised that just one person managed to kill all these monsters on his own. One of them tries to come over to thank Hyun for helping them since they all managed to survive thanks to him. But before they can ask for a way to repay him, Hyun yells for all of them to get out of the area as fast as they can if they don't want to die. The talented can't understand what he means by that, but Hyun knows that things are about to get very bad. The dungeon break hasn't closed yet, meaning that the boss monster is still inside. He tells them that the boss monster still hasn't come out yet, and if he stays there, then they are all going to die like dogs. The hunter that came close to him before gulps in fear, but swallows it and walks forward, reminding Hyen that regardless of how they look, they are all still talented, so they want to at least offer a little bit of help. Hyen wastes no time and asks the one talking how many chimeras he has killed so far. The man is unable to answer, and Haeon presses him more, asking if he has even managed to kill one. If all the hunters stay and try to fight, then they will only end up becoming nuisances, so they need to instead focus on evacuating the civilians. The rest of the people around start to mutter to themselves, wondering why he wants to do all of this on his own. Even if he is strong, at the end of the day he's still just one person, and there's no way that he is stronger than all of them combined. However, one look at Hyen's desperate and terrifying face makes it obvious that there is no room for discussion, and they all decide that it would be better for them to back out now. As they walk away, the only person left is Sung-ah, who looks hesitant about leaving like the rest of them. Surprisingly, Hyen asks her if she can handle sniping with her bow. He's going to be counting on her for cover, so he wants her to find a place to hide on her own, so she can provide support from afar. She is startled for a moment, but quickly agrees to do it. An ominous dark energy starts to flow out from the portal, and eventually, entirely new monsters step out onto the streets. 3 huge chimera step out from the dungeon, coming directly towards Hyen and completely towering over him. Each one of them is on par with the ogre that he fought earlier, and from the energy still leaking from the portal, he can tell that the boss is coming as well. A cloaked skeleton figure reaches out of the dungeon and floats above all of them as the portal finally closes up behind it. The skeleton takes a look around and unexpected talks, marveling at how strange the buildings of a human society look. This is the first time Hyen has ever seen a monster that can talk, and it looks down at Hyen. It asks our MC if he really plans to stand against all of them by himself, and Hyen fearlessly pulls out his sword, more than ready to smash the monster skull in and use the pieces to make a puzzle. The boss monster acknowledges Hyen's arrogance, and just from looking at his body, it can tell that Hyen would be quite useful to have on its side. But Hyen instead cuts to the chase and offers the skeleton to have a leader's duel. He wants to have a fight with the boss while the minions stand to the side. The skeleton boss immediately refuses, causing Hyen to scoff. He wasn't expecting it to agree anyways, and he prepares for a fight. Without wasting a bit, Hyen grips his hammer and rushes towards the monsters. But before they can pull themselves together and fight back, he sucks in a deep breath and activates his raging lion's roar, immediately bringing down the defense of the monsters. While they are frozen, Hyen leaps into the air and raises the hammer above his head, bringing it down on the first chimera, causing a huge shockwave to spread out from the impact. The skeleton is impressed, and it can sense that Hyen has no mana left. That means that this amount of power Hyen is showing is nothing but his raw strength. Despite his arrogance, the skeleton knows that it would be a waste to kill Hyen. Instead, he plans to keep our MC alive and instead make him a slave. The monster's helmet starts to crack, and eventually, it explodes, leaving behind a very dazed-looking large goblin. It falls down, completely knocked out from just that single hit from Hyen. However, because he's already severely weakened and out of mana, the hammer that was already heavy before now feels even heavier, and his knees buckle from supporting its weight. The skeleton boss, who is still interested in preserving Hyen as a slave, immediately uses its mind control powers on him. His eyes change into a sharp rainbow color, indicating that the mind control worked. And with this, he is completely within the skeleton boss's grasp. Now that the fight is seemingly over, the skeleton welcomes Hyun as his newest slave and orders him to bow and prove his loyalty. Hyun starts to move his hand and raises it high up in the air as the mind control clears, showing the skeleton his middle finger in retaliation. The mind control was unsuccessful thanks to the Ring of Strength and Mind. The skeleton is impressed that he managed to defend against his mind control using a simple item, and it resolves to kill Hyun since there's no other way to take him as a slave while leaving his body intact. The tiger chimera rushes in as soon as its master's will changes to something lethal, and Hyen is just barely able to activate his Antria's integument skill, which hardens his body and protects him from the would-be fatal blow. The force from it is still heavy enough to send him flying, however, and Hyen crashes into a nearby building, causing a small explosion in the process. They walk towards where Hyen crashed into, but they fail to notice an arrow come flying in from an unknown direction until it sinks itself into the tiger's head, causing it to tumble over. The skeleton looks around wondering if Hyan has a companion, but regardless of whether he does, the level of that attack is not something that he feels like he should concern himself with. Hyan, however, sees that arrow as the perfect thing he needs to regain the upper hand in this fight. He takes the hammer again and leaps out from the wrecked building, gripping it tightly in his arms and using it to slam the arrow lodged in the tiger's head like a nail, causing it to dig its way right into the tiger's head and straight through the brain. The beast falls instantly, defeated by Hyan's quick thinking and Sung-Ah's perfect timing. However, there's still one more chimera beast left, and its sharp tail comes darting towards Hyan in an instant, pierces its way straight through his chest, causing him to cough up blood and drop the hammer. But instead of falling to the ground, Hyan uses the last of his strength to grab the snake creature by the tail and fling it into the air before slamming it down into the ground as hard as he can. Then he pulls out his sword from his inventory before it can get up and ends its life with multiple quick stabs, which takes out the final chimera creature. The skeleton watches silently as Hyun stands over its defeated minions and wipes his blood from his face. Now that everyone else has been taken care of, there's only one bald enemy left to bring down. The skeleton doesn't fall for his arrogant bluff though, and it knows that Hyan is completely spent. He's even more tired than he was when this whole fight started, and on top of that, his mana is completely drained. There's no way he stands a chance against a boss monster in the state that he's in. Hyan's confident expression turns serious as he realizes that he's been found out. Right now, he definitely doesn't have any mana, and his body regeneration skill is also at its limit. More than anything, he doesn't have the means to strike it down while it's floating. He doesn't even have the strength to jump or throw the hammer, and he doesn't have any mana left to activate his Titan strength skill. Things aren't looking good for him in this fight, and it's about to get much worse. His heart starts to beat erratically in his chest, and blood drains from his nose as something in his body starts to take hold of him. He coughs up blood and starts to stumble about before eventually falling over, hitting his head on the ground and losing all the strength left in his body in the process. The attack from earlier where the snake monster stabbed its way through his chest wasn't just a simple melee attack, and instead it left poison in his body which has started to take effect. Hyan was already at a massive disadvantage before, but now he no longer has any chance of victory. However, the skeleton gives him one last chance to survive by offering to give the antidote in exchange for him surrendering and becoming a slave. Despite all of this, though, Hyun still smiles maniacally and yells again that he promised to break the skeleton's skull and use it to make a puzzle. He has to act fast and use every last bit of energy he has to make this count. First, he uses all the remaining mana in his body to cure the poison. Then he brings out his last resort. From his inventory, he pulls out Bilgene's longsword, which is a B rank item that gives him the Berserker trait as well as a durability enhancement. The Berserker trait increases his strength and vitality by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, during that time, his judgment is severely impaired, and there will be severe after effects to using the skill. As the Berserker trait activates, he taunts the skeleton, daring him to come over and fight to the death. Because even if he has to go to the afterlife, he'll make sure to take responsibility and bring the skeleton boss with him. Before they can start fighting though, a voice from behind calmly informs him that he has done enough. Hyan turns to see Dongwoo approaching with a hand held up to help. Before going forward into the fight, he tells Hyan that they don't know each other, but he can tell that Hyan has done something amazing. But now it's his time to rest because the Talented Association will take care of things from here. Hyan recognizes Dongwoo as the tutorial graduate and the Talented Association president. Dongwoo tells him that he has serious injuries and he should go and rest for a bit. And Hyan tries to rogue, but immediately his body crumbles as his injuries start to take over. He almost had it, but now there's no way he can keep fighting. With no strength left in his body, Hyan collapses to the ground as his eyes start to close. Dongwoo appeared in such a uselessly cool way, and now he doesn't have any reason to not trust him to end this once and for all. Much later, at a Korean hospital, Hyun's eyes snap awake and he turns to see his sister taking a sip from a drink while using her phone. He gets up groggily, complaining about why he has to see such a shitty face as soon as he wakes up. Ayun replies that it's because he says some shitty words as soon as he opens his eyes. She then asks him why he didn't just die since the hospital fees were a huge waste for them. Hyan is about to return her harsh banter, but then he quickly remembers the dungeon break and asks to know what happened. Hyan doesn't know the exact details, but she heard that it went well. She randomly received a call about her older brother's hospitalization and came in only to find the Talented Association president watching over him. Remembering the Talented Association also makes him remember that scouter that gave him a business card one day after he cleared a dungeon in town. He doesn't mind being helped out, but he doesn't feel like he owes him anything. Ahayan notices him thinking to himself and tells him that he shouldn't push himself. After all, she's worried about his unique ability and the fact that it's a possibility that one day he could just die. Hayant tries to argue that it's not like dying just because he wants to. He doesn't like it when he dies, and his level gets cut down too, which makes it even worse for him every time. But his words die in his throat as he looks at Ayan's face. She's glaring at him with a lot of emotion, and it looks like his constant deaths are worrying her a lot more than she lets him know. So he quietly agrees to not die as often as he has been over the past few months. Elsewhere, at the Talented Association, the president is trying to learn more information about Kang Hayan. Dongwu has never heard of him before, but he can see reports that the Talented Association has tried contacting him once. But since Dong Su doesn't know him, his subordinate wonders why he went through so much effort to evacuate him and even pay his hospital fees. The reason is because he witnessed the birth of a new hero. Dong Su knows that he probably won't get the honor of helping him if not now. From his memories, Hyun looked incredibly heroic as he swore to lay down his life to defeat the boss monster. Of course, his memory is heavily glorified, and Hyun's words were a lot less elegant than he seems to remember them being. But a bigger issue is what happened in regards to the case of the lich boss that got away. After a few more days, Hyan gets his last visit with the doctor. The test results show that there are no issues with his body, and the doctor can barely believe that a talented's recovery rate could be so fast. With that, Hyan is discharged from the hospital. And as he and Ahayan make their way out, Hyan complains that he could have been discharged earlier, but he had to stay an extra day. Hyan tells him that he talks too much, especially since the association president paid for all the hospital fees, so he didn't even have to worry about the money anyway. As the two of them start to argue, Hyan hears a nurse telling someone that there is no patient named Kang Hyan in their hospital. Hyan turns to see a man looking frustrated as he talks to the nurse at the reception, and he tells his sister to go first while he goes to see what's happening. The man at the reception starts to get flustered as he asks the nurse if she is really sure that Hyan isn't in the hospital. The nurse confirms again that there is no patient named Hyan, and if they have been discharged, then there's nothing they can do for him. The man sighs, accepting that he was one step too late in catching Hyan, but luck must be on his side because Hyan comes over from behind asking the man directly who he is and what he's searching for. Hyan came over because he heard his name, and although he was initially shocked, the man quickly composes himself and tells Hyan to hold on while he reaches into his suit pocket. He pulls out a card for the Ministry of Interior and Safety and introduces himself as the team leader, Shin Tae-gil. The Ministry of Interior and Safety seems to be some sort of special talented management team, and it's clearly a government organization. Hyan asks directly why the government would be looking for him all of a sudden. The two men head over to a restaurant, and Hyan asks the man if it's alright for them to come here, since the place is quite expensive. Tae-gil assures him that there's no issues, and Hyan laughs to himself, realizing that this is where all his taxes went. But now that they are in a more private area, Hyun gets to the point, asking if they want him to work for the government. Tae-gil assures him that they won't force him to work, but they are just making him an offer. That also means that Hyun would become a civil servant, but he doesn't see much good in that. To start with though, Hyun won't be a regular civil servant. The Special Talented Management Team is an organization dedicated to preparing for the rapidly changing future. The government already knows that there's no way they can control the talented. The number of talented goes up every day, and it's impossible to control them by force. They don't want to antagonize them either, so the best way to work with them peacefully is to make them offers like these. The government has decided to build a relationship based on helping each other out, and to do that, they plan to support the talented as much as possible. As they talk, Hyan focuses intently on how Tae-gil cooks the meat, and he is severely dissatisfied. He doesn't point it out immediately and asks what the benefit is for him to become one of these government-favored talented. The biggest benefit will, of course, be money. The government will offer him enough money that he won't have any trouble doing whatever he feels like. And if there's ever an issue with his personal safety, the government will forever take care of him and his family. They will also give Hyan a person of merit level treatment. The conditions are really good, but that also implies that there will be a lot of him to do. Tae-gil won't deny that. However, they won't ask him to do things that are unfair or unreasonable. Hyan should easily be able to keep his current lifestyle, and he will only move when they ask him for help. It's not a bad deal at all. And, apparently, talented association president Choi Dong-woo as well as Dangon guildmaster Han Sai-yun have already agreed to cooperate with the government. At the end of the day, this sounds like an incredibly profitable side gig for him, and there's very few reasons for him to turn it down. Hyun decides to accept the proposal, and with that, he becomes a government worker. Later that day, he heads back to Gyeonggi-do in Suwon where the dungeon break happened. He drove his car here, and after being evacuated to the hospital, he left it here. After all the chaos, he wonders if the car is still fine. As he walks towards where he parked it, someone calls out his name, and he looks up to see Sung-ah in a casual outfit, and it looks like she was waiting for him. She hands him a bag, and it's filled with the monster cores of all the monsters she defeated in the dungeon. Just as she promised, all of them belonged to him. She was going to give them to him earlier, but he got carried off after he fainted, and she couldn't track him down. So she came back to this place and waited for him endlessly even though she didn't know if he would ever return. He tells her that she can just take the monster cores since he doesn't need them, but she assures him that she doesn't want to break her promise with her benefactor. At the end of the day, he won't say no to that, and he walks away with the bag of cores, thanking her for her consideration. Then with that, he continues his search for his car, but he's called back once again by Sung-ah. He turns to see her bowing to him as low as she can go, and she asks him to take her in as his apprentice. Hyun pauses for a moment, completely confused. Meanwhile, elsewhere, close to the doors of an F-rank dungeon called the Gorka Village, a badly beaten lich rests in the forest and looks down disappointed in itself. He can't believe that mere humans have managed to corner him to this extent to the point where he's almost cowering in the darkness and fear. Suddenly, someone comes over to it, surprising the D-rank dungeon boss. It's almost pitiful to see a dungeon boss cowering in the corner of a forest, and of all the people to find it, it had to be Chi Min-jun. The lich carefully asks the man who he is, but Min-jun assures the monster that it doesn't need to be so wary. They are no enemies. And on top of that, Min-jun is the one that liberated the monster from its dungeon. Instead of fighting, Min-jun has come to offer the Lich of Dance an opportunity to join hands and work together. The next day, Hyun brings Sung-ah over to meet Yu-sung, and she introduces herself to the blonde politely. Despite his usually loud and expressive personality, Yu-sung is left completely speechless for the first time in a long time. He honestly thought that since Hyun doesn't have any friends, then there's no way he would be able to find a guild member, but somehow, Yu-sung proved him wrong. Our MC is offended by the fact that Yu-sung would suggest that he doesn't have any friends, but then he takes a moment to think about whether or not he has any friends, and he unexpectedly comes up blank. With no one coming to mind, Hyun immediately changes the topic, reminding Yu-sung that he won the guild member bet, which means that the blonde will be paying for their meal. That doesn't really change anything since Yu-sung pays for their meals every time already. But a bet is a bet and he can't refuse. However, even though Yu-sung agreed that he lost the bet, that doesn't mean that he will let just anyone join the guild. He tells Sung-ah that she will need to pass a test first and asks her if she's fine with entering a dungeon immediately to test out her skills. Sung-ah flinches for a moment but immediately agrees to it. Hyun knows better though and figures out that the psycho just wants to hurry up and go hunting. They head over to a D-rank dungeon called Harpy's Cliff where Sung-ah's proposed test will be taking place. Inside the dungeon, they are immediately attacked by several harpies, but Sung-ah's skills with a bow are more than enough to shoot them down from the sky. Yu-sung can't help but admit how nice it is to have a long-range damage dealer in their team, and their group is finally starting to feel like a proper party. Hyun asks Yu-sung if she passes since he clearly seems to be impressed with her skills, but the blonde has clearly forgotten all about the test, which confirms that he just wanted to head into a dungeon to hunt. Hyun tries to remind him about the test before he finally remembers, and that only further proves that he just wanted to hunt and nothing more. With all the harpies dead, Sung-ah starts to collect mana stones from the corpses. Hyun reminds her that she doesn't have to collect the mana stones so thoroughly since it's especially annoying. Sung-ah tells him that it's alright since she likes collecting it. Yu-sung says those mana stones are worth it, so he shouldn't waste them since he doesn't have a lot. Hyun doesn't care about mana stones since he can get more than enough money from just taking the core. He asks Yu-sung if he takes mana stones for himself, but obviously, the blonde doesn't care since he's rich. As the two of them are talking, Hyun notices something around them and starts to pull out a weapon from his inventory. Yu-sung doesn't notice it immediately, but after focusing a bit more, he can feel something as well. Sung-ah can't feel the same thing that the two of them are feeling, and she asks them what's going on, but they don't answer. Instead, Hyan closes his eyes and focuses, and after a moment, he swings his fist into the air, hitting something. Then suddenly, someone appears out of thin air and falls to the ground, completely unconscious from Hyan's punch. The guy must have had some high-quality stealth for Hyan, and Yusung to barely be able to sense him. Seeing as he didn't have any killing intent though, it looks like he wasn't trying to kill them. That doesn't mean that he came to the dungeon with good intentions in mind, though. And Hyun's intuition tells him that something fishy is going on here. Yusung suggests that it might be an awakened who was just passing by. And if that's the case, then what Hyun did was indiscriminate violence. But regardless of what his intentions were, it's bad manners to try to sneak up on people in a dungeon, so he deserves a beating. And on top of that, Hyun also has something in mind. He remembers the conversation he had with Tae-gil after signing the contract to become a government worker. As soon as the contract got signed, Tae-gil immediately gave him a directive and some information about the recent dungeon terrorism incidents. Apparently, there's been people intentionally creating dungeon breaks, and the government has managed to catch the tail of the organization that's responsible for the incidents. Right now, they are focused on tracking the head, and soon, there will be a massive attack led by the government. During that attack, they are going to need Hyan's help in taking them down. Back in the present, a mysterious, disgusting-looking liquid is splashed on the creeper's face, and he wakes up with a shout. The first thing he sees as his eyes open is Hyan's smug face, and then he notices that he's been tied up. He asks who Hyan is and just what they are doing to him. But before he can finish talking, the smell of whatever they poured on him causes him to gag and tear up. Hyan at least has the decency to apologize and tell him that they were going to spray water on him, but they didn't have enough to drink, so they decided to use the piss that was in the bladder of one of the harpies. The thief just stares up at them, completely dumbfounded by what they are saying. The man throws up immediately as he realizes just what they threw on him, and he's just barely able to throw out some insults while furiously gagging. Now that he's fully awake, it's time for him to answer some questions. Hyan leans down to eye level and asks the man directly if he is the dungeon terrorist. The man looks shocked for a bit but smirks and doesn't even try to deny the idea. He doesn't consider himself a terrorist, but he is part of the organization that has been causing dungeon breaks. According to him, their organization pursues a noble goal, and their dungeon breaks are meant to bring about something big. Noble or not, however, Hyan doesn't care, and he just wants the man to reveal everything he knows, then he can go scot-free. The man is determined not to say anything no matter how much Hyan tortures and threatens him. No one will be able to hinder their cause, and he is going to make sure that nothing gets in the way of their purpose. At least that's what he wants to say. But after a full day under the terror of Hyan and his group, the man is barely able to grumble through swollen lips that he will spill all the information they want to know. Hyan is disappointed that the man lacks desperation after all that talk of protecting his cause, and he decides to break 3 or 4 more teeth as punishment. Outside the dungeon later that evening, Tae-gil and his subordinates arrive after Yan reports that he caught a terrorist. Our MC hands the man over like a piece of cargo, but the man is so badly beaten and injured that he begs the government workers to arrest him. Tae-gil nervously asks Hyun why the man is in such a sorry shape, and our MC feigns ignorance, claiming that he probably got beaten up by harpies or something. Regardless of the state of the criminal, Tae-gil thanks Hyun and his group for their cooperation and turns to leave. Before he leaves though, Yusung waves hello to him from behind Hyun. The two of them have met before because the government tried to recruit Yusung as well, but he refused immediately. He thinks that being part of the government is boring, and it looks like the teen is surprisingly bad at thinking things through. With all their issues taken care of, Tae-gil takes his leave, informing Hyun that they will discuss the details the next day. Right now, there are outsiders present and it's late, so he advises Hyun to just call it a day. The next day, Hyun and Tae-gil meet up again to talk about the criminal that Hyun captured. The terrorist's name is John Yong-shik, and his unique ability is stealth, which is the ability he used to try and sneak up on Hyun and Yusung in the dungeon. He seems to have an important role in the organization. Hyun already knows all of this, but the important thing that they found out thanks to him is information on their headquarters. The government still plans to lead a massive attack on the headquarters in 2 weeks. And for them to require so long, they must be making some serious preparations. Hyun asks what kind of preparations would need 2 weeks, but they have more important things to take care of first. For the first time in the entire world, a C-rank dungeon was cleared by China, and it's been all over the news. However, what hasn't been revealed to the media is that a total of 1,200 people participated in the clear, and over half of those people lost their lives. Haiyan is someone that has gone into D-rank dungeons on his own, so he knows that the danger levels of dungeons has been increasing exponentially. Even if the rank only goes up by 1, they will need several times as many members. China's strategy was to utilize a human wave attack, and that is exactly the reason why it failed. They had incredible numbers, but the average stats of each fighter wasn't very high. That's why Korea wants to take a different approach by selecting a small number of elite members to clear the C-rank dungeon that appeared in Gangnam, known as Binandi's Forest. It's strange that they want to clear the dungeon since China already has the title of the first to clear a C-rank. It would be a lot easier to just stop the dungeon from opening by regularly breaking the normal core. The problem with that approach is that they have never managed to clear the normal core. And at the rate things are going, the dungeon will open in less than 2 weeks. If that happens, then dungeon monsters that killed hundreds of talented will be released into the middle of Seoul, an area full of civilians. They are prepared for that eventuality. But considering the dungeon location and the dungeon's danger level, it'd be a lot better to clear the dungeon than risk the massive damage expected from the dungeon break. Haiyan has a good grasp of the situation now, and it's obvious that they are in an immediate crisis. For Taegil to be chatting with Yun when he should be busy with way more work, that must mean that they want him to participate. Taegil confirms that they do want him to participate, but because of a law he doesn't fully understand, it's impossible to participate in the raid as a solo talented. That's why Taegil also wants to make an offer to Haiyan to create a guild. The government has no idea that this is exactly what he wants, since they know that he tends to prefer working alone. To make the deal of creating a guild even more tempting to our MC, they offer to take care of all the troublesome procedures as well as giving him more than enough support to make the guild a success. Haiyan puts his hand on his head, pretending to be annoyed by the news, and begrudgingly agrees to form a guild. At this point, accepting this deal to work with the government seems to be exactly what he needed to get everything he wants. It looks like living kindly has managed to pay off in the end. In a random cafe in the middle of town, Haiyan meets with his new guild members to discuss the most important thing that goes into creating a guild, getting a cool and memorable name. Yusung thinks it might be too soon considering the fact that it's just 3 of them in the guild at the moment. That has already been handled thanks to Taegil, and Haiyan explains the conversation he had with the man the day before, including how they are going to clear a C-rank dungeon in the near future. To you, Sung, it sounds fun going into a strong dungeon. And to Sung, it just proves more that Hyun is a very strong individual and worthy of being followed. On that note, Sung tells Hyun that the 2 of them can speak comfortably to each other, since she has become his apprentice. Although our MC never agreed to make her his apprentice, he wouldn't mind speaking comfortably with her. He clears his throat and brings the topic back on track, reminding them that the choice for their name is going to decide the guild's future. Before that, though, Haiyan has chosen some policies that they will uphold as long as the guild is available. Firstly, they won't pick pointless fights. As he says that first rule, he glares daggers at the person that is most likely to break that rule. Secondly, they will pay back as much as they receive, be it debts or grudges. Haiyan doesn't want them to act like a group of thugs, but he would hate it if they became doormats. Finally, rule number 3 is that they will strive to become stronger than anyone. Those 3 rules sound good to the 2 guild members, and Sung vows to carve the rules deep into her heart. Now the only thing left is to decide the guild's name. They haven't given any suggestions yet, and Yu Sung starts by suggesting that they call it the Crazies Guild. That suggestion is quickly dismissed, so Yu Sung suggests that they call themselves the Lunatics, which is just another word for crazies. Haiyan shuts him down again and asks Sung-ah instead, hoping that her suggestions would at least be more reasonable. She suggests that they call it Kang Hyun and his strong friends, which is somehow both better and worse than Yu's suggestions at the same time. Haiyan realizes that the 2 of them are practically hopeless, and he will have to figure this out himself. As our MC takes a pen to a piece of paper, Yu Sung laughs at him for thinking that there's any chance that he can come up with a better name. After a while of thinking, Hyun writes a name down and shows it to the other 2, who look at it for a moment before agreeing that it's not bad. Elsewhere, at a shady-looking bar, a young woman reports to Min Jun that one of their members, Jong Yong-shik, got caught. The man swirls a glass in his hand as he tries to figure out what this means for their team. He didn't have much value as a combatant, but he was irreplaceable because of his stealth ability. Because he was captured, it looks like the plan to cause a dungeon break in the Haiji's Plains dungeon will have to be cancelled. Minjun needs someone to take out the anger for this failure on, so he asks the woman about the person that caught Jong Young-shik. According to their investigations, it was a talented named Kang Haiyan. That's a name that Minjun has been hearing a lot around town recently. 4 months ago, he fought a mutant in the talented education school, and then he took on a large-scale dungeon break practically solo. Then he defended against Diance's research institute. Everything about him has been nothing but a problem for Minjun, and the man has finally had enough. He changes the topic since it was starting to get irritating, and he asks how the drug they are promoting is going. The woman says that producing it still needs time, but there have been some problems procuring test subjects. To make things progress faster, he tells her to move up the schedule by any means necessary unless she would want to become a test subject herself. Meanwhile, the news of a small elite team being created to take on a C-rank dungeon starts to spread all over the internet. A list of potential guilds that will be participating in the raid is also released, and people go crazy with conversations about it. The guilds mentioned in the list aren't too surprising to see. First on the list is obviously Sei Yan's Dangon Guild. The second is the Talented Association with Choi Dongwoo leading the pack. The third is the Fire Dragon Guild, which is not as well known as the first two, but is still a pretty reputable guild. Next is the Immortality Guild, and the list goes on with all the guilds being a powerful gathering of people led by strong talented. The list goes on with the Guardian Guild, the Black Knights Order, and so on. The lineup is legendary, but the real conversation spreads from Guild number 7. It looks like a pretty new guild that was created recently. And looking at their numbers and reputation, they don't really fit among the group of much more powerful guilds. The next day, in a meeting room of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Hyan walks in and waves a quick greeting to everyone in the room while apologizing for coming in a little late. Then he introduces himself as the guild master of the Badass Guild for a completely new guild. It's bold of them to be late to the first meeting. Later, people would call the incident that occurred that day the Baysad Guild's first eccentricity. Of course, this one is only interesting because it's the first incident. People usually stopped counting after the 50th one. The world has come to be known as the Dungeon Society. About half a year ago, a cataclysm started from a shared dream of 7 billion humans kick-started a new age for Earth. While countless guilds fall and rise every day, another guild has taken up the chance to become the next big thing on the scene. That is the Badass Guild led by our MC Kang Hyun. Special Awakener Management Team Leader, Shin Tae-gil, isn't too thrilled by the name of the guild, and he skeptically asks Yen if this is really what he wants to name his guild. Since it's an English word, it's clear that Tae-gil doesn't know that it means that something is very cool or awesome. Despite the meaning though, Tae-gil is still wary of the unorthodox name, and he asks one more time if Hyan is really sure that this is what he wants. Our MC is already certain that this is the perfect name for his guild, and Tae-gil hesitantly approves it. Now that the guild has been set up, he tells Hyan that there will be a strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon Vanandi's Forest. Tae-gil will send the details to him separately, and he urges Hyun not to be late. In the midst of the chaos rocking through the Dungeon Society, there were hundreds of people who die every day. For days later on the Monday that they were meant to meet up, Yu-sung and Sung-ah wait at the office building where the meeting is supposed to take place. Yu-sung asks his guildmate if she has any idea where their leader might be. He calls her his big sis, which confuses Sung-ah. Despite his appearance, Yu-sung is actually just 20 years old. So he is younger than her, which is why he decided to call her his big sister. Sung-ah hesitantly agrees to the casual nickname just before their attention is drawn to the loud footsteps of the person of the hour. Hyun walks up to them and apologizes for coming so late, telling them that he had to take a dump, which is why he delayed for so long. Yu-sung doesn't acknowledge his late arrival, and his attention is more focused on the weird-looking shirt he's wearing. The stretch has a stretched-out face on it that's clearly too small for Hyun. RMC tries to defend his stylistic genius by saying that his character is pretty popular among kids these days, and that's why he's wearing it as a way to restore his image. Because he got posted a lot recently on the internet, his image has been getting worse recently, so he's trying to go for a more friendly image. Yu-sung is surprised that RMC would really think that a weird shirt like that would work, especially since the image on the shirt looks more angry than anything. It's more likely to make kids cry when they see it. Hyung gasps in shock and realizes that this is probably the reason why a kid in the parking lot started crying when he walked by. It looks like Yu-sung's warning is coming much too late, and a kid has already been traumatized. In the meeting room where the strategy meeting is meant to be held, one of the guild masters is starting to get frustrated that their meeting is being held up like this. 5 minutes have already passed since the meeting was meant to start, and the Immortal Guild Guildmaster, Han Myung-do, is the first person to openly show his frustration that things are starting off on such a bad foot. Black Knight's commander, Lee Chong-gun, points out that they are waiting for 2 more guilds to show up. The Guardian Guild Master Park Se-hyun knows that the Flame Dragon Guild is always late, but it seems that there are more troublemakers this time around. Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Talented Association, silently hums to himself as he listens to the conversation around him, and Dangun Guild Master Han Sai-yin also keeps her thoughts to herself. Tae-gil, sitting at a podium at the front of the room, sighs in a way that shows that he clearly knew this was going to happen. He excuses himself from the room with the excuse that he wants to go and contact someone for a moment. He leaves the room and rings a certain person on his phone, but after several calls, no one answers, and he's left with the same voicemail. He decides to call Yoo-sung's number instead. And after just a single ring, the blonde picks up the call. Tae-gil quickly tells Yoo-sung who is calling, but the blonde seems unexpectedly unimpressed. He tells Tae-gil not to live like that, clearly thinking that the person on the line is some kind of scam caller. He then announces that he's about to end the call, since he is in the middle of something fun at the moment and doesn't want to be bothered. Tae-gil desperately tries to get him to stay on the line, repeating again that he is the Special Awakener Management Team leader. That's enough to jog Yoo-sung's memory of the government man, and he's at least convinced that he's not getting a scam call. Now that Tae-gil has gotten the blonde man's attention, he asks the man if he remembers that they are supposed to be having a meeting today. He asks Yoo-sung when Kang-hyun plans to come over to the meeting since they are all late. Yoo-sung's smile pretty much comes through the phone as he tells Tae-gil that he doesn't have to wait too long for Hyun to show up since things are about to get really fun soon. Tae-gil doesn't understand what Yoo-sung means by fun, so he tells the team leader that he should come downstairs and watch for himself since Hyun just got into a fight. As Tae-gil yells into the phone in shock in front of Yoo-sung, Hyun grabs a man by the shirt, nearly lifting him off the ground. Hyun looks pissed off and ready for a fight, and the person he's picking a fight with is none other than the Flame Dragon Guild Master, Park Hoi-yeon, who looks completely shocked at what is going on right now. He can barely believe that some random crazy person is trying to pick a fight with him, the guild master of the second strongest guild in Korea. Even his guildmates who are supposed to protect him can do nothing but stand and watch in shock as their guildmaster is stared down by a very angry Hyun. Let's go back a bit to before the chaos started. Hyun and his group were not as late as they are right now, and they were trying to remember which floor they're meant to go to. Sung-ah reminded our MC that they were meant to go to the 11th floor, and he pressed the key on the elevator. The doors began to close, and everything looked absolutely peaceful, and they were set to be a little late but still perfectly on time. That was until a hand pushed itself in between the elevator doors, stopping it from closing. The doors pulled themselves open again to show Park Hoi-yeon and his group, who politely excused themselves as they tried to enter the elevator as well. The man noticed that they were also going to the 11th floor and correctly guessed that they were probably going to the strategy meeting as well. The 2 guild leaders shook hands as they introduced themselves, but the whole formality process was enough to start getting Hyun irritated. After all, they were already late because he had to take a dump, so talking to some random guildmaster in an elevator wasn't helping. As the last of the Flame Dragon Guild members entered the elevator, the metal creaked as it signaled that they were over capacity and suggested that the last person that boarded should exit the elevator. The cause of this is most likely the armor of the members of the Flame Dragon Guild, which was overwhelming the elevator. Hyun wondered why they would come in full armor in the first place when they are not going to enter the dungeon immediately. With no other option but for someone to step out, Park Ho-yeon apologized to Hyun, and our MC politely told him that there's nothing for him to apologize for. Since Hyun said that Park Ho-yeon made the suggestion that started the entire issue in the first place. He told Ho-yeon that he and his guild members should come out of the elevator and let them go up first. Yoo-sung and Sung-ah just froze at the audacity of that request, but Hyun was immediately pissed off. Park Hyun, clearly unable to read the room, continued and reminded Hyun that his guild is quite big, so it's likely that they will play an important role in this attack. Since that's the case, it would be more efficient for them to go up first while Haeon waits their turn and goes up after them. Haeon, the intellectual diplomat of an MC, decided to make sure that he was hearing correctly and asks Park Hoyeon if what he's saying is that his guild is some second-rate guild and they should give up their spot. Park Hyun wouldn't put it like that, but at the end of the day, he didn't think what Hyun said was wrong. Even Yoo-sung and Sung-ah were getting frustrated, and they started getting ready for a fight, but there's no need for that at all. Hyun had all the rage in him to easily cover 3 people, and that's what led us to the incident at the ground floor that had 2 guild leaders fighting, or to be more specific, one group leader completely dazed by the audacity of another who wanted to fight. Tae-gil can't understand why that would lead to a fight, especially since he told both of them that this is an important meeting that they shouldn't be late for. Hyun at least has the presence of mind to apologize, and he tells Tae-gil that he has a truly unfortunate disease that causes him to beat up people to feel better. Park Hoi-yeon, who has also made it to the meeting finally, slams his hand on the table, already angry at Hyun. The team leader sighs as he tries to get the room back in order so they can begin the meeting. Han Myung-do cuts in before the meeting can start. Since they have some new faces on the team, it'd be better to let them introduce themselves first since they are about to enter a dungeon together. Tae-gil agrees and calls over to Kang Hyeon to introduce himself and his team. Hyeon feels like they are asking him to make him feel better about being here, and it's clear that the Immortal guild leader has figured him out. Regardless, Hyeon gets up and clears his throat as he prepares to introduce himself. He introduces himself as the guild master of the Badass Guild, which was just founded a few days ago. Currently, there are only 3 members in the team, including him. Park Hyeon cuts him off in shock and tells Hyeon that the strategy meeting is not a joke and wonders how there can be only 3 people participating in a guild attack. As the Flame Dragon Guildmaster continues to complain, Hyeon cuts him off and says that the man is seriously starting to annoy him, especially after what happened a while ago. Hyun came to the meeting because he was called, so there's nothing he can do in terms of participating. That makes Park Hyeon even angrier, and he stands up in his seat in outrage. Han Myung-do, meanwhile, just laughs at the whole thing, clearly finding something amusing. He tells our MC that he's the kind of person he likes to make friends with and acknowledges that a guild master should have the guts to say things like that unapologetically. Talented Association President Dong-woo also chimes in and tells Park Hoi-yeon that this isn't the right place to start a fight, especially since the meeting has already been delayed. That shuts Park Hoi-yeon up, and he has no choice but to sit down and keep his mouth shut now that all eyes are on him. Suddenly, Yu-sung calls out to Hyun and tells our MC to look at the seat directly beside him. In that seat is the guildmaster of the Guardian Guild, Park Si-hyo. Hyun asks what the problem is with the guy, causing Yu-sung to let out a devious smirk. He tells Hyeon to just wait and see because he's going to kill the man. Yu-sung pulls out his mace from his inventory with a crazy look on his face and prepares to go and kill the man, but Hyeon holds him back. He looks at the lunatic in a panic and asks him what in the world he thinks he's doing. No matter how crazy he is, there's no way he can possibly think that this is a good idea. Because of the past few days that they have spent together, Hyeon almost forgot that this guy was like this from the start. Tae-gil notices Yu-sung standing up with his weapon and orders him to put it away, and the other guild members start to react as well, seeing Yu-young looking like he's about to attack. Park Hoi-yeon doesn't waste a second and immediately points an accusing finger at the Badass Guild and accuses them of coming here to mess things up for everyone else. One of the guild members of the Guardian Guild pulls out his sword in defense and confronts Yu-sung, asking if they are trying to pick a fight in this meeting room of all places. He asks his guildmaster for permission to engage, but Park Se-hyo is unusually quiet. He calls out again for his guildmaster to give him permission, but when he turns around, he notices the dark look on the man's face. Suddenly, the man grits his teeth and starts to physically change. His eyes glow a dangerous red as the veins on his face start to bulge out, looking like they are about to explode. He lets out a feral roar, shocking everyone in the meeting room as all the talented immediately stand up and get on edge. In seconds, the other guildmasters start to pull out their weapons as well, all getting ready for an unexpected brawl. Park Se-hyo gets to his knees as he continues to growl and roar like a monster, and no one has any idea what's going on. The guild member from before, who was about to fight Yu-sung, nervously approaches Park Se-hyo and tries to check if he's alright. The Guardian Guildmaster turns his attention to the worried man and stabs a finger in his throat before ripping it out immediately, causing a splatter of blood to go flying all over the room. The man falls to the ground, immediately dead as even Hyun, who's normally cool and collected, is left completely shocked by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Yu-sung, who is ready for a fight from the very beginning, is ecstatic at the turn of events and tells Hyeon to take a good look at the man right before he prepares to attack. He yanks his hand free from Hyeon's grip and rushes in with his mace, ready to kill Park Se with one quick attack. Just before his mace can make contact though, he's sent flying by a swift punch from the guildmaster, crashing right back into Hyun, who hurries to check if he's okay. Yu-sung just laughs and wipes the spit from his face. It looks like whatever Park Se-hyo turned into is surprisingly tough, but he picked the wrong place to act up. Behind him, the most powerful talented in Korea are all gathered and ready to take him down cleanly before he can cause any trouble. Even in his berserker state, Park Se-who can tell that he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hyun tells Yu-sung to step aside as he too prepares to finish this quickly. Now that it's clear that there's no reason to hold back, he loudly asks if he's allowed to hit him first. The shockwave from Hyun's first punch is felt and heard throughout the building. By the time the fight is over, the room is completely trashed with crater holes in the wall and furniture completely destroyed and scattered around the room. At the end of it all, Park Se-who lays completely beaten up on the floor of the meeting room. They nervous ly ask if he's dead, but the answer is obvious to anyone that takes more than a second glance. They couldn't restrain him in his current state, so the best thing to do was take him down before he could go and cause more trouble. He was also stronger than they thought, so there's nothing they could do. That doesn't explain what exactly is going on since the guy clearly wasn't normal. There's no way anyone could have seen this coming except on Yu-sung for some reason. He then wonders how in the world he knew that something was wrong with Park Se-hyo before anyone else. Hyun has an incredible sensitivity to mana, but he didn't sense anything strange until the fight started. He wonders if this could be some kind of unique ability, or maybe he can even see the future and sense incoming danger. Thinking back more, if Hyun can sense future threats, then even his reckless and crazy actions might have a reason behind them. Maybe even that time as well, during the sparring match in the school, he might have had a reason to attack that girl. Suddenly, Yu-sung laughs as he wipes the blood off his face. With a creepy smile on his face, he relishes in how fun this fight turned out to be after a long time of peace. He cringes heavily as he sees the weird smile on his friend's face. There's no need to overthink things when it comes to Yu-sung. Since the start, he has always been a psychopath. With the whole mess more or less taken care of, Tae-gil apologizes for the disturbance and tells them that they will resume the meeting via video call in the afternoon. All the guild leaders start to leave the room, and Hyun lets out a large yawn as he starts to leave as well with his group. After making the effort to come out early, things just had to end up like this. Before he can leave, though, Tae-gil rushes to catch up with him and asks him if he has a moment to chat. There was something he was going to bring up after the meeting was over, but since things have turned out this way, it'd be better to tell him now. It's about what they talked about the last time they met up. He promised that the government would do everything in their power to provide support to the Badass Guild. Haeon smirks and says that it's because he's lived a good life. Now that the Badass Guild has been approved and is recognized as an official guild, the government has also cleaned up and organized a guild office for them. It's available to use starting from today, and Tae-gil offers for them to head over and check it out. Hyun is excited to see his new office and eagerly asks where he should go to check it out. Tae-gil directs them to a skyscraper. And on the 33rd floor, Hyun and his guild members walk into a large room that will become their new guild office. The place is clean and equipped with multiple things that will make starting a guild a lot easier. At the front of the office is a high-end PC equipped with the latest graphics card, and towards the side of the room is a cooking area with an expensive-looking espresso machine as well as a high-end double-door refrigerator. Even with all the expensive and fancy-looking stuff, the place still feels a bit empty, probably because of how large it is. Hyun wonders if the three of them are really expected to use a space this large. They will need to recruit more people, so this space will be needed eventually, and it will be fun for them to come together and try to decorate the place. Hyun already starts making plans of bringing in a sofa and maybe even a TV as well. While they are at it, he also starts making plans to add a shower and a bedroom too. It's starting to sound more like he wants to turn the place into an apartment instead, but it should be alright. Last but not least, they are going to fill the fridge completely with beer. Yu-sung tries to remind his guild leader that this space is supposed to be a workplace, but even after saying that, it's not like he doesn't like these changes. Before they can get too carried away with the preparations, Sung-ah reminds them that it's almost time for the meeting. They are supposed to have a video call with the other guild leaders at 2 o'clock. He quickly sits down at his new desktop and connects to the Ministry of Interior Safety's internal network. Hyun wonders if this place even has internet and how funny it would be if the internet didn't work. Meanwhile, Sung-ah says that she'll be stepping out for a moment. After a short delay, the connection starts, and Tae-gil immediately apologizes for the delay and thanks the guild leaders for gathering again on such short notice. He starts by asking if anyone has any questions, and the first to speak up is Se-yeon, who asks about what exactly happened to Guildmaster Park Se-yu. The investigation is still ongoing, but Tae-gil promises to share details once the situation has been clarified. Hyun asks Sung-ah if Park Se-yu is really that famous of a person. The Guardian Guild is ranked 5th in the country, and just like the name suggests, it's a guild formed solely with the goal of protecting humanity. The guildmaster, Park Se-hyu, is someone that even Sung-ah personally respected, but that leaves the question of how he ended up like that to be an even bigger mystery. Yu-sung scolds Hyun for not knowing anything despite the fact that he's the leader of his own guild. A scolding voice comes from the speaker, and Tae-gil warns him to turn off his mic if he wants to have a casual chit-chat with his guild. Tae-gil sighs as the stress of keeping Hyun on this team is starting to catch up with the gains. With the last of the distractions finally taken care of, Tae-gil starts the meeting properly. In 5 days, they will raid a C-rank dungeon called Vanandi's Forest, which is a forest with a massive mountainous terrain. According to the report of the scout team that was sent in to take an initial look, the monsters range from goblins to orcs and ogres, and a variety of monsters are also said to appear. Han Myung-do asks if goblins, orcs, ogres are all they are going to face. If that's the case, then what does Vanandi mean? Tae-gil doesn't have a concrete answer to that question yet, but it's likely to be the boss's name. The monsters that appear are basic types, but that doesn't mean that they can let their guard down. That's because the monsters in the forest are on a whole different level compared to the regular ones. If the usual monsters are like a militia, then the monsters in the forest can be considered a regular, well-trained army. Each monster has an outstanding level of individual skill, and above all, they move in an organized system. It's not going to be easy to take them out, and if possible, Tae-gil advises them to act in unison instead of moving individually to increase their chances of survival. That will be difficult, though, since all the guilds have individualistic mindsets and prefer to handle matter on their own. As they are talking, Tae-gil notices Hyun drinking something, and he immediately asks what it is. Hyun didn't even know that he was drinking something and desperately asks when the drink got into his hand. Even Yu-sung doesn't know when he went to buy it and how it suddenly appeared in his hand. The culprit, Sung-ah, appears and says that she went to buy some beer since he said that he wants to fill the fridge with it. She also hands him some dried squid while all the guild masters watch in shock that he can be so nonchalant and unprofessional in this situation. Then, as if nothing happened, he asks Tae-gil what exactly Vanandi is, proving that he hasn't even been paying attention during this entire conversation. Tae-gil leans back in his chair with an exhausted expression and wonders if this dungeon raid will actually be alright. Various things happened after that, but the meeting ended smoothly. And the next day, a loud and excited voice barges into the badass guild office, excitedly proclaiming that he will be working with them starting from today. He introduces himself as Han Jaemon. Hyun stares at the newcomer in confusion and asks who he is. He's forgotten that Tae-gil told them that they hired someone to handle the guild's administrative work. They even received the guy's resume as an email, which Sung-ah already printed for him. The new worker is Han Jae-min, a 27-year-old with an average height and weight. He went to a good school and seems to have decent qualifications to work for their guild. As Hyun reads through the information on the resume, Jae-min can't help fanboying over the fact he's really standing in front of Kang Jae-min. From his face, he looks even more like a criminal in person, and Jae-min finds that to be incredibly cool. Our newcomer is an awkward nerd, and he admires people like our MC for their cool and brutish aesthetic. After reading through Jae-min's qualifications, Hyun can't tell if the man is qualified just by looking at him. But since Shin Tae-gil selected him after careful consideration, then he must really be qualified after all. With that, Hyun reaches out a hand to shake him and offers a starting salary of 1,000 per month. As for taxes and insurance and all that business stuff, Hyun tells him to ask Tae-gil about it since he doesn't really know much about it. Jae-mun, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered about any of that stuff since right now, he's more focused on the fact that he's about to shake hands with Hyun himself. He immediately screams out with conviction that he will work hard for them. After that, he gets to sit down in the office common area with the rest of the guild members. He still can't believe that he is also getting to meet Yu-sung and Shin Sung-ah. Their aura is no joke, and it's even more obvious how cool they are when he looks at them directly. Sung-ah glances at Hyun for a moment before announcing that she has something important to tell him. Since their guild is going to grow in scale from now on, she had the idea to make their guild have matching uniforms since unity is important when creating a team. The already excited Jaemon is almost at the point of losing his mind at the thought of getting official merch from them. Hyun, on the other hand, is more skeptical and takes more time to think over it while Jaemon mentally screams at him to accept the offer. But Sung-ah is already one step ahead of all of them, and she prepared the uniforms herself to show him. As soon as he sees the uniforms, Hyan immediately rejects it without a second thought. The logo is way too much, and it even has a skull on it. It looks like something a biker gang from the 80s would wear. That was actually Yoo-sung's idea, and Hyan is not even surprised that Yoo-sung had something to do with it. Regardless, the members of their guild already look scary enough, so adding crazy biker jackets will only make people more nervous to interact with them. He tells her to put the jacket away, but his words immediately die in his throat as he notices Sung-ah crying. She sadly starts to put the jacket away while tears steam down her face. These jackets weren't just something she created on a whim, and she actually worked really hard to get them made. She poured her heart and soul into preparing it. However, although it looks like she's actually crying, the truth is that she's using artificial tears to guilt-trip him. Even though she's faking her tears, she really did put in a lot of effort to get these uniforms made. When she went to look at potential options, the clerk told her that she hit the jackpot and started telling her about how valuable the items she's buying are. He tells her that his shop has been making guild uniforms for 100 years passed down through the generations. That's truly fantastic because it means that he has been making uniforms since before the tutorial began. After that, she decides that she can trust him with the jacket, and he even tells her that he will give her a special discount. It's usually only 500 per piece, but he'll let her have it for 1,300 for everything. After transferring the money, he made the jackets for her. And after receiving them, she is sure that Hyan will be happy to get them too. After telling him the story of how she got the jackets, she rushes to the bathroom with tears still falling from her eyes. Jae-moon, who was excited before, is now feeling awkward now that the atmosphere has changed. Yu gives him a thumbs down for dismissing her even after she worked so hard to create those guild uniforms. Hyun puts his head in his hands as Yoo-sung really digs into him for putting her down like that. After a little bit more badgering from Yoo-sung, Hyun reluctantly agrees to approve the jackets. Since they have a new member joining them today, the group decides to head out for a dinner party. The three of them, along with Jae-min, head over to the parking lot to make their way over to a barbecue place. Hyun asks Sung-ah if she likes the fact that they are wearing the jackets, and she responds with a happy smile on her face. He decided not to think too much about it as he looks for the van that Tae-gil got for them. Then he sees it, and honestly, it's pretty hard to miss such an obvious van when it's as heavily modified as theirs is. The same skull logo on their jackets also covers every inch of the van, as well as multiple other symbols and logos that essentially make it look like it belongs to a local thug group. Hyan clenches his fist in anger as he asks whose idea this was, and Yoo-sung proudly raises his hand to claim the credit. He called some workers over the previous day and had them work all night to get it done. Hyun can't hold back his anger this time, and he orders Yoo-sung to get rid of it. He doesn't care if they have to sell it or scrap it. He just wants them to get the simple van that Tae-gil got for them. Sung-ah chimes in that she thinks the van looks awesome, but Hyun doesn't care about awesome right now. He just wants them to get rid of it before he loses his temper. Meanwhile, Janam stands awkwardly at the back watching the entire argument play out. This is a lot different than what he imagined the group to be. He came here excited to work with the amazing group of people that he has heard so much about, but now he can't help but wonder just what kind of guild he has gotten himself into. Despite the arguments and the yelling, the Badass Guild's van drives through the city streets on its way to their dinner destination. In the car, Hyan still swears that if they don't get rid of the car, then they will die by his hands. Yoo-sung looks eager since it seems like Hyan wants to pick a fight, and Hyan realizes that he probably shouldn't even be talking to this guy. Suddenly, the car comes to a stop and it looks like they've been caught in a long traffic jam. Jae-nam, the driver, doesn't understand what's going on, but this traffic jam seems to be particularly bad. But from what he can see, it's like there's a fight happening not too far in front of them. Hyan decides to come out of the van to get a closer look, but as soon as he opens the door and steps out, a body comes flying directly at him, slamming into the door that he had just opened and completely wrecking it. Yoo-sung comes rushing out of the car with a desperate look on his face, and Hyan is surprised that he suddenly seems to be worried about him. But instead, Yoo-sung runs completely past him and towards the smashed car door instead. After all, the door is a part of his artistic soul and spirit, and destroying it is essentially the same as breaking him. Hyun freezes as he realizes that his own guild member is more worried about the car and not him. Meanwhile, the projectile that was used to break the car door in the first place slowly starts to get up as he regains consciousness. He grumbles about the fact that someone threw him without thinking as he picks himself up. Then he turns and sees the stuff of nightmares glaring at him with a face that could make a grown man cry. Unfortunately for him, not only can the face make a grown man cry, but the man himself now has a vendetta against him for destroying his car door. Meanwhile, at the gathering that caused this entire mess, there's two parties involved. The first is Hysan Guild, and their vice master, Jo Dongwon, antagonizes his opponents, daring them to come closer and risk getting thrown to the ground. The other party in this argument, Zhengjin Guild, also has their vice guild master, Wu Jinyoung, among them, and he taunts Dongwon for trying to throw his strength around like an idiot. Meanwhile, despite their talk, one of the guild members asks if their infiltration team leader is going to be alright since he got thrown pretty far away. The vice guild master is sure that they are fine since they are the best in the guild when it comes to durability. He probably didn't even get a scratch. At least, that's what should have happened. But, unfortunately, he did scratch something else, and the owners of that something else appear from the distance holding their very badly beaten infiltration team leader who is known for their durability. Hyan tosses the man back like a rag doll and steps on his face. Then he asks the guilds if the thing that wrecked his car is theirs. All the while, the infiltration team leader apologizes as begs for his life on the floor. The Yungjin Guild, who looked so confident before, start to back away slowly as they realize an even bigger threat has arrived. Meanwhile, their fear is enough reason for Hyan to figure out that they are the reason his car got wrecked, and he starts to approach them with Yusung and Sung are not too far behind. He got most of the information he needed from the poor man that he beat up. This entire turf war is some kind of fight between guilds, but instead of sorting it out maturely, they are instead causing trouble in the middle of the street like a bunch of punks. And now, because of their fighting, they are stopping Hyun from going out to eat beef. One of the guild members is unlucky enough to know exactly who this very scary person is. He's Kong Hyan, and our MC has built up a reputation of being basically unstoppable when he loses his temper. And then seeing Yu Sung and Sung Ah behind makes the man realize that all the members of the Badass Guild are present and accounted for. If you look at this situation closely, then even without knowing who they are, these people are clearly dangerous. Suddenly, Hyan calls out a price of 500 million. Because of their fighting, his van got wrecked and he got hurt a bit earlier as well from the blast. Because of that, and including emotional damages too, he wants them to pay out 500 million. Yusung cuts in, showing off a nasty cut on his palm and saying that he also needs to receive damage compensation of 500 million as well. So Hyan increases the fee to 10 billion and orders for the payment immediately. The vice guildmaster, Jin Young, grits his teeth for a moment and then laughs at the ridiculous offer. And then in a split second, he launches himself at Hyan, but he's immediately met with a fist to the face before he can even land a single attack. In a matter of minutes, the rest of the guild gets a taste of the same fate, dropping like flies and eventually falling to the ground, completely defeated by the Badass Guild. As they are about to leave and continue on their way, Jo Dongwon approaches with the Hysan Guild to thank Hyan and his guild members for their help. Hyan tells them not to think too much about it since they didn't help on purpose. Then he tells them that he doesn't like the Hysan Guild either since they are equally to blame for causing chaos in the middle of the street. Because of them, Hyun isn't able to eat beef like he wanted, and his entire dinner plan is ruined. Dongwon sees an opportunity and offers to buy beef for Hyun instead. He offers a premium Korean beef that costs up to 100,000 won per person. After hearing that, Hyun's entire mood changes, and he declares that from now on, he and the Hysan Guild are allies by blood. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman receives news that the Hysan Guild managed to pull off a clean sweep, taking out the opposing Yungjin Guild. This woman is the guild master of the Yungjin Guild, Hong Chaeyeon, and she wonders if she should give them a little warning as payback. As soon as Yen and his group reach the beef shop that was previously advertised, Jo Dongwon introduces himself again as the vice guild master of the Hysan Guild. Hyan is barely paying attention as he stuffs his face with an entire cut of beef at once. Dongwon tries to take over the cooking, offering to prepare the meat so that Hyan can focus on enjoying his meal, but Hyan dons an unusually serious situation as he asks the man if he's confident in his cooking skills. The things our MC hates the most in the world are goblins, Ayusung, and people who can't grill meat. So Dongwon has to be very confident in his skills if he wants to take over preparing the meat. Realizing his place in the culinary hierarchy, Dongwon backs off and allows Hyan to continue cooking the meat, while promising that he will just eat gratefully and not interfere. A little later, after meat has been eaten and all parties at the table have stuffed themselves silly with beer, Hyan slams his mug on the table with a satisfied smile. Thanks to Dongwon, he ended up having a good time. Now that the meal has been concluded, Hyan gets straight to the point and asks the man what he wants, catching Dongwon off guard. Hyan properly figures out that this is way too excessive to just be a simple token of appreciation, so he wants to know what Dongwon wants for him to be inviting them out so glamorously like this. Dongwon stays silent for a minute, but the cat is already out of the bag, so he decides to come clean. He didn't want to talk about something like this so quickly, since they just met, but Dongwon wants Hyun's help with strengthening the Hysan Guild. The two guilds that fought today, Yungjin Guild and Hysan Guild, are two guilds with evenly divided interests in the area that they both occupy. However, about a week ago, the Yungjin Guild started invading dungeons managed by the Hysan Guild and causing chaos in their once peaceful rivalry. It's strange because the two guilds are both similar in size and strength, so they had a tacit agreement to not invade each other's territory. And yet the Yungjin Guild kept provoking them openly and pushing them hard. And finally today, the two sides let out the frustration they've been holding back, which eventually led to the fight that happened in the middle of the road. Yu-sung likes the fact that they are getting a direct invitation to join in on an all-out war, but Hyan tells him to shut up before he says something stupid. However, he's not the only one that's excited about a fight between two guilds. A shift in the balance of power like this is definitely a really big issue. A fight between the Yungjin and Hysan guilds, who are already hotly arguing over ranking, is sure to be a sight to behold. Janum can barely hold in his excitement at the news. Hyan, on the other hand, is a lot more level-headed. And although he understands what they are saying, he doesn't really have any reason to get involved even though he did enjoy the meat. But Dongwon is not done talking yet, and he bows his head low in shame as he continues. If things continue the way they are going now, then his guild will definitely lose this fight. The balance of power has been broken, and the Yungjin Guild has been getting stronger to an unusual degree. Then he comes closer to Heiano and whispers about a rumor that says that they have been using some kind of substance in the Yungjin Guild. And from what he's heard, it supposedly enhances the power of awakeners. This rumor is kind of fishy to Hyun, and he is a bit more interested in this case after hearing it. He asks Sung-ah when the C-rank dungeon raid is meant to take place, and it's in 2 days. If that's the case, Hyan decides that they will help the guild. He may be busy right now, but once they are done with the dungeon joint raid, they would be more than happy to help. Dongwon doesn't care when they help as long as they do actually help. With that matter settled, Hyan suggests that they share some more beer, and Dongwon, happy that he has gotten their aid, is more than ready to get them as much as they want. Meanwhile, nobody notices the man outside, holding a phone out from his pocket and sneakily taking a picture of the entire group with his phone. The next day, a blurry picture of Hyun eating with the group appears on the internet. The internet starts to go wild with discussion, wondering what the badass guild was doing in this hidden restaurant in a small neighborhood. There are also more pictures accompanying the first showing the whole guild drinking beer, as well as their damaged car with the skull logo parked in front of the restaurant. Yu-sung shows Hyan the post as well as the other pictures that someone took of the team dinner. While this could potentially be a bad thing, Yu-sung sees it as a positive since other guilds spend millions promoting their guild while they are getting a lot of publicity for free. Now's not the time for them to be talking about that, though, since they are currently in a pre-warm-up meeting right in front of the dungeon that they have been preparing to raid for a while. Tae-gil calls the group's attention, telling them to stop messing around so they can continue to the meeting. With Yan no longer causing a ruckus, the management team leader clears his throat and starts the meeting again. From this point on, they will be starting the raid on Venandy's forest. The world will be watching them as they take on this mission, and the talented involved will be sacrificing themselves for the peace and well-being of the nation. But beyond that, he wants them all to come back safely and proudly claim the wealth and honor that will come from clearing this dungeon. With that brief amount of motivation, the multiple guilds and teams enter the dungeon as Tae-gil sees them off, praying for their victory as the dungeon doors close behind them. The inside of Venandy's forest is just as predicted in the team briefing. A clear sunny sky shines down on an open forest with a mountainous backdrop. With everyone in the dungeon, Dongwoo claps his hands together to get everyone's attention. He first starts by reminding them that he isn't the raid leader, but he wants to at least try to organize things once so that everyone can have a good grasp of what to do. He tells each guild that they will move separately. However, as they should have already heard from the meetings that they have had with Tae-gil, the monsters in Tai Dungeon are known to act strategically. Because of that, dangerous situations are likely to occur at random. Even though each guild is strong in their own right, they have all been given emergency signal flares to indicate different things depending on the situation they find themselves in. A red flare means danger. A green flare means that they have discovered the dungeon core, and a purple flare means that they have discovered the boss monster. Regardless of which flare is shot up, as soon as any nearby guilds see the flare, they are to gather at the spot where it was fired as quickly as possible. All of this was said already during the team meeting, and though some people may be annoyed by it, it's still necessary to make sure that everyone understands the circumstances of the dungeon they are entering. With all the important information shared between them, the guilds split up to officially start the mission, wishing each other good luck as they do so. Yu Sung and Sung Ah start to walk off as Hyen follows behind them, but someone calls out to him before he can start heading off with his guild. It's Dong Wu, the talented association president, and he offers Hyen a chance to move with his team. Dong Wu is well aware that Hyen and his guild are capable people, but a dungeon is unpredictable, and this is the most powerful dungeon any of them have encountered. Hyen thinks about it for a moment as Dong Wu smiles at him. Thinking about it logically, Dong Wu is a pretty nice guy, so there's no real reason to turn down the offer. It would suck if anyone steals his ills, but Hyen reluctantly decides to walk with them. He still owes the president for saving him during the Dian's dungeon raid. He agrees to go with them for a day. Dong Wu eagerly shakes his hand, excited to work with them. With that, the talented association begins their march through the forest, followed closely behind by the badass guild. Not everyone is happy about this collab, and Yu Sung doesn't hide his frustration that they have to tag along with other people even though the whole reason they created a guild was because they wanted to move around by themselves. He demands to know why they are following these people and not going off on their own. The reason is because this is their first time in a C-rank dungeon, and there's always an unpredictable situation that can happen in any dungeon. It's smarter for them to move with another team for a while to get a grasp of how the monsters in this dungeon work before they head off on their own to tackle the unknown. That answer isn't satisfactory to Yu Sung, and he shivers in anger as he disappointedly asks Hyun if he's seriously chickening out after all the big talk of taking on a dungeon and creating a guild. Despite the provocation, Hyun smiles, and it almost looks like he's about to lightly scold Yu Sung. But instead, he yells at the man for trying to pick a fight in a powerful dungeon of all places. Yu Sung simply shrugs, still incredibly disappointed in the boring turn of events. Meanwhile, two of the association members watch the badass guild fight among themselves. They whisper to each other, asking if they remember that they are in a dungeon and not some playground or something. One of them comments that Yun is probably new or most likely has no sense and suggests that they leave him alone. After all, Hyun has obviously been trying to look cool in the media these days, missing the point that it's safer when you're unnoticed. They continue to gossip, even lamenting the fact that a guy like him is compared to the association leader. Meanwhile, their gossiping is loud and obnoxious enough for Hyen and his group to hear it. As they talk, even though Hyen is just mildly annoyed, he has to hold back Yu Sung like a rabid dog about to go feral. He warns the kid not to go and pick another fight for no reason, but Hyen shrugs the hand holding him back away. After all, he's not just some fight-hungry lunatic that lacks the discretion to know when and where to pick a fight. Although he says that the mace he grips tightly behind his back shows that he definitely is a fight-hungry lunatic, and he was a second away from pouncing. After Hyun calms him down, he tucks the weapon back in his inventory, claiming that he brought it out without realizing. Although Hyun is trying to keep a somewhat people environment here, it's not like he doesn't know how Yu Sung feels. After all, he also feels like beating the guys up would feel very satisfying. But there's more important things to worry about right now. And as if on cue, members of the team start to react as enemies flood in to attack them. This first wave of monsters is a goblin infantry, and they immediately rush in to attack as soon as they come out from between the trees. Within a matter of seconds, the group is surrounded by a massive number of goblins. And just like what was said in the meeting, the goblins all have strange and powerful movements that are on a whole different level than the other goblins that any of them have faced. Donggu immediately starts giving out commands, calling out for different teams to establish their formations and start moving with coordination while protecting and covering each other. Meanwhile, this is just like Donggu heard from all those meetings. If they don't work together to respond properly to this attack, then they are all going to get wiped out. At the back of the pack, however, a large mace crushes a goblin's head with no remorse whatsoever. The beast in Yu Sung has finally been released as he gets the chance to fight the strong monsters that he has been hearing about for weeks now. Hyen watches and cringes. Yu Sung gets an almost orgasmic look on his face from bashing the monster's skulls in. Watching that kind of scene play out and being in this situation further convinces Hyen of what he's always known. The things he hates the most in this world are, first of all, Yu Sung, people who can't grill meat, and finally, goblins. He slaps away a goblin that tries to sneak up behind him, then rushes towards another one that isn't fast enough to escape and grabs it by the face. Then, with a sadistic smile on his face, he activates his mana explosion, causing the goblin to explode in a wave of blood and guts. Just like Yu Sung, Hyun starts to genuinely enjoy the fight just because he gets to destroy goblins without holding back at all. The other association members who were initially very dismissive of Hyun and Yu Sung watch in fear as they realize that the two guys are nothing but lunatics. They realize that they probably shouldn't mess with those guys, but then they also realize that after the snarky comments they made earlier, they are definitely in trouble. Later that night, after a successful day of taking out the goblin infantry wave, the two guild leaders sit beside an open fire to discuss their strategies as well as what happened for the day. Dongwoo laughs heartily as he reminisces on the battle for the day. He had heard rumors that Hyan was a beast in battle, but seeing it in person is a whole different level than what he imagined. As the two offending guild members from earlier kneel and face punishment, Dongwoo apologizes for their rudeness and promises to punish them more for the harsh words. Then he asks Hyun if they would like to keep moving together the next day as well while pouring a bowl of soup for them to eat. Hyan appreciates the offer, but it's time for his team to move solo going forward. Dongwoo asks if it's because of the bet, and Hyan acknowledges that it could have something to do with it while collecting his own bowl of food. The bet they are talking about happened a little earlier entrance while the team was still getting their briefing from Taegil. The person that made the bet with that is the guildmaster of the Flame Dragon Guild, Park Hoyen, and he set the stakes on who contributes the most to the raid and on who lands the finishing blow to the boss. Hyun might be crazy, but even he knows a stupid bet when he sees one. He also knows that this is just Park Hoyen's twisted way of showing off, considering that they have much larger numbers than the Badass Guild. So that kind of bet is meaningless to Hyun. Park Hoyen relents and decides to up the stakes for Hyun if he wins. He presents Hyan with an Easter egg, which was made by someone who likes pranks. Looking at it for a moment, Hyan is undeniably certain that the Easter egg is definitely an item related to the administrator. Park Hoyen mockingly asks Hyan if he knows what the item in his hand is. RMC wonders for a moment if the brat actually knows about the administrator. But more importantly than that, he wonders if the Flame Dragon Guild Master knows that he is a tutorial graduate. Hyun decides to play innocent, wondering if the Easter egg is some kind of monster ball like in Pokemon. Park Hoyen tells him not to play dumb since he already knows that Hyun joined the Special Ability Management team. It looks like important information is shared internally, which makes it hard to keep secrets. But more importantly, he didn't expect someone like Park Hoyen to be part of the management team as well. Seeing a good opportunity to get something important, Hyan decides to accept the bet and wonders what exactly he should stake in exchange. It has to be something that's a fair trade, so it can't be as simple as Hyan just kneeling or something. Park Hoyen tells Hyan that for 1 year, he will join the Flame Dragon Guild and strictly obey his orders as a guild member. In return, Park Hoyen will treat RMC like an ordinary member. Hyan scratches the back of his neck as he considers it, then reluctantly decides to agree. If it's just that much, then he wouldn't mind agreeing to the bet, as long as Park Hoyen doesn't try to pull some dirty trick or something. The Flame Dragon Guildmaster promises that he doesn't do those kinds of things and raises his hand for a fist bump with Hyan. He wants to keep their match fair and square since that's his motto at the end of the day. Although even though he says that, it's still pretty unfair to make a bet like this against 3 people. Regardless, Hyan returns the fist bump and decides to give it a try. Back in the forest dungeon, a new day arrives as everyone wakes up and starts packing their things. Dongwoo is already set to leave with his team, and he asks Hyan if he's sure that he and his group will be safe on their own. Hyan assures him that they will be fine since they've already got a feel of the dungeon and its dangers. If something happens, then they also have a signal flare, so it's not like they will be truly alone. Dongwoo tells Hyan that the signal flare probably won't mean much since top-ranking guilds are usually very individualistic. Regardless, Dongwoo decides to respect our MC's confidence and wishes him good luck on the rest of his journey. The two teams part ways, and Hyan walks off with the rest of his guildmates to tackle the dungeon solo. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Park Hyan is not having as much of a good-natured time as Hyan. The situation is already looking dire with 3 of his guild members injured and 2 dead. The injured are being treated, but it's hard to engage with the enemies while defending them. Park Hoyen takes an arrow from a tree and breaks it. He has finally figured out what Vinandi means in the name Vinandi's Forest. It's not the name of the dungeon boss like they predicted, but it's instead the name of a species of monster that resides in the dungeon. They are arrogant creatures that look like they enjoy seeing the talented as prey. And from how well they fight, Park Hoi-in can't see a good way to break through. One of the guild members suggests that the best thing for them to do is find their base and wipe them out, but that is a lot easier said than done. Right now, their team has done nothing but get ambushed and floundered around. There's no way they are going to be able to just casually find the base of these monsters. At this point, it's all or nothing for them, and they are going to have to take drastic measures to wipe this threat out. If the monsters are hiding in the forest, then all they have to do is get rid of the forest. Park Hoi-in suggests that they burn the forest down and snuff the monsters out. The guild member from before is strongly against that idea, and he tries to warn his leader that if they burn down the forest, then there's a high chance that they will be in danger too. But at this point, Park Hoi-in doesn't think that there's any other solution. At this rate, they will all be wiped out, so there's no other way to get out of this alive. The guild member suggests that they could use the signal flare to call a guild over for help, but there's no way that anyone will come if they do that. The top-ranking guilds are incredibly individualistic, and they all like to move on their own terms. And even if they actually come, Park Hoi-in is also worried about the guild's honor and its position in the rankings. That's why he wants to settle this whole thing here and now without involving anyone else. He tells the mages to stand by as he pulls out his weapon from his inventory, then he waits for a moment, targeting the time when the wind begins to blow east to make sure that the fire spreads as far as it can go. Elsewhere, Yan has his first encounter with some Vanandi scouts. Despite how much they screech and shout, they don't attack immediately. It looks like they are waiting for Hyan and his guild to come close, and they don't want to make the first move in the attack. Regardless of the warning from Yu-sung's intuition, Yan prepares to charge, telling his guildmates that they'll make a run towards the monsters on the count of 3. After counting down to 3, the badass guild makes a charge for the scouts, rushing towards them for a quick fight. However, instead of fighting back, the group of scouts all leap up to the top of a tall tree before Hyan can get any closer. On the surface, it looks like they have lost their will to fight because of Hyan's fighting spirit, but Yu-sung just thinks that they are terrified of Hyan's face. Regardless of the reason for them backing off, it's clear that this could be a trap. And the question now is if the 3 of them should follow the monsters or not. Yu-sung suggests that they should just keep going the way they were heading before. After all, the fact that these ones jumped away in hiding might be a sign that the core is getting close. And according to his intuition, Yu-sung thinks that something interesting will happen if they just keep heading the way they were going before. Hyun dismisses Yu-sung and his so-called intuition, and just like that, he ended up overlooking the interesting thing that Yu-sung mentioned, not realizing that it's be such a nuisance. The monsters in the trees don't let them go unbothered, and they fire arrows down at the group from the safety of the trees. What would be life-threatening to anyone else is just an annoyance to Hyan as he yells for the monsters to come down from the trees and just fight. Having to go up against them like this is really starting to anger him, but their tactics are surprisingly effective. If they take one wrong step, then the Vanandi lures other monsters to attack. When you finally close the distance with them, it turns out to be a trap. However, even though they are annoying, none of them are particularly strong, so it's better to just let them wear their stamina down. That method is way too slow, though, and Yu-sung asks their leader if he has any other methods to take on these cunning monsters. Hyan thinks the solution is simple. All they have to do is take hostages and torture them. He doesn't care if their claws are ripped out or if they are skinned alive. They won't be able to keep acting so cockily once Hyan gets his hand on one of them. After a bit of work, Hyan manages to capture one of the Vanandi and holds the monster down with a knife to its throat. He warns the others that if they don't listen, then their comrades' lives will be over. The remaining Vanandi just look at each other in confusion and then continue to attack with multiple arrows. It looks like taking hostages doesn't work on them after all. The group is forced to run for their lives while bantering with each other about how bad of an idea it was to think that taking monsters hostage was a good idea. After a while of running, the 3 of them managed to find a safe space to hide out. The monsters even killed the hostage while chasing them, showing just how ruthless and relentless they are. But they can't just keep running forever, and they are going to need to come up with a different plan. As the 3 of them try to figure out what to do, a signal flare shoots up from somewhere else in the forest. This one is red, signaling that another guild is in danger. Yu-sung asks if they are going to go, and Hyun doesn't mind going out to help. Staying in the forest won't solve anything for them anyways. At the location where the signal flare was shot, the Guardian Guild is facing off against an overwhelming amount of goblins at once. There are way too many of them, but the guildmaster orders for his subordinates to hold their ground for just a little longer. Thanks to the signal flare, reinforcements should be coming soon. With the guildmaster dead, the person currently leading the guild is the vice guildmaster, Hans Siwen. And although he's telling his men to stay strong and fight on, the truth is that he knows that there won't be any reinforcements. As the monsters start their charge again, he wonders just where it went wrong for him. It could have been back when the guildmaster started acting strange. Once that happened, their guild should have given up the raid, but because of the talk about having to maintain their reputation, they pressed on despite the danger. The truth is, however, that they marched into battle purely because of Han Siwan's greed. Now he has dragged his guild members to their deaths, and he's about to go along with them. A loud thumping sound pulls him out of his daydreaming, and he looks up to see a massive monster approaching him. There are just more and more goblins coming in, and the numbers seem to be never ending. As his guild members desperately put up their shields to protect themselves, Han Siwan falls to the ground, and a goblin manages to sneak past the wall of shields protecting him. The sharp knife heads towards his face, and he's not fast enough to stop it. However, just before the blade pierces his skin, an arrow soars through the air, stabbing the attacking goblin to the back of its neck. Then a figure jumps into the sky and takes a deep breath as it looks over all the goblins. Then with a massive yell, Heian activates his lion's roar, nullifying the skills of all enemies in the area and reducing their stats. Then he follows it up by activating Wayne's secret technique and Giant's power, boosting his strength while pulling out the giant hammer and smashing it into the first group of goblins he can find. Just like that, with a few skills and a comedically large warhammer, Heian appears and completely turns the tide of the battle, killing several dozen goblins in a matter of seconds. A large goblin approaches him from behind, but he's easily able to send it flying with a large smack from his hammer. Meanwhile, a rain of arrows fall from the sky, each one perfectly finding its way to a goblin's head, killing it instantly. At the same time, Yu Sung and his trusty mace smash into every non-human living thing in the area, killing mercilessly along his group. The Badass Guild has arrived as reinforcements, and just the three of them are enough to turn the entire battle on its head. However, Han Si-won's attention is focused on Hyun, who doesn't even seem human anymore at this point. He's on a whole other level entirely, but that doesn't mean that his hope has suddenly returned. Just because 3 more people joined in doesn't mean that they can overcome this massive wave of goblins. One of the guild members rushes over to the vice guildmaster, and he points over to the other side of the forest. There, the Dangon Guild has arrived, and they too are taking on goblins, heavily bringing down their numbers and providing ample support. Xian stretches out her hand, and a massive group of her guild members surge into the field, killing hundreds of goblins in a single coordinated effort and massively bringing down their numbers. The surviving Guardian Guild members start to celebrate, rejoicing in the fact that somehow they are actually being saved and they won't die pointless deaths. At the end of the showdown, there's not a single goblin left alive, and Heian sighs to himself as he allows himself to rest after taking care of such a crazy mess. Han Si-won takes a moment to look at the Dangun Guild that also came to answer the flare call. It's been quite a while since they entered the dungeon, but their numbers haven't decreased at all. To make matters worse, the Badass Guild looks completely fine even though it's just 3 people. On the other hand, the Guardian Guild has been nearly completely slaughtered. Dozens of his guild members lie lifeless on the floor, and it's clear that they weren't enough to take on this threat by themselves. Hung Si-won is pulled out from his trance by Hyun shouting out to him. RMC asks the man why he's standing so still in the middle of the field. Since he's in charge of the guild, he can't just sit down and be blank when there's still a lot left to do. Hyun tells him that they are about to have the next strategy meeting, so he should get himself together and come over so they can discuss things. Hung Si-won, still not fully recovered from the whole ordeal, shakily agrees and follows Hyun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, things are getting heated as Park's plan of lighting up the forest is going a bit too well. The wind is constantly changing direction, and they can't control the fire anymore. He orders his guild members to get down and try to get to safety. But looking at the burning inferno in front of him, Park Ho-hoi-eon doesn't know what to do anymore. With no other option left, he hurriedly tells his guildmates to fall back and retreat. As soon as the team meets up to have the strategy meeting, Hyun tells them directly that he wants them to go straight for the core. Xian points out that they don't know where the core is, and they will need to split up and search first. But Hyun is confident that the core is close by. He can feel the energy coming from it, and the distance doesn't seem too far away. Xian is shocked that Hyun can just causally feel the direction of the core, but Hyun is surprised that no one else can feel it. Based on his experience, if they start making their way to the core now, they should arrive there by midnight. If that's true, then it would definitely be better to move straight ahead without wasting any time. The other guild leaders also agree that they should get going as soon as possible, all except Hung Si-won, who is still shell-shocked by the whole thing. He nervously asks them to wait, pointing out that it might be too much for them to consider moving right away. After all, they just finished a big battle, so rushing off into an even bigger one sounds reckless. However, Se-yen points out that they don't know how Van Andy will move. They have all seen how the monsters act. They are smart and cunning, and giving them even a moment of time to prepare will be costly. However, Hung Si-won still thinks that they should take a short break since everyone is tired. However, Lee Hyun assures him that there's no need to worry about that since their guild has a healer who can recover fatigue. Hung Si-won is left speechless by how quickly they all want to get going. These strong people might be fine, but the Guardian Guild is already at their limit. Haeon has had enough of the man's constant whining and decides to speak to him directly. He asks Hung Si-won why he's so tense and if he really expects them to go out of their way to escort him out or something. He needs to get it into his head that they are in a dungeon right now, and this is a place where if you are weak, then you die. The truth is the Guardian Guild was weak, and that's why he almost died. He only survived thanks to the help of the stronger guilds, but that doesn't mean he should suddenly think that they came to the dungeon to save and cater to his guild members. They came here to find a solution together. And if he wants to just stand around uselessly without being any help, then there's no need for him to even be here. Han Si-won tries to argue or at least put up a fight against Hyun's merciless words, but he comes up flat and sighs in disappointment. He knows that Ian is right, and there's no way to argue with the man's harsh words. With nothing else to say, Hyun tells the rest of the talented to eat before they head out since all that talking made him hungry. Later that night, just as Hyun predicted, they make it to an area that is swamped with monsters of different types. There isn't much time left, and he orders his guild members to focus on clearing a path instead of just taking them down. The talented fight relentlessly to clear a path towards the monsters, and eventually, Hyun is able to see the core at the center of all the chaos. The talented all rush towards the core to destroy it while Sean gives orders to use the fire signal and throw everything they've got. The sky lights up with multiple colored flares, all coming from the same location, alerting all the guilds in the area that they found the core. In a matter of minutes, all the different guilds come together to reinforce the main team and take out the core once and for all. This leads to a full-on war of monsters against talented, and as things escalate, the boss monster finally appears. It's Vanandi's great warrior, and even just from the way it works, you can tell that it is much stronger than all the other monsters. Hyun doesn't waste a moment and leaps off one of the closest monsters, pulling out his great hammer and slamming it down on the boss as soon as it appears. The monster barely even has time to let out a shriek as the hammer smashes its head, killing it immediately. Even Hyun is surprised by how easily the boss monster fell. It looks like the dungeon's difficulty was due to the sheer number of monsters in Vananda's intelligence. However, the boss itself isn't actually that strong, and the loot from the boss is the sword of Vanandis, the Great Warrior, which is a D-rank weapon that was used by the boss that Haeon just killed. It's light and sharp, making it easy to handle. Although holding it beside himself makes Haeon look tiny in comparison. He also gets a bow as a drop, and although he doesn't know about the bow, the sword is definitely too big for him to use. After a little while longer, the fight is finally over. It was to be expected, but they lost a lot of people. At least Dongwoo feels grateful that it wasn't a total annihilation. He says a silent prayer for all the soldiers that have lost before he orders the rest of them to collect all the loot dropped by the monsters. The Talented Association will handle the calculator and distribution once they are out of the dungeon. The others don't have any problems with it, but little do they know that the war isn't nearly over yet. Behind them, a raging inferno destroys the mountains and the forest, and they have no idea where the fire came from. But beyond even that, the fire has caught the wind and turned into a powerfully large fire tornado. And running away from this fire tornado is Park Hoyen and the members of the Fire Dragon Guild being chased by several 100 Vanandi coming from the forest. The group doesn't know what exactly happened that led up to this crazy scenario, but it's pretty obvious that whatever Park Hoyen did in that forest has made the entire population of the forest want to kill him. Park Hoyen screams for help as he runs for his life, and the incredibly crazy scene behind him makes some of the other talented start to panic. One of them looks towards the core and a stupid idea comes to mind. He announces that he will destroy the core and so the escape portal can open, but Lee Hyun stops him before he can break it. He tells the rogue talented that if he breaks the core, then a dungeon break will happen, but that doesn't make any sense since they have already taken down the boss. Even if they break the core, the monsters shouldn't be able to come out of the portal. Lee Hyun orders the other talented around to block the core before he can break it and tries to explain that this case is different. There's research showing that monsters in extreme fear will escape through the portal. At this rate, a ton of monsters will escape outside, and that could make everything they've worked for up till this point a waste. The man still doesn't care and wants to prioritize his survival above anything else. The other talented start to agree as they get more desperate, saying that they need to destroy the core and get out of there as fast as they can. Sejin is quick to act and immediately tells the members of her guild to block off the core before the rogue talented can get it. Before he can argue, Segwin shuts him up and asks if he is alright with threatening his own allies now. Before he can say anything, she tells everyone to listen up. They are the only ones that can stop this dungeon break from happening. The portal is in the middle of Seoul, and if they don't stop this here, then a huge disaster will happen. One of the men doesn't care and rushes towards Seon with the intent to take her down and get to the core. She looks towards the foolish man as he leaps towards her and prepares herself to take him down. But before she can even fully bring out the sword, Hyun comes in from behind, grabbing the man from the back of his head and flinging him away like a toy. Then he asks Se-yun if all they have to do is protect the core, and she agrees, although still surprised by his sudden appearance. The monsters are more preoccupied with running away from the fire, so it's unlikely that they will attack them. Protecting the core should be their main priority, and although the odds are low that they won't get attacked, it's still doable. Hyun thinks about it for a moment, then comes to a decision, turning to face the incoming monsters. He tells Se-yen and the other guild masters that they should just focus on taking care of any monsters that get past him. Then he pulls out his new sword, swinging it for a moment to test its strength. Dongwoo stares at him in shock, realizing that he wants to try and go up against all those monsters alone, and he attempts to say that he will help. But Yan shuts him down immediately, telling him that he shouldn't come any closer because he will just get in the way. Then he activates his giant's power, Wayne's secret technique, and Antria's skin skills. This is a good opportunity for him to try and use one of the skills that he has been keeping for a special occasion, the Berserker skill which impairs his judgment. With all the skills activated, he prepares to rush at the incoming monster wave. Sung-ah looks on in worry as Hyun turns his back to them, but Yu-sung tells her to calm down since he knows that their leader won't die. Sung-ah asks him if he's saying that because of his intuition again, but the blonde only gives a non-committal answer, completely unbothered. The Flame Dragon Guild finally gets over to them, bringing along the massive number of monsters from the forest. Once they get past him, Haeon leaps into action, rushing in and taking out multiple monsters with blazing speed. They have seen how strong he is on multiple occasions, but it's still a surprise anytime they see it for themselves. He's taking on all the monsters at once with what looks like incredible ease. However, even with that, a few stragglers still manage to slip their way through heading towards the core. Seon springs into action, ordering everyone to engage in combat and protect the core. They all work together in tandem. And with the number of monsters severely reduced thanks to Hyun's help, protecting the core is incredibly easy for them. Sung-ah provides arrow support from behind, easily taking out multiple monsters with a single shot. The few that are too tough to be taken down with one hit are easy pickings for Yu-sung as they fall to the ground. He rushes through the crowd of monsters, skillfully taking down any monsters he sees that are not dying fast enough. As usual, Yu-sung is getting some sort of orgasmic pleasure from killing the monsters, and it's a feeling he can never get tired of. However, as he's dodging through the crowd, he notices a Venandi monster taking aim towards Sung-ah. He calls out for her to dodge it, but Sung-ah isn't fast enough, and the arrow strikes her cleanly in the chest, causing her to fall down. Both Hyun and Yu-sung pause and stare in shock as Sung-ah falls to the ground from her injuries. A monster tries to take advantage of Hyun's distraction, and it manages to get a clean hit on Hyun, cutting his arm clean off the joint. He doesn't have a lot of mana left, but being beaten by goblins would be pathetic. His arm quickly grows back, and even the goblin has to take a second to speak English to express its shock at how overpowered our MC is. It looks like getting attacked by the goblin reinvigorated Hyun to go even harder into the attack. He takes out the goblin with a clean strike from his sword, cutting it in half much the same way that his arm was cut in half. Then he hears the sound of a goblin screeching behind him. He turns just in time to see a goblin shouting as it jumps towards Sang-ah, ready to take a bite out of her. Before it can get to her though, Hyun is there just in time, and he kills it with a clean strike from his sword. Another Vanandi takes advantage of this and rushes in with its spear, stabbing High-End through his chest, causing him to start bleeding out. Right now, he doesn't have much mana left, so he had to split it by using some tricks. But doing that only turned out to be pathetic in the end. When he strengthened his head, his arm got cut off. And when he strengthened his arms, his body got stabbed. Since he doesn't need to care about his body when in a fight anyways, he deactivates his Entria's skin skill and decides to go all out with his whole body on the line. First, he uses his mana explosion to kill the Vanandi that stabbed him in the first place. Then with his hand badly mangled and his body nearly completely stripped of skin, he asks Sung-ah if she's alright. She's barely able to do anything but mutter his name in amazement as his body regenerates in front of her. He tells her to relax since they don't have time to be panicking yet. Once he makes sure that she's alright, he tells her to go ahead first and get out of the dungeon. Before that, he also tells her to go to the Dengun Guildmaster and the others and tell them to evacuate once they see his signal. She shakily asks him what will happen to him, and Hyen asks her if she really thinks that he's someone who is going to die. Sung-ah stares at him for a moment but understands what he's trying to say. She decides to follow his orders just like she always has and runs off to pass Hyen's message back to the others. Now that he's alone, Hyun charges up another mana explosion and rushes off to fight the monsters in the hope of buying them some time. The mana explosion is large enough to light up the entire area in blue. The ground is littered with monster corpses as the fight starts to come to a close. Hyen looks around and takes in just how much of a mess the entire place has become as the fires start to get high enough to cover the sky in smoke. Meanwhile, back at the core, they realize that the fire is about to take down the core. There's no other choice now but to destroy the core and get out of there. But the problem is that Kong Hyen is still deep in the mountain fighting monsters. As Se-young tries to convince them to wait a little longer, Sung-ah comes back with a message from Hyen. He tells them to wait for the signal and then start evacuating the dungeon. However, Se-young has no idea what that signal is. Suddenly, a large blast of mana comes flying over all their heads, destroying the core in one hit. The escape portal opens immediately, and Se-in turns to see Hyen giving her the signal to get out of there while they still can. She can't help but laugh at his actions, and with his assurance that things will be alright, she gives the order to everyone to start evacuating as fast as they can. With the message passed across, Sung-ah tries to go back to help Hyun, but she's stopped by Yu-sung before she does something crazy. He convinces her that Hyun will be alright, while Sung-ah can barely stand in her current condition. All they can do now is trust Hyun like they always do and not get in his way. Sung-ah uncharacteristically looks like she wants to argue, but she knows he's right. It's best for them to get out of there and leave the rest of Hyun. And just like that, all the surviving talented make their way out of the dungeon and stand anxiously outside the doors, waiting for Hyun to come out as well. Sung-ah has gotten treated, and both she and Yu-sung wait along with the rest of them. Still, there's no sign of Hyun for several minutes, and people start to fear the worst. Then suddenly, a destroyed foot steps out of the dungeon. Is Kong Hyen alive, but certainly not well. The spear is still stabbed in his chest as he stands in front of all of them, and the talented waiting for him all call out to him, excited that he's alright. Sung-ah is about to run to check up on him, but she pauses as she notices something. Somehow, even though he made his way out of the dungeon, it looks like he passed out as soon as he stepped back on Earth while still standing. Yu-sung walks over to him and presses a finger to his forehead, and immediately, Hyen falls over without any resistance. The others ask him what he thinks he is doing, but Yu-sung just smiles down at Hyun. It looks like his gut was right again when he was so confident that Young would survive. Time and time again, Hyun continues to prove that he really is the best, even now as he lays on the ground completely unconscious. Now that Hyun is back safe and sound, the Immortal Guildmaster, Han Myong-do, is the first to take out his anger on the person that caused that whole mess towards the end in the first place. He punches Park in the face and tackles him to the ground, reminding him that because of him they all almost died. Park Hoi-yeon tries to defend himself by saying that there really was nothing that he could do, but that doesn't matter to Han Myong-do. At the end of the day, Park Hoi-yeon is the guild master of his guild, and he shouldn't be saying such cowardly things as if anyone cares. As the two of them fight, Kong Hyen slowly starts to get up, much to the worry of everyone around him. Despite how much they try to keep him down so he can rest, Hyen gets up from his lying position with a smile and apologizes to the two men for interrupting their scuffle. Then he tells Park Hoi-yeon to hand over the items that were promised in the bet. However, despite how much of a brave face he's putting up, he's still heavily injured from the fight. and after speaking a few words, he immediately passes out. The next time he opens his eyes, he sees a smiling Yu-sung and a very worried-looking Sung-ah waiting for him in a bleak-looking hospital room. He gets up, now wrapped in hospital clothes, and holds his head in pain. Even with his impressive regeneration, every part of his body still hurts like hell, and he can barely move. The usually calm and collected Sung-ah can't hold back her tears as Hyeon gets up, and she immediately tackles him in a tight hug, not a single care in the world about whether or not he's in pain. He tries to tell her that he's still sore and she should calm down. She doesn't care and continues to hug him tighter. That day, after the dungeon raid concluded, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest, was cleared at the cost of many sacrifices. The Guardian Guild suffered a great loss beyond just losing their guildmaster. After the raid concluded, the Guardian Guild suffered a near-total annihilation. And more than just the loss of combat power, their actions also endangered the entire raid team. The Flame Dragon Guild also stood at the center of controversy since their actions also heavily endangered the entire raid and nearly cost everyone their lives. With just one raid, 2 guilds have fallen out of South Korea's top 10. And then Kang Hyun's heroism, who saved everyone from the brink of annihilation, received high praise from everyone involved. Thanks to their actions, the Badass Guild rose to South Korea's top 10 with just 3 members. Of course, not all the reactions were favorable. Maybe it was because his extreme image had drawn in a lot of haters. People took the opportunity to start hating and began pouring out malicious comments. Sung-ah takes a moment to scroll through the multiple comments hating Hyun. Yu-sung sees her typing furiously on her phone and asks her if she's on the internet again. She has been going online rather consistently, giving lessons to someone who clearly lacks online etiquette. Yu-sung scolds her for loving to stick her nose in anything, and as she starts to furiously get into online arguments, he offers her a drink to calm her down, but she doesn't want any more drinks. She's more worried about the fact that Hyun is late to their meeting. Sung-ah tells her not to worry about him, and it's likely that he is probably already fully recovered on the first day. His regeneration speed is insane. Yu-sung is sure that if they cut him in half, he'll probably be split in 2. Instead of worrying about him, it's better to look for a way to not be bored with nothing to do in the office. He invites her to go and throw daggers at the board to pass the time. As the 2 of them walk over to the board, they pass by poor Janim's desk. The administrative officer is at his wit's end because there's so much to do and no one wants to help him. There's memberships to take care of, ad inquiries, sponsorships requests, and even dungeon raid scheduling. He's been working overnight for days, and it looks like his workload keeps growing. He was excited when he came to work in this guild, but now he's starting to feel like something is seriously wrong. As they talk, Kian walks into the office and waves at everyone. From what he's seeing, it looks like there's been total chaos without him. He heads over to Jaemin's desk and greets him, asking if he can drop the formalities and just be casual. After dropping the formalities, he tells Jaemon to clean up his desk and get back to work. He agrees with Hyun that his desk is messy, and he even thanks Hyun for pointing it out. But in his head, Jaemon is having a mental breakdown. He thinks that if Hyun should be nitpicking, then he should start from the table of the rest of the guild. In his head, Jaemon starts to wonder if he should just kill them. The killing intent is strong enough that Hyun feels like he'll die if he pushes things anymore. Then he goes over to Sung-ah and gives her the bow that he got from killing the Vin Andy Great Warrior. She takes the bow carefully, completely stunned that he would give her something like that. Among all of them, Hyun knows that she will make the best use of it. It needs a bit of mana, but it should be able to work even without arrows. Sung-ah squeals in joy and thanks him profusely. Meanwhile, Yu-sung gets excited, thinking that Hyun got something for him as well, but the only thing our MC got was a middle finger. Yu-sung feigns being hurt, but the 2 of them start bantering as usual. As they are talking, a call comes in from the intercom indicating that someone is at the door. The person at the door is Han Siwon from the Guardian Guild, and he introduces himself, but Hyun has no idea who that is. He even complains that they are attracting all kinds of weird people, and the other 2 come up with suggestions on who this scammer might be. Meanwhile, Siwon stands outside in complete shock, confused about how they have already forgotten about him, even though he was part of the raid, and they even ate together afterward. And that's all we have time for. Hyun and his group certainly have a lot more adventures ahead of them. And what does Han Siwon have in store for them?